Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Harry Potter open owl breeding business? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Harry stares at the ceiling of Grimmauld Place unseeingly. Hermione is right, as usual. He does need to get another bird to handle the post. He misses Hedwig. She'd argued that he should get another type of bird, more suited to discreetly flying through Muggle areas during daylight hours. Ron, of course, had argued against this by saying owls were specifically bred for it and other types of birds are far less reliable, to the point that some of them just simply flew away and never came back. In this case, he thinks Ron is probably right. Hermione is on some research bender because of it, but he doesn't think she'll like what she finds. His thoughts wander to his future. Recently, Ron had accusingly asked if he even wanted to be an auror, given that he's yet to apply to the program. Kreacher had overheard the question and chimed in with his opinion that it's below the black heir to work under others. Hermione had gotten distracted by arguing with Kreacher that it's Harry's right to work whatever job he likes. The thing is, he's not sure he wants to be an auror. In the wake of the war and so much fighting and death, the idea of deliberately putting himself in a position where he has to fight makes him cringe. He thinks about that for a while. Some unknown amount of time later, he idly makes a decision. No, he doesn't want to become an auror. But what does he want to do? He has no clue. His mind wanders back to owls. Hermione has a point about owls being too conspicuous, but Harry's on Ron's side with this. Owls are the best. Maybe they just need disillusionment spells? Then again, magicals have a tendency to disregard common sense. Would it be possible to make it possible for the owls to use it themselves? Now that's an idea. He sits up abruptly. Kreacher. With a small crack of sound the house elf appears. Yes, Master Air Black? How can Kreacher be helping you? Do you know where I could find books on the original breeding done to make owls reliable post birds? Kreacher's eyes narrow. Why yous be wanting to know? Harry grins at him. Look, I decided I'm not going to be an auror, so I'm going to have lots of free time. I thought maybe I could improve owls so muggles don't notice them during the daytime. I know you don't like muggles, but they aren't stupid. Their cameras are getting sophisticated and eventually some of them are going to have enough proof that obliviation won't deter them from investigating. And that would be a really bad thing for the magical world. I mean, they'll probably find out anyways, because magicals really aren't careful and muggleborns doing accidental magic will be caught on camera eventually. But it would be really stupid for the muggles to find out simply because they notice owls flying in the daytime. Kreacher be understanding. Kreacher doesn't think muggles be that smart, but Master Air Black could be having a point about cameras. The Black Library has full documentation of owls breeding. The Blacks be having a hand in some of it. Improving owls be acceptable hobby for Master Air Black. Kreacher be helping. Master Air Black be wanting Kreacher to find owls documentation for him. Yes, please. Kreacher be being back in a few minutes. With a pop, Kreacher disappears. Half an hour later, Kreacher reappears with a stack of different-sized parchments bound in leather covers. Opening the top one, he finds it to be a mix of journal and copies of the magical experimentation involved. It appears that rather than doing the experimentation or collaborating on it, the Blacks were one of several investors in the research. He starts reading. 2 weeks later, he closes the last journal documentation thoughtfully. They gave him a really good idea where to start. No wonder the magical world uses owls, if no one put in the same amount of experimentation with other birds. Honestly, Hermione would be jealous of him getting to read them, but he's not going to tell her. Mostly because he's positive the books are cursed to do nasty things to those not of the black line. Idly, he wonders if that means Narcissa and Draco Malfoy, Andromeda, and Teddy would be able to read them safely or not. Probably best not to risk it. Not that he wants to share with them. This is his project. Kreacher. The house elf appears with a pop of sound. How's be Kreacher helping Master Air Black? Does this house have a suitable place to breed birds? Kreacher frowns. It not be having. Well, that's disappointing. Okay. Do Wixen have people who renovate houses? Wixen do. Master Air Black be wanting to change the rooms. Yeah. I want to make a large owlery. Or whatever it's called. A place to breed a bunch of better owls. We're not using most of the rooms anyways, so might as well take them out and put that in, instead. Kreacher scoffs. Wixen fixers can expand one room for that. Is no need to use more than one room. Oh? Alright. Can you take a letter for me and wait for a reply? Kreacher is not an owl, but Kreacher can. Thanks. Any recommendations on which fixer I should use? Kreacher only knows the Datsons be fixers for generations. Okay, then the Datsons. I'll call you once I get the letter written. Creature be waiting, Master Air Black. Ron, predictably, is furious that Harry isn't joining him as an auror, but for once Harry stands up for himself and tells him that he's been saving the wizarding world his entire life and now he's done with it. They can talk again when Ron gets over himself. Hermione, predictably, doesn't take sides, but given that she also enthusiastically helps him find more books on breeding techniques and spells for magical animals, Harry can forgive that. It has taken a few months, but hiring Miss Datson for the Ollery breeding room has proved to be a good investment. Not only had she turned one of the bedrooms into a massive room, renovated to meet his needs, she'd also been able to expand the insides of the large cages for the mated pairs, allowing them plenty of room to fly and tend their nests. She'd also helped him find and purchase the contract of a house elf with the skills to tend to the birds' needs. Creature's a bit miffed at him for that, but Harry's aware that the elf had not been looking forward to the extra work. Just keeping the house in reasonable condition is a massive undertaking for the elderly house elf. Finding mated owl pairs had been trickier, but with Hagrid's help, he'd been able to find several suppliers for that. The last of the owls had been delivered via Creature Express yesterday. The owls hadn't appreciated it, but they've settled down now. Today, the 2 pairs of ravens he'd ordered to recreate the initial experiments on the owls with a bird breed Hermione will prefer, are arriving. That's a surprise for her, but he figures he can make a lot of money off of providing a reliable line of DLVRY ravens. He actually plans to work with existing breeders to perpetuate the lines and patenting the work he puts into them. Harry learned a lot about magical patents from the black papers and has brushed up on the more modern versions of the laws. The amount of money he stands to make if he's successful with even one breeding line is astounding. With multiple, well, there's a reason that he's decided to use as many types of owls as he reasonably can fit in the room. Including a couple Japanese breeds, African owls, Indian owls, North and South American owls, several other species and that one fancy species of Chinese pigeon called an owl. Well, a reason other than making the magical world just a bit safer from muggles discovering them. It takes most of a year before Ron realizes that giving Harry the silent treatment is bothering him a lot more than it's bothering Harry, since it doesn't stop anyone else from talking to Harry and most of them are supportive of him finding something he wants to do. Mrs. Weasley thinks he should get a ministry job, but she thinks that all her kids should get a ministry job. Only Percy fell in with that plan. Well, and maybe Ron, if you squint. She thinks Ron should have a safer job than Auror. Ginny, thankfully, drops her uncomfortable hero worship of Harry in favor of playing for the Holy Head Harpies. Also, thankfully, she keeps her opinions of owl breeding as a career to herself even though she clearly thinks he's lost it. The twins, Charlie, Bill and Fleur all support him and promise to buy owls from him in the future. Mr. Weasley isn't too interested, but he is supportive. Percy is Percy and is basically disinterested in the extreme. But anyways. Ron apologizes for a given value of admitting that Harry is serious about this owl breeding business, but heavily implying that he's a nutter for it. Harry refrains from rolling his eyes and telling him it's about time he grow up and admits that his goals in life aren't synonymous with sanity. Maybe Harry's a nutter for wanting to breed teleporting, invisible owls, but it's still saner than deliberately hunting down trouble and getting in fights for a job. You'd think, as much as he loves money and fame, Ron would want to join him in improving owls and making money off the patented spell work. But no, Ron refuses to admit that Harry just might succeed. Tosser. To sweeten Ron's still sour mood, he gifts him with a normal owl he bought from a pet shop instead. Not one of his improved ones. He doesn't deserve that. Harry's tired of Ron's jealousy, quite honestly. Not to mention, the first generation are still small owlets. The improvements are remarkably easy to do with the black notes on the original improvements. Notes that stated outright that further improvements would be doable once a few generations had passed, to stabilize the improvements settling into the genetics. Not to mention the complete cheat that the template spell they outline for embedding different spells is. He's pretty sure the improvements aren't exactly what he'd intended to do, though. What he'd been intending to do was make disillusionment and a wormhole-like version of apparition into abilities they can automatically use at will. A diagnostic spell designed by the original experimenters has indicated that most of the owlets only got one ability. He's not sure which of them got which spell. Only a few of the breeds got both abilities. Hopefully, both work as intended. Harry pays Hermione to collaborate with a spell maker to design the wormhole-like apparition. For humans, it works only when one gets up to running speed, which makes it hard to concentrate on doing the actual spell, but it is conveniently a much smoother form of transportation. It doesn't make the user feel like they're pureed and squeezed through a twisty straw or leave the user nauseous and unsteady. The spell maker and Hermione are upset because they can't get it to work while standing still or walking. But Harry? Harry loves it. He uses it when flying on his broom when he wants to visit Hermione or the Weasleys or his other friends. In theory, the bird should be able to use it at normal flying speed. If it works as intended, it should cut hours to days off of long trips. In practice, he's going to have to wait and see. The spells do not work as intended. Fred and George found ways to help him test them to be sure. Well, mostly the disillusionment one does. Though a few breeds it only makes them invisible when perfectly still. They're all foreign breeds to Britain, and after going over the black notes, he deduces it's because whoever had done the initial spell work had used a different method than the ones used on the breeds sold in Britain. The apparition-based spell, though, well, a good half of the ones that got it actually got high-speed flying instead, resulting in needing a good week of rest and food between flights to recover energy and heal sprained wings. Some of the others somehow get the more normal type of apparition, leaving the poor things dizzy, disoriented, and disgruntled. Definitely not what he was intending. The latter shouldn't even be possible because the two spells have only about a third of the same arithmancy involved. Again, the culprit seems to be the foreign spell work used to enable owls to find the recipient of the post wherever they are. He undoes the spell work he's placed on the parent owls of the failed owls, consults Hermione on how to bring their foreign magics to equilibrium with the British magics, and tries again. The outright failures go to a magical animal preserved to be taken care of properly. After making sure the unwanted traits won't be passed on, of course. On the bright side, the initial spell work for the ravens works as intended, and Hermione loves her new raven. She names him Knox. The rest of the ravens are shipped off to breeders with the understanding that he'll buy a couple breeding pairs once a few generations have passed. Though, of course, because he doesn't want people picking apart what he did with the spell work, he's keeping the parent birds and will continue to sell the offspring to the breeders. He gifts Mr. and Mrs. Weasley a barn owl that only has the disillusionment spell to replace poor Errol. And gets an enthusiast thanks in the form of hugs and extra treacle tarts. They name her Lumos. This time, the spells work much better. The majority of the owlets get both spells, though still some only get one or the other. He's not sure why that is, quite honestly. Maybe he's not casting the spells quite right? He plans on breeding a few generations and then adding the spells that they didn't get. Hopefully they all demonstrate the right variants of the spells they did get this time around. As for the ones that got both, he ships off the ones from the first batch to the collaborating breeders to begin building a population for future sales. Well, minus a tawny owl he names Helix, mostly because it rhymes with Felix, which is a name that makes him laugh, and keeps for his own use. A pair of Eurasian eagle owls the twins buy for their business, a short-eared owl Charlie buys, and a long-eared owl Bill and Fleur trade for by doing the remaining curse-breaking needed at Grimmauld Place. Granted, he charged all of them half price, but they don't have to know that. If they find out and protest, he'll claim free advertising and family discount. Because they are family. Harry knows that initially, the birds will cost twice or thrice of what normal post birds cost, but he hopes that eventually enough people will see the benefits that they'll become the new norm and the price will drop back into the reasonable range. He expects that it'll be the improved message speed and reduced chance of mail interception that will be the selling point rather than the improved compliance with the statute of secrecy, but that's to be expected given the general Wixon lack of common sense. It will be a while before he starts seeing profit on a larger scale, but quite honestly, he's more than pleased with how successful his impromptu career decision is turning out. Maybe in the future he can try giving owls more offensive options against predators and attempts at interception. Harry opens the cage that contains the juvenile ravens and calls out, "Purple, come here." There's 10 of them, 3 from one set of parents and 7 from the other set, all tagged with individual colors that serve as temporary names. By his own observations and the twins' feedback, Purple is the friendliest and most curious of them and actually one of the fastest flyers as well. All things that should suit Hermione well. Purple flutters out of the cage and Harry closes the door behind him before removing the magically attached color tag. "Hey, buddy. It's a big day for you. You're going to be a gift for one of my best friends, no, my best friend, and she's going to give you a new name. I need you to get in this cage for transportation, okay?" The young raven beaks one of his fingers affectionately, then hops into the cage without protest. Harry carefully latches the door. The cage is bigger on the inside, so Purple should be comfortable using it. He carries it out of the house and operates from his front step into an alley near Hermione's flat and walks up to her door jauntily and bangs on her door. Hermione opens the door and looks at him in surprise. "Harry? What are you doing here?" "Well, you know I'm breeding post birds, right?" "Yes. Did you have another idea for a spell you want to include?" she asks. "Not exactly." He holds up the cage. I brought you a birthday present. Happy birthday. Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have. She looks delighted. But didn't Ron say birds other than owls don't have the proper breeding for it? He did, but I figured out how to recreate the original spell work done on the owls, he brags in an easy tone. She gives him a narrow-eyed glance, obviously not buying it. Okay, fair. Innovation is not the same as recreation. He shrugs. Well, I found instructions on how to do it. Before you ask, no, I can't show you. They're cursed for anyone other than the blacks to look at. Hermione nods in acceptance. At least half of the Black Library has similar curses. Much to her dismay. After being forced to read around 10 of them out loud to her, he'd refuse to read more unless they were directly relevant to ongoing research of hers. Do you want to come in? What's his name? Sure. His name is up to you. He knows you're going to rename him. He's smart though, so not something like Crookshanks. Crookshanks is smart. He is, and I know you didn't name him, but you have to admit, it's not the most flattering name, he points out, following her inside. Okay, that's fair. Do you think Crookshanks will try to eat him? Probably not. He's never had an issue with any of the owls. I hope they get along, she worries, leading him inside and setting the cage on the small table and opening it. Purple sticks his head out and then hops out onto the table, studying her beadily. Then he spots Crookshanks coming over to investigate and flutters down on the floor next to the cat. The two stare at each other, then Crookshanks sniffs at him and Purple hops closer and runs a bit of Crookshanks' fur through his beak like he's grooming him. Crookshanks, rather than objecting or being intimidated by a bird the same size as him, bellies down to Breadloaf. The juvenile raven hops around him a bit, then apparently decides to join him, nestling into the carpet beside him but looking around the room curiously. I think they like each other, Harry observes. That's a relief. Thank you so much, Harry. You're welcome. I knew you aren't comfortable getting an owl and you need a post bird. Plus, you're my best friend. I couldn't just do nothing. I thought Ron was your best friend, she says half-jokingly. Harry scowls. Nope, definitely you. He's not even talking to Ron right now and hasn't for months. Even if Ron gets his head out of his butt enough to apologize, he's never going to be Harry's best friend again. Friend, sure, but best friend? No. Just no. She flushes a little, but doesn't argue. I think I'll name him Knox. Like the spell? He gives her a querying look. Because of his dark color. It reminds me of night, she explains. Ah. Not bad, he agrees. It's better than Crookshanks' name, at least, and he can't judge, given what he'd been calling the bird. And Hermione is happy with his gift, so he's satisfied. You probably noticed, but he's a raven. The cage is expanded inside, so he'll be fine in there when he wants to sleep. She peers in the door of the cage and then reaches in curiously until her entire arm is inside and she still can't reach the other side. You can enlarge the cage to make it easier to reach. In and clean. Doing so won't affect the inner dimensions, he explains. Ah. She removes her arm. I'll have to lay down a liner so it's easier to clean. He smirks at her. Or use Scurify. You can do it with the cage normal size, but it's easier with your arm movement not restricted. You can't do it from outside unless you stick the final movement of the wand directly inside the door. Hermione face palms. Or that. Honestly, some days I forget I'm a witch. And you working for the ministry and all, he mocks, because it is funny and also because he can relate. He still sometimes goes to clean the dishes by hand after a meal before Creature inevitably takes over and scolds him for not acting the proper heir. I know. Hermione MMMS in embarrassment. She glances at the clock. Oh. I need to flew to the Weasleys in 10 minutes. Do you want to go with me? Planned on it, he agrees. Mrs. Weasley wouldn't forgive me if I missed your birthday party. She wrinkles her nose cutely. I suppose that's true. Should I not tell Ron what you got me? You only gave him 5 nuts for his birthday. Oh, no. Feel free to make him suffer. He's lucky I got him that much, given the way he's acting. Let him see what he's missing out on, he denies. Harry. That's terrible, she scolds, but amusement dances in her eyes. Ask me if I care, he replies flatly and Hermione thankfully drops it. He hadn't, in fact, even attended Ron's birthday party, just said hi to Fred and George through the flue and then tossed his present through. He has no doubt the twins ribbed Ron over the gift for quite a while before Mrs. Weasley got them to stop. Which honestly was the only reason he sent it, because even Mrs. Weasley had told him she didn't expect him to get a gift for Ron with the way he's acting. She's glad Harry isn't becoming an auror, even if she'd prefer him to work in the ministry rather than breeding owls. What's he doing here? Ron asks immediately. Honestly, Ron. Hermione says in exasperation. Ronald Bilious Weasley, Molly says ominously. Just because you're miffed at Harry doesn't mean the rest of us are, and you do well to remember that. Ron opens his mouth to protest, sees the twins' avidly amused looks and wisely shuts it again. Yes, Mum. Maybe he can learn. Or maybe the twins' teasing had been worse than Harry assumed. Whatever the reason, Harry is pleased with the lack of whinging. After the meal is done and the food cleared from the table, Hermione opens gifts and Mr. Weasley wonders, "Did we misplace Harry's present for you?" Hermione beams. "Oh, no. Harry actually got me a raven. Isn't that sweet of him? I named him Knox." Ron frowns. "It'll just be unreliable, Hermione. You should know that by now." "Not at all. Harry managed to recreate the initial spell work that was bred into the owls we have now, with ravens, just so he could give me a raven," Hermione contradicts. Ron scowls, then explodes, "The F dash, Harry? You only gave me 5 nuts." "Ronald." Molly scolds. Fred and George laugh. "Is little Ickle Ronikins jealous? Given the way you're treating him, Ronikins, you should be glad you got anything." Harry ostentatiously sticks his little finger in his ear and wiggles it around before taking it out. "Did any of you hear anything? I could have sworn I heard the voice of someone who isn't talking to me." Ron huffs and hunches down sulkily. "Still not talking to you, Plonker." Fred and George look at each other in glee. "Did you hear anything, Forge?" "Not a word, Gred. Must be an echo dash. Brought in on the wind." Harry grins at the twins. He really appreciates Fred and George. "Must be." Mr. Weasley clears his throat. "Well done, Harry. Hermione, is Crookshanks okay with having a bird around?" Hermione grins. "Considering they were napping together when we left, I'd say so." "Oh, that's wonderful," Mrs. Weasley says. "Now you won't have to wait for someone to write to send them letters, Hermione dear." "Yes, I'm quite looking forward to that," Hermione admits. "I'll be able to mail order books now." That she will. Knox will probably end up carrying more books than letters, to be quite honest. Harry hums to himself and operates to just outside the Weasleys' wards. He's coming over this evening because it's Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's anniversary and Fred and George are treating them to an anniversary dinner that they made so Mrs. Weasley didn't need to cook for once. Apparently, their anniversary and Molly's birthday are the only time the kids are allowed to cook in the Burrows' kitchen. His specific choice of gift, however, is because poor Errol died in his sleep a few months ago and the Weasleys haven't been able to afford a new one. He has an illusion over the cage because he wants them to be surprised at the last minute when he removes the illusion. Right now, it looks like a wrapped package. Fred and George are surprisingly good cooks, if not quite as good as Mrs. Weasley, so the meal is quite tasty. When the meal is cleared away, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley take turns unwrapping the small gifts from their children. Percy got them a set of inks, parchment rolls and fancy fountain pens. Ron got his mom a cookbook and his dad a book of jokes. Ginny made them both knitted scarves. Fred and George refrained from giving them joke products and gave their mom color-changing oven mitts and their dad a stuffed giraffe. Charlie sent them both a pair of dragonhide gloves, for some reason. Bill sent them 50 galleons. Hermione gave Mrs. Weasley a Muggle cookbook about different kinds of cakes and Mr. Weasley a science book on aeroplanes. Harry, because he'd asked to have his present go last, cancels the illusion, making Mrs. Weasley gasp as she realizes what she's looking at. The barn owl is all white with little flecks of russet. "Thank you, Harry. This is a very generous gift," Mr. Weasley says happily, and then Harry is engulfed in a rib-cracking hug from Mrs. Weasley. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Molly babbles. "He's a wonderful gift. Thank you so much. Methinks Ickle Harrikins has outdone us all dash. And is now the favorite child. When he can breathe again," Harry explains. "As you know, I've been attempting to breed owls that can use disillusionment and apparate while flying. I've had mixed success. She can't apparate, but she does use disillusionment while flying, which will keep muggles and predators from spotting her and reduce chances of her being intercepted while carrying mail." "Oh, Harry, that's wonderful." Mrs. Weasley enthuses. "I'm glad you're seeing such great results from your hobby so soon." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." "Oh, call me Molly. I made up a batch of treacle tarts last night, you must take them home with you," she decides. Harry blinks. "All of them?" "Yes, of course. It's the least I can do in exchange for such an amazing gift." "Oh. Well, thank you then." It's not like he's going to turn them down. Ron looks constipated. Fred lays a consoling hand on Ron's shoulder. "Don't worry, Ronikins dash. We brought extra boxes of chocolates." Harry wonders exactly how many boxes they brought, because they'd gone through 3 at dinner. The correct answer is 8. They weren't even prank candies. There's still some left. You can have as many as you like. Within reason, Mr. Weasley cautions, sending the twins scolding looks. They look notably unintimidated and simply grin at their father. Can I get one of those owls? Ginny wonders. If you can save up 30 galleons, sure, Harry says promptly. She grimaces. Never mind. I'll buy a regular owl. Understandable, Harry tells her. He'd give her an owl for her birthday, but he doesn't want to resurrect her crush on him. We'll be buying pearl and ochre from you, Fred informs him. Harry nods. He'd pretty much expected that, he'd just been waiting for them to decide which of the 5 eagle owls they wanted to purchase. Pearl and ochre are both males, so he hopes they rename them. Also, because he plans on reusing those names. Oh, you named them? What's this one's name? Mr. Weasley asked. That's for you to decide. She knows the name I was using is temporary, just for record keeping, really, Harry corrects. Those are just the colors I had them tagged with. How about Lumos? Mrs. Weasley suggests after a moment. Mr. Weasley nods. That suits her coloring, I think. She's really beautiful, Harry. That's why I picked her for you, he admits, though it isn't the only reason. Her siblings got either high-speed flying or the normal apparate, making them unsuitable. She's an American barn owl. Thank you for telling us. We can use some of Bill's galleons to pick up a care kit for her, since I doubt Errol's is appropriate, Mr. Weasley says. Harry smiles at him. Of course. I'm glad you like her. Of course we do, Harry, Mrs. Weasley reassures him. She's quite the thoughtful gift. Are you working with screech owls? Percy inquires, seemingly curious for the first time about what Harry is accomplishing. Not at the moment, he admits. Percy just nods. Perhaps in the future, then. Yeah, they're on my list of future breeds to try, Harry agrees. He's more concerned about global coverage than specific breeds, but the more breeds the better. Harry. Of all the owls you've sent my way, I think I like Tangerine the best. He likes to mother me for some reason and, funny as it sounds, he reminds me a bit of Mum, but without the whole bit about dragon keeping being too dangerous a career. Let me know how much you want for him and I'll send you the galleons. Regards, Charlie W. Charlie. Here you go. The price is 30 galleons. Please rename Tangerine, as I plan to reuse the name with future egg batches. That doesn't sound funny at all. It sounds right on the nose. Tangerine obviously likes you a lot better than he likes the twins or me. Hedwig used to do that with me. Turquoise, who I've decided to keep and rename Helix, also acts that way towards me. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Dear Harry. Bonjour. Bill and Fleur here. We've decided we'd like to purchase Jet from you, as he's the best with long distances and not being exhausted by them. Don't worry, we'll rename him so you can reuse the name. That being said, could we interest you in some curse-breaking services in exchange for the price? We'll be visiting in a week and staying for a week and a half. That should be enough to clear out the worst of the curses lingering in Grimmauld Place, don't you think? Love, Bill and Fleur. P.S. We really appreciate the offer, Mon Ami. It makes communication much easier. We are also willing to help distance test future owls. Dear Bill and Fleur. That sounds like a great idea. I've been doing it myself, with a little help from Hermione, but there's more than a few items that we simply aren't prepared to deal with. Not too many in the house itself, though there are a few, but a bunch we've moved to the main black vault so they're safely away from curious hands. I don't actually know how much cursebreakers make per day, so if it goes past the cost of 30 galleons, I'll definitely pay the extra. Love, Harry. P.S. Thanks, Fleur. I'll hold you to the distance testing. It helps a lot. Dear Harry. Bonjour. Don't worry about any extra cost, your family. Let's start with the house, though, HM? You deserve a safe place to live. After that, we can go through the vault and tackle the truly dangerous artifacts. What he said? Harry, you cannot tell anyone before we tell Molly and Arthur, but we wanted you to be the first to know on the English side. We are PRGNNT. It is very exciting. Before you ask, I will be fine if I stick to dealing with the less dangerous curses. Bill will take care of those that are more dangerous. Love, Bill and Fleur. Dear Bill and Fleur. If you say so, then I won't worry about it. Congratulations. I'm chuffed to hear it. Are you hoping for a boy or a girl? Love, Harry. Dear Harry. Bonjour. I want a little girl that looks just like Fleur. Fleur says she doesn't mind either, as long as they're healthy, which I agree with. Exactly that. Love, Bill and Fleur. Dear Bill and Fleur. You're absolutely right. Being healthy is the most important thing. I hope you get a little girl, though, Bill. I'll see you in a few days, then. Love, Harry. Chapter text. Mr. Shiroku? I would like to introduce myself. I am Harry Potter, Heir Potter and Heir Black, of Islington, London, England. My friend Rubius Hagrid recommended you as a good place to start with contacts with foreign owl breeders. If you have recommendations of other owl breeders, particularly in different countries, I would be grateful. You may be confused as to why an Englishman is contacting you out of the blue. Let me explain. As the technology of Muggles becomes more advanced, the possibility of being noticed in ways that cannot be safely obliterated becomes more likely, particularly as cameras are gaining remote capabilities. I've only heard about this, but I'm sure it will become more widely available in the near future. As such, I've determined to make an effort to make our world a little bit safer by making sure owls won't be noticed. Flying in the daytime. I intend to breed owls that can apparate and use disillusionment while flying. However, I want to extend this protection to more than England. To do so, I require breeding pairs of owls from different countries, that I can do the proper spell work on, then sell the successful offspring back to the breeders, so that they may be spread to a much wider populace than merely Britain. I wonder if you would be willing to help me with this endeavor. I am, of course, quite willing to pay for healthy breeding pairs of at least 2 Japanese types of owls, as well as all shipping costs and advice on proper care. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Air Potterblack. Potter-san. I recall Hagrid-san quite fondly. I am honored that he remembers me. I recommend that you contact the Ministry of Magic in relevant countries for a list of reputable breeders. Your idea is quite interesting. Though I know very little of Maguru technology and do not truly wish to know more, at the very least disillusionment would allow owls to be safe from predators such as other birds that prey on owls in the daytime, and apparition, while improbable for birds to accomplish, would drastically shorten flight times, which should delight customers. Very well. I will help you with your project. I'm afraid breeding pairs cost a bit more than those sold to shops. I will send you 2 breeding pairs of both Ural owls and the Northern Boobook for a total of 200 galleons. Understand that I am charging you less than they are worth. In addition to this, there will be a fee of 170 galleons and 16 sickles and 4 nuts for transportation and border crossing fees. Said transit will take approximately a month and a half. Or, if you prefer a bit faster transit, a fee of 400 galleons and 6 sickles and 2 nuts will reduce the time needed to approximately 2 weeks. I assure you that it is the border crossing fees that make up the bulk of transit costs, so be prepared to pay like amounts for any country some distance from your own. In reply, Daisuke Shiroku, owner of Kawaii Fukuro, breeders of fine owls since 1756 AD. Mr. Shiroku? Thank you very much. I admit, I am unfamiliar with the prices of breeding owls. If you could appraise me of the proper pricing, I would be grateful. Also, of what the improved owls would be worth. Please apprise me of the proper pricing, if you would be so kind. Rest assured, I'd like to provide the same discount as you are providing me, but I also would like to not be taken advantage of if other breeders are not as kind as you. I would prefer the quick transit option. I have included an extra 10 galleons for any care tips you can provide. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Potter-san. I have enclosed complete care instructions with this letter, as I didn't wish to risk it getting lost by sending it with the owls. In general, breeding owls cost 10 to 30 galleons more than owls sold in pet shops. Owls in pet shops range from 15 to 325 galleons, though there may be some variances between nations. Included is a price scale by species for Japan. I suggest you inquire of the Ministry of Magic for their usual owl pricing and transportation costs before contacting any breeders. It is wise to realize that some breeders will attempt to cheat you simply for the sin of being a foreigner. For disillusionment alone, you could charge breeders an extra 30 galleons, because stores will charge approximately 20 galleons more per bird and approximately 2/3 of that is passed to the breeder. For both, or for simply apparate on its own, if you can get it to work, you could charge an extra 50 galleons, not on top of the disillusionment price, as pet shops would charge approximately 40 extra galleons per bird. Since your intent is to spread safety rather than to make a large profit, I agree that providing a discount to those who choose to work with you would go a long way towards building goodwill. I, myself, will happily accept any discount you wish to make in return. I would advise testing the bird's capabilities and recording them before attempting to sell them back to breeders, so the breeders will have proof of what abilities they are purchasing. Also, failures that cannot be sold to breeders or pet shops, you may be able to find homes for in nature preserves for magical animals. Unfortunately, it is more than likely that you will experience many such failures, so I would advise making an agreement with a preserve ahead of time so that the birds may have safe homes. You will not be able to make money on such an arrangement and indeed, may have to donate funds to contribute towards their care, but such is the flaw of trying to breed additional magics into a species. In reply, Daisuke Shiroku. Mr. Jia. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Harry Potter of England. Yes, that Harry Potter. I am writing you because your ministry recommended you as a prominent owl breeder. I am looking to acquire breeding pairs of owls native to China. You may wish to know why I am doing this. It is my intent to make owls capable of using disillusionment and apparate to keep our society safer from muggles taking notice of owls flying in the daytime. I wish to work with local breeders to spread these improvements around the globe. Please let me know if you are willing to work with me in this endeavor. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Air Potterblack. Mr. Potter, that sounds like a very interesting endeavor. Yes, I am willing to work with you. I recommend the Sichuan wood owl and the Chinese owl. While the Chinese owl is not, in fact, an owl, instead being a type of rock pigeon, it is the most popular postal bird in China. It is not very bright, but it is reliable and cheap. They also tend to not live as long as owls, so they must be purchased more often. A very good thing for a breeder. I have available 1 breeding pair of Sichuan wood owls and 3 Chinese owl breeding pairs in different colors, so as to reach a wider variety of customers. I am offering them at the going cost of breeding pairs, so 25 per each with the Chinese owls and 35 per each with the Sichuan wood owls, at a total of 220 galleons, plus the export cost of 234 galleons and 20 nuts. Transit time should be approximately 3.5 weeks. I am interested in the following: successful iterations of disillusionment, successful iterations of apparate, and successful culmination of both spells within the breeds. I am willing to pay an extra 15 galleons for Chinese owls with disillusionment, 25 for apparate and 40 for both. I am willing to pay an extra 20 galleons for Sichuan wood owls with disillusionment, 35 for apparate and 55 for both. I am not willing to pay for faulty variations, so be prepared to show me records that prove their abilities. If you show me faked records, I will blacklist you in China. Best wishes, Jia Wen. Mr. Jia, thank you for being willing to work with me. Those sound like fair prices. I have included an extra 10 galleons for any care tips you have for them. Rest assured, I intend to have thorough and legitimate records available. I have already made arrangements with a nature preserve to care for any flawed birds that cannot be safely sold. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, the care instructions are included free of charge. In return for the 10 galleons, I have detailed what I know of the enchantments placed on the birds, as I assume it differs from that of British birds. Though, obviously, I only know the results, not the actual enchantments. Best of luck, Jia Wen. Mr. Rama, my name is Harry Potter of England. I am writing you because your ministry recommended you as a preeminent owl breeder. It is my intent to make owls around the world safer from muggles by way of giving owls the ability to use disillusionment and apparate. Please let me know if you are interested in working with me on this project. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Air Potterblack. Mr. Potter, F off you illegitimate son of a camel. I don't talk to scammers, so don't contact me again. Sincerely irritated, Shakti Rama. Mrs. Tiwari, first, let me say that I am not a scammer. I'm sure your ministry would be willing to verify my identity if you ask. My name is Harry Potter of England. You may have heard of me? Killed Voldemort as a baby? Killed him and a bunch of his Horcruxes again in 7th year? Anyways, the reason I am writing you is because your ministry recommended you to me as a prominent breeder of owls. I am looking to acquire breeding pairs of local breeds of owls from around the world for a project of mine. What project? You may ask. Well, I intend to breed owls that can use disillusionment and apparate. The reason for this is that Muggle technology, their cameras in particular, are becoming more advanced by the day, and I believe it is only a matter of time before we are found out despite the statute of secrecy. However, I believe it would be a terribly stupid thing to get found out via owls flying in the daytime being spotted. Thus, the spells would be to protect the owls from detection. As I wish to extend this protection around the world, I wish to work with local breeders, so Wixen around the world may take advantage of it. Viable records will be provided for any successful birds that I would sell back to you. I have an arrangement with a nature preserve to take in any owls that cannot be safely sold, as I have been assured I will experience many failures. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Air Potterblack. Mr. Potter, I have indeed heard of you. Yes, I verified your identity. What you are attempting has been tried by others with little to no success. What makes you think you can succeed where others have repeatedly failed? I will not approve breeding of owls that will be certain failures. Sincerely, Mrs. Charu Tiwari. Mrs. Tiwari, you're the first to ask. I actually found the original research done to create post owls in Britain and most of Europe, and they left a formula that allows for further modifications. Since it has some nasty family protections on it, I believe it to be the real deal. I respect your protectiveness of your owls. Furthermore, my genius best friend has worked with a spell creator to modify apparate so that it's much smoother and can be done in flight. Unfortunately, it doesn't work very well for humans unless we're running or flying on a broomstick, but it's a great upgrade to the spell in my opinion. I use it all the time. If you want, I'd be willing to teach it to you. Well, send you the instructions for it, at least. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, HM. You do realize that the methods to create post owls quite likely varied widely between areas? How do you plan to accommodate that? Yes, please send me that spell. What are their names, so I can register it with the ministry? What is the spell called? Sincerely, Mrs. Charu Tiwari. Mrs. Tiwari? I do realize that, but I can't know for sure unless I try, since I'm sure that information is either highly protected or lost to time. And, like I said, genius best friend. I'm positive she can help me make any modifications needed. You have no idea how many times her innovation saved my life in the war and even before that. Hermione Granger and Dariana Ambleton. It's called wormhole after a Muggle science phenomenon. It actually creates a tunnel of sorts to fly through from one place to the other. It's slower than apparate, but has a lower magic cost, allowing you to use it repeatedly if needed. Instructions included. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? That's a strong recommendation. Very well, I will sell you a breeding pair of Gunna owls. They are magical owls that prefer to live in sugarcane fields. I will send you strict instructions on their care. They are 312 galleons apiece and export and shipping costs add 167 galleons to the price. The transit should take 3 weeks and 2 days. Gunna owls usually sell in stores for 295 galleons apiece. I'm sure you're aware that breeding pairs are worth more. This is the standard price for them. In total, that comes to 791 galleons. Sincerely, Mrs. Charu Tiwari. Mrs. Tiwari? Thank you very much. Are you willing to buy partial successes, such as only being able to use disillusionment, like other breeders have mentioned? Or do you only want ones that have successful versions of both spells? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? I would be willing to buy birds that have a successful variant of disillusionment, but not birds that only have apparate, as Mugglus seeing birds suddenly disappear seems quite counterproductive. Sincerely, Mrs. Charu Tiwari. Chapter text. Ms. Whitesmith. I am writing to you about acquiring breeding pairs of the American barn owl and the spotted owl for an ambitious breeding project meant to protect our owls from Muggle observation by introducing the ability to use disillusionment and apparate. I am working with breeders from around the world to spread this improvement to native populations. Please let me know if you're willing to work with me on this project. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Harry Potter. Yes, that Harry Potter. No, this is not a joke. You may verify my identity with your ministry. They recommended you to me as a preeminent breeder of birds. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Heir Potterblack. Mr. Potter, it is an honor. It's nice to know you've been able to move on to something more productive than putting Dark Lords out of their misery. I do have both species, but the spotted owls don't have the breeding to be male owls, I'm afraid. They are just nomage animals. I work with nomage preservationists to keep the numbers sustainable, so I can really only sell you one pair. Is that going to be an issue? Sincerely, Cynthia Whitesmith. Ms. Whitesmith, that won't be a problem. I have access to the original spell work done to create post owls in Britain. However, if I can sell you the offspring and have you breed down 5, or better yet 7, generations and then sell me a breeding pair of descendants, I would be grateful. You see, the original spell work is insanely complex and it needs several generations to settle completely before adding more spell work. No, I can't share it. It's under protections from some nasty family spells. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? 7 generations? I can work with that. How many pairs of barn owls do you want? How many species are you planning on breeding? Are you planning on breeding for disillusionment and apparate separately or together? Sincerely, Cynthia Whitesmith. Ms. Whitesmith, I'm very glad to hear that. 2 pairs will be sufficient, if you have that many available. As many breeds as possible. Unfortunately, I do have limited space, so once that space is filled, I'll have to wait on other breeds. I plan on breed for them together, but based on the original breeding records and general probability, it's likely I'll get some that successfully have one or the other. Are you interested in those or only the ones that have both? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, honestly, I'm interested in seeing the records for all of them. Even partial disillusionment could be quite useful and apparate sounds insanely useful if a bird can successfully use it. How are you tackling the nausea issue with apparate, because that sounds like a huge stumbling block. Sincerely, Cynthia Whitesmith. Ms. Whitesmith, that, I can do. As for apparate, my best friend worked with a spell creator to adapt it to a low nausea high speed version, that works well at normal flying speed but cannot be used at all while standing or walking. I generally use it while on my broom because it's so much less awful than normal apparition. I can send you the instructions, if you like, as long as you register the creators as Hermione Granger and Dariana Ambleton. The name of the spell is Wormhole after the science phenomenon. It creates a space-time tunnel between one point and another that you fly through. It's a bit slower than apparate, but can be used repeatedly if needed. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? Yes, please. I need that spell. I hate apparition and flu travel. Port keys too. You have my word that I'll register it under their names. Okay, so, having researched tariffs and shipping, it's 420 galleons for the 6 owls and 140 galleons for shipping and tariffs. Coming to a total of 660 galleons. Transit time should be 4 days, mostly for customs on either end. Since I'm really not supposed to be disappearing the spotted owls into the Wixen world, they're 150 each, whereas the barn owls are 30 each. I'm willing to also buy back any spotted owls that the spell work doesn't work on, to release back into the nomage population. Sincerely, Cynthia Whitesmith. Ms. Whitesmith. Instructions included. I have included an extra 10 galleons in exchange for any care tips you have on both species. It's unlikely that it will fail, but I don't mind selling back all of the offspring. Especially since in the first generation some will have it more effectively than others and the ones that are less successful would be fine to release back into the population. Though they may be smarter than the Muggle birds. There's a diagnostic for it, so I'll be able to tell you which ones should be for Wixen only and which should be for Muggles. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? Seriously, call them nomages. Muggles is so derogatory. Can you teach me the diagnostic? Sincerely, Cynthia Whitesmith. Ms. Whitesmith? Yes, ma'am. No, I don't think so, but I'll send you the individual results thereof. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? Understandable. By the way, I've finally gotten the hang of Wormhole and I love it. Please send my regards to Hermione and Dariana. It's a wonderful spell. Just amazing. Sincerely, Cynthia Whitesmith. Mr. Morris. I am writing you because you were recommended as a reliable bird breeder. I'd like to obtain several breeding pairs of various native British owls as well as 2 pairs of Muggle standard ravens for a project I am working on. I am working with breeders around the world to make our owls safer from Muggle observation, thus protecting the statute of secrecy to a greater degree than it already is. What project? You may ask. I intend to breed owls that can use both disillusionment and apparate. Please let me know if you are willing to work with me on this project or not. If not, would you still be willing to sell me the birds? Sincerely, Harry Potter, Air Potterblack. Air Potterblack. I have included a list of native British owls and their pricing for breeding pairs. Please let me know which you wish to buy and how many. If I cannot supply all the pairs you need, I can put you in contact with other reliable breeders. While I am dubious that you can accomplish what you are aiming for in this project of yours, I confess myself to be intrigued. If you can accomplish successfully adding either spell, I would be willing to work with you to create a breeding population to distribute to the market, since they definitely could be sold for more. I would, of course, be interested in those birds that you manage to successfully breed for both, but accomplishing it seems entirely unlikely. As for the ravens, I do have a couple breeding pairs, because frankly if I didn't take them in, they would have continued to be a nuisance on my property. I ask 50 galleons per pair. If you don't mind answering, what do you intend to do with them? Respectfully, Lester Morris. Mr. Morris, thank you for accommodating my request. I am interested in 2 breeding pairs apiece of tawny owls, short-eared owls, long-eared owls and Eurasian eagle owls. I have enclosed 100 galleons for the ravens and an additional 10 in exchange for any care tips you have for them. I understand your doubt about the success of breeding new spells into owl lines and your curiosity about the ravens. In this case, the answer to both is that I have become acquainted with the breeding information originally utilized to make owls reliable post birds. I believe that using that information I can both work out how to add new spells and recreate the original efforts with ravens to broaden the variety of reliable post birds for those who would prefer other birds to owls. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Air Potterblack. I have enough to sell you 2 breeding pairs apiece of tawny, short-eared and long-eared owls. Unfortunately, I only have 1 pair of Eurasian eagle owls. I recommend you Cuthbert Jackson for the additional pair. I'm sure he would be equally willing to work with you on your project. Where did you come upon such research if you don't mind my asking? I have enclosed care instructions for the ravens and the owls. Respectfully, Lester Morris. Mr. Morris, thank you for the recommendation and care instructions. I have enclosed the required galleons for the owls. I don't mind. I came across it in the Black family archives. I assume they've never been stolen because the information is cursed to any knot of the Black line. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Jackson. I am writing to you because you were recommended to me as a reliable breeder by Mr. Lester Morris. I am interested in buying a breeding pair of Eurasian eagle owls. Please let me know the price involved. Also, I would like to inquire if you are interested in working with me on the project I am purchasing the owls for, which is to breed the ability to use disillusionment and apparate into their lines. Please let me know if you are interested or not. I have access to the original research that went into creating post owls as we know them, so I have confidence that I will be able to overcome this challenge and succeed in this endeavor. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Heir Potterblack. Dear Potter. It's Ms. Jackson, actually. My father wanted a boy. A breeding pair costs 640 galleons. I most certainly am interested in your breeding project. It sounds amazing. I assume you'll be doing the spell work on the breeding pairs and then selling back the successful offspring? What do you intend to do with any failures? I'd be interested in helping to create a breeding population with birds that can use either spell, but even more interested if you manage to get both spells working. Yours, C. Jackson. Ms. Jackson. Thank you for being willing to work with me. I apologize for the oversight regarding your title. I have enclosed the necessary galleons as well as an extra 10 for any care tips you may have. You are correct about the spell work and selling back the offspring. I do not have the necessary space to continue breeding several generations of offspring. I have made an arrangement with Siddhartha's Nature Preserve for magical animals to take care of any failures that are not safe to sell. They were quite happy to agree after I made a generous donation. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Dear Potter. Care instructions and breeding tips included. Understandable. Nice, nice. I'm glad you have a plan for taking care of the mistakes. Owls are quite smart and it wouldn't be their fault that they are failures. Siddhartha's does good work. Yours, C. Jackson. Ron blocks his path. I'm tired of not talking to you. Harry eyes him warily. I shouldn't have been mad at you so long. I can tell you really are happier doing a weird thing like owl breeding, even if you could have been head auror in no time at all with your skills. His tone is distinctly not apologetic, but Harry guesses he's trying for a given value of having the emotional range of a teaspoon and no social graces. Unfortunately, he makes Harry seem civilized just by being Ron. Is that all? Harry asks. Yes. Ron looks confused at the notion that there could be more. Sure. Okay. We can talk again. Nice talk. Bye. Oi. Don't be like that. I apologized. Is that what it was? I'm busy, Ron. We can talk later. Ron frowns. Okay, fine. We can talk about your owls or something. Sure, Ron. Bye. Bye. Harry takes the flute to Grimmauld Place then rolls his eyes hard. Hopefully Ron's not as lazy an auror as he is at literally everything else. At least he has the reflexes for it. Creature. Pop, yes, Master Heir Black? I'm going by Diagon Alley to pick up an owl for Ron. Master Heir Black has plenty of owls, he doesn't need to spend money on the Nasty Blood Trader. Nasty Blood Trader doesn't deserve any owls. You're absolutely right, Creature, but if I don't give him one after he gave the world's worst apology and I gave Hermione a raven for her birthday, he's going to sulk and he doesn't deserve one of my owls. His birthday is next week, so he's probably angling for an owl with the timing. I'll just go buy him the cheapest owl in the store. It'll be worth the lack of sulking every time I go over to the Weasleys. Very well. Whatever Master Heir Black thinks be best, Creature says blankly. Then his ears wiggle as something occurs to him. Master Heir Black should claim his lordships today, he should. Been waiting too long for the new Lord Black, Creature has. Harry pauses, staring at the house elf, who meets his gaze sternly. After a long few moments, he groans in defeat. Fine, I'll stop by Gringotts and do that first. I'm not telling Ron and Hermione, though. I'll never hear the end of it. Creature can be calling Lord Black, Master Heir Black, Creature offers slyly. Right. Like he believes that. More like he'll wait for a moment guaranteed to cause Ron the most emotional damage with the information before forgetting. He groans again. Sure, Creature. That'd be great. Can you get my purse for me? Creature snaps his fingers and only Harry's seeker reflexes let him catch his purse before it hits the floor. Thanks, Creature. Master Heir Black be being welcome, Creature says magnanimously. Harry huffs and takes the flute to the leaky cauldron, hurrying through before anyone gets a good look at him. He ignores the wondrous sights of Diagon Alley and walks up the steps of Gringotts. One of the goblin guards gives him a vicious grin, which Harry reflexively returns, getting a small nod of acknowledgement. The goblins still aren't happy with him for breaking into a vault, breaking out again with the Hufflepuff cup and stealing a dragon, particularly after Griphook spun his tale of innocence. It was only after he paid damages that the goblins unfroze his accounts and actually listened about the cup being a Horcrux. That had earned some forgiveness, but never let it be said that goblins can't carry grudges with the best of them. They're still set off over the sword of Gryffindor, and testing had proved it's not actually goblin steel but dwarven steel with ancient runes incorporated. He's pretty sure the myth of the sword being goblin steel had come from a drunk goblin who had it in for Wixen. Which, to be fair, given how long the myth persisted, they probably all had it in for Wixen at the time it originated. Inside, he picks the longest line, just to give himself a little more time before talking to a viciously polite goblin. "What can Gringotts do for Herr Potterblack today?" the teller asks with a glint in his eye. Harry sighs. "I've come to pick up my lordship rings." "Flinthand," the teller calls out. A younger goblin with a tuft of curly, gravity-defying hair, that reminds Harry of himself as a kid scurries up. "Escort Herr Potterblack to Manager Goldtooth." "Follow me, Herr Potterblack," Flinthand requests rather politely and walks off. Harry hurries after him. Did he get a new account manager? Leading him down a confusing series of halls, Flinthand knocks on a door, then opens it and motions Harry inside. He walks inside and Flinthand closes the door after him. The room is impressive, but Harry's too nervous to care. The goblin inside looks at him. "And who might you be?" Harry blinks. "Harry Potter." "Ah, Herr Potterblack. Here to pick up your lordship rings? Have a seat." The goblin gestures, then picks up a pair of glasses and puts them on. "Yes, indeed. Famous scar and all." "Yes, actually." Manager Goldtooth nods, runs a finger down a list and punches in a code or two, then opens a slot and pulls out 2 ring boxes. "Didn't take you for the type to take up the responsibility." "Creature made me," he mumbles. "Indeed? And who might Creature be?" "My house elf," he admits reluctantly. Goldtooth roars with laughter for a minute, one sharp tooth glinting gold, then wipes his eyes and pushes the ring boxes across the desk. "Savior of the Wixen, bullied by a house elf." Harry's shoulders hunch. "He hasn't tried to poison me. Yet. I figured I'd better keep it that way." Manager Goldtooth chuckles. "Good point. Just take off your airship rings and put on your lordship rings. They should have no trouble accepting you." He obeys, taking off his airship rings and laying them on the desk before opening the first box. It contains a gold ring set with a tiger's eye with the Potter crest carved into it. Sliding it on, he gets a brief sense of curious pressure, then acceptance. He opens the other box. Inside is a silver ring set with a square-cut black stone, with the black crest pressed into the silver on either side of the stone. A cold prickle runs over him, making him shudder, then a brief squeeze of protectiveness that settles into a very, very faint hum at the back of his mind. Mind magic's protection, maybe? Another 2 boxes are pushed across the desk. He didn't see where Manager Goldtooth got them. Opening them curiously, he finds them empty. "For your airship rings," Goldtooth explains. "They need to be returned to the vault." "Oh, right." He places the airship rings in the new boxes, then closes all 4 boxes and pushes them back to Goldtooth. "How did you know I was here to claim my lordship rings?" Goldtooth gives him a look of amusement. "Because I'm in charge of dispensing air rings and lordship rings. You don't think we'd entrust that to common account managers, do you?" He presses a button. "You're done here. May gold ever flow to your coffers. Your escort will be here soon." Caught off guard, Harry hesitates. May you always get to laugh at your customers?" Manager Goldtooth snorts, making him think he'd messed it up, but at least he doesn't laugh outright this time. There's a knock on the door and Flinthand is there to lead him back to the front of the bank. As soon as the door closes behind him, he hears a muffled cackle, which tells him that Goldtooth is now laughing his head off. Flinthand gives him a curious look, but doesn't comment. Harry pointedly pretends he's relaxed and not at all embarrassed as hell as he walks out of the bank and makes his way to Ailop's Owl Emporium. Inside, he gradually lets go of the tension and indulges himself by inspecting every owl. Eventually he settles on a little owl, only 10 galleons, probably on account of being 4 years old instead of the usual 8 months. It is, as promised, the cheapest owl in the store. At least it's cute. As long as he doesn't mention the price, Ron should be happy. The store even threw in free owl treats. Ron looks comically disappointed when Harry shows up with what appears to be a wrapped book in hand, but manfully straightens his expression after a few seconds and smiles at him. "Mate, glad you could come." Harry shrugs. "Why wouldn't I?" The redhead winces slightly, because they both know very well why. He just spent the better part of an entire year spitefully not talking to Harry just because he didn't want to be an auror. "Well, Mum's putting dinner on the table right now. You can leave that with the other gifts." "Sure." Harry goes over to the pile of gifts by the couch and carefully sets down the Not-a-Book cloaked in illusion. As usual, Fred and George beat him to coming over and they quickly distract Ron by teasing him about the Chudley Cannons, who somewhat unbelievably actually won their last 2 games. Dinner is lovely as usual. Ron then opens packages that have the usual assortment of birthday gifts. A broom care kit from Charlie, Quidditch gloves from Bill, a Chudley Cannon scarf from Ginny, prank products from the twins, new Chudley Cannons posters from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, a fancy fountain pen and color-changing ink from Percy and a book on innovative Quidditch techniques from Hermione. Harry's pretty certain it's an accident that Ron reaches for his package last, given that Hermione's was next to last and Ron's not a fan of books, but he removes the illusion just before Ron can touch it. "Blimey!" Ron exclaims in startlement, "Then, you gave me one of your owls, mate?" He shakes his head. "No, I'm between batches. I bought one for you." "Blimey," Ron repeats. "Thanks, mate." Is Ron under the impression that the birds he's breeding are worth less than the birds in the stores? Because he seems genuinely impressed that Harry bought him an owl. Just another proof that Ron really doesn't understand what Harry is doing. Oh well, it's not like he expected any different. Harry smiles. "You're welcome. What are you going to name him?" Ginny asks. "Philidor," Ron says promptly. "Is that a chess strategy?" she demands suspiciously. Ron just nods. Harry bites back the urge to snort and Hermione looks like she wants to shake her head in despair of Ron's creativity. Honestly, it could be worse. The twins have no such compunction and break into cackles. That's Ickle Ronikins for you. He loves him some chess and Quidditch. Did you expect something else? Ginny huffs. Not really. Hermione manages to catch Harry alone and whispers, "You got him the cheapest bird in the store, didn't you?" "I plead the fifth." She huffs in amusement. "I don't think that works unless you're a Yank." He grins at her. "That's my story and I'm sticking to it." Hermione good-naturedly jostles him with her elbow, but drops it. Harry is grateful that she understands him so well. "Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. It has come to my attention that you have claimed the Potter Lordship. As such, it behooves you to look over current finances and make decisions on investments. The Potter account has been largely inactive for the last 18 years. Inactive funds make no money. Please attend a meeting tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. at Gringotts with Account Manager Snapjaw. Urgently, Potter Account Manager Snapjaw. Since when is his name Habranthus? Everyone has always called him Harry. Well, everyone but the Dursleys and Snape." With a sigh, he opens the second letter. As with the first letter, both the envelope and the vellum are clearly expensive. "Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. I have been advised that you have taken up the Black Lordship. Please attend a meeting 2 days hence. 2 p.m., Gringotts, with Account Manager Silverclaw to get acquainted with your finances. If you cannot attend, please advise and make a new appointment. The account has been inactive since the death of the previous Lord, nearly 8 years ago. As such, it has suffered. Urgently, Black Account Manager Silverclaw." Sirius died more recently than that, so Silverclaw must be referring to his father or grandfather. At least this letter is a little more polite than the first one. He's not looking forward to either appointment, though. Finances and investments sound like a lot of math and too many decisions. The only investments he's ever made are his birds and Fred and George's shop. Hell, he's been only using the air vaults that get refilled every fiscal year all this time. Hopefully the main vaults aren't a mess, because Harry has no clue where to begin if they are. "Dear Hermione. You won't believe it. I claimed my lordships because Creature got on my case about it. Did I remember to tell you that? Anyways, I have since received letters from the Potter and Black account managers and get this. My name is Habranthus. Also, I'm apparently supposed to be managing finances and investments and I feel like I'm going to lose my bloody mind. I haven't even attended the appointments yet. Please advise. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. No, you didn't tell me that. It's about time. Habranthus? Ah, that's cute. Another name for Habranthus is Rain Lily. It looks like your parents kept your mother's family's tradition of naming kids after flowers and named you after your mom. I imagine it would be a mouthful for a kid, though, so it makes sense they shortened it to Harry. I'm willing to do research on potential investments if you bring me a list. You'll have to track your own finances, though. I have too much going on to have time for that. Love, Hermione. Dear Hermione. My parents named me Rainlily James? Seriously? I am banging my head on my desk. What was wrong with my parents? I bet Snape didn't know that and I'm so glad he didn't, because he probably would have loved it. Or hated me more because of it. Or both. Yes, please, please, please. I would love your help with investments. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know nothing about investments. Love, Harry. Oh Harry. Put like that, it does sound narcissistic. I am laughing. But really, it's cute that they wanted you to have something of both of them. Admittedly, knowing Snape, it probably would have been both, given what you've told me of his friendship with your mother and how much you look like your father with glasses on. You are quite welcome. Though you give yourself too little credit. I know for a fact that you invested in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and your owls are an investment too. I'm sure you'll do fine with investments. Love. Hermione chapter text. How can Gringotts help you today, Lord Potterblack? The teller asks. I have an appointment with account manager Snapjaw at 10. Flinthand. The same goblin who had guided him last time appears. Lord Potterblack has an appointment with Snapjaw. Flinthand nods and says politely, please follow me, Lord Potterblack. Snapjaw's office isn't as impressive as Goldtooth's but it's still fancy. Harry takes a seat. Greetings, Lord Potterblack. Greetings, Manager Snapjaw. The goblin slides a parchment across the desk to him. Here's a summary of your accounts and investments. This is only the Potter accounts, though. I'm sure you'll have an appointment with the Black account manager soon. I do, Harry acknowledges absently. Potter accounts, properties, and investments. Potter Air Vault, refilled annually to 2,000 galleons 1,603 galleons, available to future heir. Potter Family Vault, 1,763,950 galleons, 2,738 sickles, 4,219,652 nuts, miscellaneous jewelry, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous Potter books and journals, miscellaneous items, account books. Potter Investment Vault, 3,459,771 galleons, 978,316 sickles, 2,385,442 nuts, investment account books, investment advice books. Potter Properties. Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow, destroyed. The Wheel, Greater Manchester, in stasis. The Kiln, Tyne and Ware, in stasis. House Elf, Daisy. Investments and patents. Sleekeasy Hair Potion Patent. Upper Intestine Repair Potion Patent. Wicker's Brooms, 25% ownership. Elysis Pottery, 35%. Lathe Apartments, Cattery Alley, London, 58%. Melissa's Bakery, Shope Alley, London, 12%. Honeydukes, Hogsmeade, Scotland, 5%. Newcastle Shoes, Tyne and Ware, 8%, Muggle Business. Tadding's Armory, Tyne and Ware, 50%. Hoover, UK, 1.1%, Muggle Business. House Elves are listed as property. Hermione is going to go spare. He'll have to call Daisy and find out how she's doing. Harry looks over the investments curiously for the third time. Are personal investments part of the Potter investments or do they stay with the original investor? They stay with the original investor and either revert to the Potter investments if they die without children or go to their children. The Lord's personal investments usually are subsumed into Potter investments upon death, but can be passed to younger children via will. He nods. Have you made personal investments? Snapjaw asks. Yeah. I gave my Triwizard Tournament winnings to Fred and George Weasley to help start their business. Pretty sure they said they were giving me a percentage of the business, Harry tells him absently. Interesting. Please write them and ask so I can mark it down under personal investments. Okay. He makes a mental note to write Fred and George today and ask. Why is the investment vault bigger than the family vault? A percentage of investment profits are drained into the family vault, but the majority is kept in the investment vault for further investments. There were quite a few shorter-term investments that were liquidated upon your grandfather's death, as he said your father didn't have a head for business. Your grandparents died only a couple months before your parents of dragonpox. They did? That's terrible. Didn't Hermione once tell him the vaccine potion for dragonpox had been developed a year after Voldemort died the first time? Oh. So do I need to do anything about the investments? Most of them are fine as is, but you need to make decisions about Wicker's Brooms, Elysis Pottery, and Lathe Apartments. Possibly also Tadding's Armory, Snapjaw begins. Wicker's Brooms is, technically, a failing business that is losing money on its products. You only own 25% of it, but that makes you the majority owner, so you have to decide whether to cut your losses and close the business or to give it an infusion of funds with the understanding that they will improve their products with it. Elysis Pottery has applied for a loan to expand their business, but you can choose to loan that money instead of them getting a loan from Gringotts, or even to bargain funds for a greater percentage of the business. Lathe Apartments is dated and could use some renovations. As majority owner, you have to make the decision whether or not to do so. In my opinion, you may want to fund a second and third forge for Tadding's. Tatting reproduced and 2 of his sons and his daughter have taken up the business. So far, they seem to be sharing the forge amiably and doing quite well, but that is not particularly sustainable. Harry considers that. I'm not sure what to do with Wickers. I'd like to hear your recommendations on it. Give Elysis a choice between a loan or a cash infusion for an additional 2% of the business. Give Layth the money it needs for renovations and upgrades and let them know I'll be inspecting them before and after renovations and I won't be happy if they waste the money. As for Tattings, contact them and ask how many forges would be best for their business in their opinion. I don't want to waste funds if they're happy with how it is. Snapjaw scratches out some notes with a quill. Normally I would suggest cutting your losses on Wickers, but I know of several broom makers who interned with successful European broom companies and are looking for jobs. I can also recommend a couple people more than competent to take over the business and marketing. It would require around a 7,000 galleon investment for research and development purposes as well as hiring and firing a number of people. Let's do that, then. Can Gringotts handle the hiring and firing or do I need to do that? Gringotts can do it for a fee. How do you feel about dark creatures? Or creatures in general? Snapjaw asks. As long as they aren't hurting people, I have no problem with them. If they're werewolves, I'd even pay for the wolfsbane potion for them. I assume you mean as employees. Snapjaw raises a brow. That's an unusual stance. Remus Lupin was my favorite teacher and I'm his son's godfather. He only tried to eat me once. And that was because he forgot his wolfsbane potion. The goblin's other brow raises. I see. Then he grins. What about vampires? Harry blinks. Vampires exist? I thought they were a muggle thing. Yes, they exist. They are classed as a dark creature in Britain, so they don't have very many rights. Some of them were working with Voldemort before he set off their leader. There are other countries where they have more rights, but fortunately for them, most of the anti-creature laws that Umbridge pushed through have since been repealed, so some of them remain. Why are they classed as a dark creature? They need blood to survive and they employ blood magics for various things, Snapjaw explains. They have no need to kill people for blood and many of them are strictly against harming humans beyond taking blood now and then. Harry shrugs. Then I'm fine with them. Do they know about Muggle blood banks? Because I think they'd be able to get blood that way if they set it up right. I'll make a note of it. I doubt that they do know. Expect at least a couple of your new employees to have creature blood, Snapjaw warns. Fine by me. Was there anything else? Snapjaw pushes several sheets of vellum covered in small, neat writing over to him. Possible investments. The top sheet is Muggle stocks and bonds of varying maturity dates. The second is Muggle businesses. The third sheet is Wixen businesses in the UK. The fourth sheet are foreign Wixen businesses. The fifth sheet are people looking for investors to start a business. Are these recommendations or just opportunities? Harry asks, taking the papers. Opportunities. Though I did weed out the bad ones. Do I need to decide on these now? No, of course not. Though ones with a closing date in the near future need to be decided on shortly or you will miss your window of opportunity. Good. Hermione said she'd help me research investments before I made them, he explains. Hermione Granger? Yes. My best friend. Snapjaw nods. She's an intelligent Wixen. You could do worse than to get her help. Thanks, Harry says drily, since he wasn't planning on asking the goblin for permission to get Hermione's help. May gold ever flow to your coffers. He's not above copying Goldtooth, if it makes him seem like he knows what he's doing. The goblin manager looks surprised for a split second, then presses a button. May your investments grow faithfully. Flinthand will be along in a minute. Please feel free to make an appointment with me or Owlme at any time. Thanks. I'll let you know what decisions I make about the investments. There's a knock at the door and Flinthand is there to lead him back to the front of the bank. That was more painless than expected. Hopefully the next appointment will be too. Dear Gred and Forge. So, apparently the Potters and Blacks have account managers. Who knew? Anyways, I mentioned that I gave you money to start WWW and you mentioned something about shares? So, the Potter Goblin wants to know what happened with that. Love, Harry. P.S. Apparently Harry is a nickname and my first name is Hebranthus, which is a rain lily, so I got named after my mom. Dear Harrikins. Any generational account or business account has a manager. You own 16% of WWW and all profits from your shares are reinvested in the business, per your orders. So, your parents named you Rain Lily James? Sounds narcissistic. But Rain Lily is cute. We may have to start using it. But Harrikins is cute too, and we're used to it, so we'll save Rain Lily for special occasions. Love, Gred and Forge. Dear Gred and Forge. Oh, I didn't know that. That much? I figured it was like 2%. Please do not use Rain Lily. I'm begging you. I can live with Hybranthus if I must, but Rain Lily is just horrifying. Love, Harry. Dear Harrikins, you made WWW possible. Of course we weren't giving you just a measly 2%. And don't think we missed that steep discount on Ollie and Marcus. But, Hybranthus is so stuffy sounding. Really good for sounding important when doing business, of course, but not cute. Love, Gred and Forge. Dear Gred and Forge. But it's your business, so keep it that way. I'll tell the Potter Goblin 16%, though. Look, I gave you the 50% discount because you're family, not because of the business. You don't owe me anything for that. Can't you just shorten it to Hubra and call it cute? I am willing to get down on my hands and knees and beg in person if it keeps you from using Rain Lily. Love, Harry. Dear Harrikins. Understood. We won't give you more of our business even if you invest more. Which you don't need to, and we'll ask if we want you to. We promise. More like a 95% discount. Eurasian eagle owls are not 20 galleons, Harrikins. We've seen the pricing ourselves. Me thinks you're overreacting, but I suppose. Love, Gred and Forge. Silverclaw's office is more luxurious than Snapjaw's, but not nearly as much as Goldtooth's. Greetings, Lord Potterblack. May your coffers always be full. Harry blinks. No, he can't use what Snapjaw said, that would sound weird. What do goblins like? Golden rebellions, right? Bloody rebellions. Greetings, Manager Silverclaw. May your enemies flee before you. Silverclaw flashes him a sharp-toothed grin and pushes a piece of paper across the desk. Black accounts, properties, and investments. Black Air Vault, refilled annually to 5,000 galleons, 1,213 galleons, available for future air. Black Family Vault, 5,567,992 galleons, 2,909,984 sickles, 15 nuts, miscellaneous jewelry, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous dark artifacts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous books, account books. Black Investment Vault, 900,000 galleons, 45 sickles, 317 nuts, investment account books. Black Properties. 12, Grimald Place, London. Black Villa, Worcestershire, in stasis. House Elf, Creature. Patents and Investments. Initial Postal Owl Enchantments, Co-Patent. Endless Sleep Potion Patent. Harry blinks. There's no investments? Ah, no. Your predecessor, Lord Arcturus Black, didn't believe in long-term investments. He was a great believer in short-term investments and loans. The last one was repaid 4 years ago. He also disliked Muggles and Muggleborns and refused to venture into investing in their businesses. A great opportunity lost, I believe. I have a list here of likely investments, if you'd like to see it. Ah? Yes, I guess. And I have nothing against Muggles and Muggleborns. My best friend is a Muggleborn. I was hoping you would say that. Silverclaw pushes a small stack of paper over to him. The first 2 pages are short-term Wixen investments and people asking for loans. The third is medium-term Wixen investments. The fourth is long-term Wixen investments. The fifth is creatures asking for investments or loans. The sixth is short-term Muggle stocks, bonds, and investments. The seventh is long-term Muggle stocks, bonds, and investments. The eighth is Wixen and creature foreign investments, and the ninth is Muggle foreign investments. I realize that there's only a few of each, except on the first 2 pages, but I wanted to make sure they were the best options if you were interested. Those 2 have more, because that's what your predecessor would have been most interested in. You don't have to decide today, of course. Feel free to do your own research and seek advice from others. But by my judgment, all of these should be solid investments, Silverclaw babbles. Oh, he says, remembering he should mention it, I made an investment into improving owls using the Black Patent Research and Black Air funds, and I bought a house elf named Casso to take care of them. Oh right. And I got a patent for it after I had my first crop of owlets, because some of them succeeded, and I think I know what I did wrong with the others, and Hermione helped me fix that issue. Silverclaw freezes, then snatches back his accounts and investments papers and scribbles on them before handing it back. It now reads: Black accounts, properties, and investments. Black Air Vault, refilled annually to 5,000 galleons, 1,213 galleons, available for future air. Black Family Vault, 5,567,992 galleons, 2,909,984 sickles, 15 nuts, miscellaneous jewelry, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous dark artifacts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous books, account books. Black Investment Vault, 900,000 galleons, 45 sickles, 317 nuts, Investment Account Books. Black Properties. 12, Grimald Place, London. Black Villa, Worcestershire, in stasis. House Elf, Creature. House Elf, Casso, Lord's Personal Owl Assistant. Patents and Investments. Initial Postal Owl Enchantments, Co-Patent. Endless Sleep Potion Patent. Secondary Postal Owl Enchantments Patent, Lord's Personal Investment. Potterblack's Olery, 100% ownership, Lord's Personal Investment. Why are they labeled as my personal elf and investment? Because the money came out of the heir's vault, correct? Harry nods. The heir's vault is the heir's personal funds, to do with whatever they like, Silverclaw explains. He gives him a wary glance. I'm not the heir now. Though. So, what does that mean for my funds? You can continue to use the heir vault funds for the rest of this fiscal year, after which you'll need to either use the family or investment vaults or set up your own personal vault. What you do with the owl investment depends on if you want to keep it a personal investment or add it to the family's patents and investments. Harry frowns for a moment, then shrugs. I used the Black family information to do this and I was thinking of it as something the Black family would make money off of, so I'm good with adding it to the family patents. I'll make a note of that, Silverclaw says, Quill scratching out a memo. Anything else you'd like to surprise me with? No, I don't think so, Harry says with a chuckle, finally checking through the thin stack of paper. The first 2 pages are filled with cramped writing, but as Harry flips through the other pages, he realizes that Silverclaw is right. There are no more than 8 investment opportunities per page, if that, which overall puts them at a lower total than what Snapjaw had pushed at him. Like half. Better yet, the goblin thinks that these are the best investments. Or so he says. It's possible he's lying, but Harry doesn't think so. He nods and takes the papers. I'll discuss these with Hermione and get back to you. Thank you for doing this. May your advice always prove sound. Silverclaw gives him a funny look, which means he messed up again, but at least the goblin doesn't look like he wants to laugh at him. May your investments grow steadily. He pushes the button to call for an escort. If I may suggest a book? Goblin Culture by Nucklut the Stingy is a good read. If you can't find a copy of it, I'll purchase a copy for you. Oh, sure. Thanks. That would help a lot, Harry replies awkwardly. Actually, can you just buy me a copy and take the funds for it out of the Black family vault? Of course. A knock on the door signals Flinthand's reappearance and Harry trails the young goblin out of the bowels of Gringotts to the front of the building. Well, that was easier than he feared. Now he just has to take these to Hermione and wait for her to have time to research and get back to him. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. Please come to an appointment at 11:30 a.m. this Wednesday regarding the Evans account and your personal account. Urgently, General Account Manager Nixnock. Evans account? That must be his mother's. Personal account? Who opened that? He was under the impression those had to be opened in person. Harry sighs. He supposes that he should go. But really, what's up with having 3 different account managers? Once again, Harry follows Flinthand to an office and enters, glancing around. This office is distinctly less opulent than Silverclaw's or Snapjaw's, but still businesslike and quite nice. Greetings, Lord Potterblack. May your enemies bleed gold into your coffers. Greetings, Manager Nixnock. May your coffers always be full. Nixnock nods in approval. Have a seat. Would you like to deal with the Evans account or your personal account first? The Evans one, I guess. Very well. Here's the summary. Nixnock pushes a parchment over to him. Evans accounts, properties and investments. Evans Heir Vault, available for female heir 1,264 galleons, 301 galleons, 5,670 nuts, miscellaneous jewelry. Evans Family Vault, 1 trunk, 4 sets of female Hogwarts robes, miscellaneous books, charms journal, potions journal. Evans Properties. N.A. Patents and investments. Natural hair color potion patent. Personal library book summoning charm patent. Personal library shelving charm patent. Harry raises his brows at the patents. He's heard his mother was exceptional at charms and good at potions, but he didn't know she was good enough to create new ones. If you don't mind my advice, I'd recommend popularizing the hair color potion. It would be in demand at hairdressers and with those who are graying, Nixnock says. He hesitates. I don't know how to do that. Gringotts can handle it for a fee. All right. Take the funds out of the Potter family vault, please, he agrees. Nixnock nods and scratches out a note with a quill. Any questions? Yeah. Why does it specify female heir? Because your mother set House Evans up to be preferentially matriarchal. Which means it would go to your daughter instead of one of your sons, Nixnock explains. Harry blinks a few times. Oh. I think that's all I had for questions. Then here's the summary of your personal accounts. It's more than you're probably expecting, Nixnock warns, pushing over another parchment. This one is empty. He looks at Nixnock for an explanation. Bleed on it. 3 drops. It will list your accounts, properties, investments and titles to make sure the bank hasn't missed any. Nixnock holds out a small knife. Harry takes the knife gingerly, nicks his finger, squeezes around the cut and waits patiently as 3 fat drops fall on the parchment, then hastily wipes the knife off on his pants and hands it back. He sticks his finger in his mouth for a moment, but he's pretty sure it's about done bleeding already. Words form on the page, slowly at first, then faster and faster until it comes to a halt. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack's accounts, properties, investments and titles. Potter Vaults, see Account Manager Snapjaw for summary. Black Vaults, see Account Manager Silverclaw for summary. Evans Vaults, see General Account Manager Nixnock for summary. Personal Mail Vault, all cursed, hexed and potioned mail and howlers destroyed miscellaneous letters and packages. Personal Vault, 1,222,298 galleons, 5,807,632 sickles, 6,995,361 nuts. Slytherin Air Vault, refilled annually to 1,000 galleons, 3 nuts. Slytherin Family Vault, 300,745 galleons, 1,253,984 sickles, 21 nuts. Miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous jewelry, lordship and airship rings, vault currently unavailable. Gaunt Air Vault, to be refilled annually to 1,000 galleons, 10 nuts, unable to refill due to main vault lacking funds. Gaunt Family Vault, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous luggage, airship ring, vault currently unavailable. Peveril Family Vault, 16 nuts, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous luggage, airship ring, vault currently unavailable. Whitemore Air Vault, refilled annually to 200 galleons, 200 galleons. Whitemore Family Vault, 15,336 galleons, 27 sickles, 348 nuts, miscellaneous furnishings. Miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous jewelry, account books, lordship and airship rings, vault currently unavailable. Blair Air Vault, refilled annually to 50 galleons, 50 galleons. Blair Family Vault, 2,304 galleons, 56 sickles, 29 nuts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous dark artifacts, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous jewelry, account books. Fraser Air Vault, refilled annually to 300 galleons, 300 galleons. Fraser Family Vault, 1,567 galleons, 43 sickles, 58 nuts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous jewelry, account books. Hughes Air Vault, refilled biannually to 20 galleons, 20 galleons. Hughes Family Vault, 13,680 galleons, 52 sickles, 17,988 nuts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous jewelry, account books, lordship and airship rings, vault currently unavailable. Farrington Air Vault, refilled annually to 2,050 galleons, 2,050 galleons. Farrington Family Vault, 234,909,523 galleons, 74 sickles, 85 nuts, miscellaneous furnishings, miscellaneous luggage, miscellaneous artifacts, miscellaneous books, miscellaneous journals, miscellaneous jewelry, account books, lordship and airship rings, vault currently unavailable. Properties. Potter Properties, see Account Manager Snapjaw for summary. Black Properties, see Account Manager Silverclaw for summary. Evans Properties, N.A. Gaunt Shack, Little Hangleton, England, gaunt, poor condition. Farrington Estate, York, England, Farrington, in stasis. House Elf, Niffy. Hatterley Estate, Wirral, England, in stasis. House Elf, Bonnie. Lank Cottage, Metropolitan Borough of Bradford, England, in stasis. Gaston Beach Lodge, Kingston upon Hull, England, in stasis. Waxer Forest, Milton Keynes, England. Macdowell Cottage, Metropolitan Borough of Rochdale, England, in stasis. 68, Calder Lane, Wakefield, England, in stasis. 721, Keys Street, Cardiff, Wales, England, Hughes, in stasis. House Elf, Knocker. 1/4 Hogwarts School, Scotland, Slytherin, in use. House Elves, inquire of current headmaster for a list. 45, Tranter Lane, Dundee, Scotland, Blair, in stasis. House Elf, Craig. 93, McCoy Street, Dumfries, Scotland, Fraser, in stasis. House Elf, Binsey. 32 Crackers Alley, Inverness, Scotland, in stasis. 2617, Rue D. Lane Newt, Marseille, France, in stasis. House Elf, Turn. Patents and Investments. Potter Patents and Investments, see Account Manager Snapjaw for summary. Black Patents and Investments, see Account Manager Silverclaw for summary. Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, 16% ownership, personal. Mugwort Teas, 2%, Whitemore. Hems and Gems, Fine Couture, 54%, Farrington. Hestia's Patterns and Designs, 28%, Farrington. Argyle's Lace Factory, 97%, Farrington. Mabel's Fine Shoes, 34%, Farrington. Titles: Lord Potter, paternal. Lord Black, blood adoption. Head of House Evans, maternal. Heir Slytherin, conquest. Heir Gaunt, conquest. Heir Peveril, conquest. Heir Whitemore, gifted by last of line. Head of House Blair, gifted. Head of House Fraser, gifted. Heir Hughes, gifted. Heir Farrington, gifted. Harry stares for a good few minutes before asking, what am I going to do with all these titles? What's he supposed to do with all the House Elves? Nixnock, who has clearly been reading the test upside down, laughs at him. Presumably have a very large family, as it's frowned upon to have a child inherit more than 1 or 2 titles, preferably 1. You mean I have to have dash? He runs his finger down the list, counting, 11 children, he asks in horror. Well, at least 5 or 6, Nixnock says, snickering at his expression. 4 or 5 boys and a girl. The girl for Evans and Hughes, boys for the others. He kind of checks out at that point, staring blankly into the void. Some time later he hears, Black? Mr. Potter? Harry? Harry blinks and comes back to himself to find a worried-looking goblin calling his name. What? Are you all right? No, he's not. Just peachy. Right. As you can see, several of those titles and vaults you were chosen to inherit by the last of line because you defeated Voldemort as a baby. The properties and funds also come from Grateful Wixen for the same reason. The Slytherin, Gaunt and Peveril airships and vaults presumably because Voldemort owned those and he lost the life and death meeting between you, either as a baby or in 7th year. He takes a deep breath, sighs and starts going over the bloody insane list again. Where did the Hatterley estate come from? There's no lordship attached to it, is there? No, Nixnock looks amused. Lord Hatterley just hated his heir. I'm sure you were very convenient for his purposes. Harry blinks a few more times. Huh? Okay. You said Hughes is matrilineal? No. There's no gender preference, so if you're trying to reduce the airships to 2 per child, that would be the one to give your daughter, Nixnock clarifies. Oh. A daughter. And 4 or 5 sons. He's always wanted a loving family, but somehow he'd never considered having children of his own. What if he's as terrible a parent as the Dursleys? Do I need to make investments for each of these? Nixnock blinks. You can if you want. Do you want me to make a list of possible investments in their price range? He thinks about it. Might as well, I guess. I'm doing it for the Potter and Black accounts anyways. How full is the mail vault? It contains 18 years' worth of fan mail for the boy who lived. How full do you think it is? Nixnock returns, a tad sarcastically. Harry winces. So very full. Should I do anything about it? The goblin shrugs. The fan mail you can throw out. The packages you should go through and figure out what to do with. There may be some business offers in the mix or other important correspondence. Unfortunately, the only way to tell is to go through all the letters and sort them. Bloody hell. Quite. Do you have any more questions? Not at the moment. I'll owl you if I do. Can you owl me the investments list? Yes. It's not recommended, as owl post can be intercepted, but I can if you insist. Here are your vault keys. Nixnock hands over a handful of rings with 1 or 2 attached vault keys apiece, each ring tagged with a name. Harry sighs and takes the keys. Please send it. I'll come in and let you know which ones I decide on. Was there anything else? You need to make an appointment with Goldtooth to receive your heir rings. Sure. Are you sure you're just a general manager with all this you're taking care of for me? I'm pretty sure that at least the Farrington vaults should have their own account manager. Nixnock gives him a vicious grin. Since I was in charge of your personal vaults and these were donated to you, they fell under your personal vaults. There were a few disgruntled account managers, I believe. Now that you're planning on doing something with the money, I'll likely be promoted. Nice. Anyways, may your enemies cower in your presence. He gets another sharp grin. May your sword always be sharp. Harry's in a bit of a daze when he gets home. He waves off Creature and sits down to write a letter to Hermione. Maybe she can tell him what to do. Dear Hermione, I had a third appointment at Gringotts for separate accounts today. My mother left me and any future daughter accounts, surprisingly. Even more surprisingly, I apparently got 3 airships from Tom Riddle when I defeated him. Yeah, anyways. That's not even the crazy part. I have a mail vault, a donated funds vault, donated titles vaults and a ton of properties. I now have 11 titles, most of which I need to pick up the airship rings to. I don't know how I'm going to wear them all, to be honest. Still not the craziest part. My account manager informed me that I can't pass more than 1 or 2 titles to any heirs I have, because it's frowned on. Hermione. I don't want to have 11 kids. Nixnock said I could get away with 5 or 6, but that's still a lot. What if I turn out like the Dursleys? I can't. I need a drink. Love, Harry. The leaky cauldron is nowhere near enough privacy for getting a drink in his current mood, so Harry ventures out into Muggle London and, with great restraint, only gets 1 drink before he heads home to mope. He's under a streetlight near the pub when Helix swoops down and drops a letter on his face. Fumbling, he catches it. Helix. Not around Muggles. I shouldn't even have to tell you that. What the F dash? Who? Helix hoots indignantly and lands on his shoulder. Harry sighs and squints at the handwriting on the front. Hermione? Why would she send me a letter? I'm not stupid enough to get PSS drunk in front of Muggles. Have a little faith, woman. Then he notices 2 men who obviously came from the pub staring at him and Helix. What's the matter? It's like you've never seen a bloke argue with his owl before. PSS off, he grumbles. They just blink at him, so he stalks away and finds an empty alley to apparate from. Seriously, what is wrong with Muggles these days? Dear Harry. Oh my. That is certainly quite the mad thing to happen. Though what else is new in your life? Get that thought out of your head. You're nothing like the Dursleys. We'll have to meet up and talk about it. Don't get too drunk at the leaky. You know Skeeter lurks around and you don't want her to spread that all over society. Love, Hermione. Chapter text. Dear Hermione. Who said I was going to the leaky? I'll have you know that I have some self-preservation. No, I did not get PSS drunk in front of the Muggles, though Helix showing up right outside the pub was a shock. Maybe take that in account and ask the owl not to deliver if there's Muggles around next time I say I need a drink. Yeah, maybe not, but the Dursleys live in my nightmares. Sometimes I'm still convinced that they're the normal they always claim to be. Normally evil, I guess. Deep breath. Yeah, okay, I refuse to be able, so I'm probably safe around kids. I always wanted a family, but I never thought about having kids myself. And now I have you and the Weasleys. You're the best family I could ever ask for. Guess I'll have to start thinking about kids, though. Love, Harry. Harry is wandering Diagon Alley morosely, because Hermione doesn't have time to talk with him and staying at home is driving him spare. Hello, Harry, a dreamy voice says. He looks around, then finds her standing in front of him, because obviously he can't see what's right in front of his face. Hi, Luna. What are you doing here? Picking up an order of teas. You're positively swarmed by blithering blatherskites today. You should go talk to Greengrass. She's being swarmed too. Blithering blatherskites are quite territorial, you see, and the 2 groups will chase each other off, she recommends. Harry blinks at her because is she seeing his emotions or something? That was surprisingly understandable. Greengrass. Luna motions to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He can see the outline of a woman through the window. Oh, Merlin, why not? At worst Greengrass will look down her nose at him and tell him, Potter, kindly go away. It will at least distract him for a minute or 2. Thanks, Luna. He slides into the seat across from Greengrass. Luna tells me we're both swarmed with blithering blatherskites today. My account manager informed me I need to have at least 5 kids. What happened to you? Greengrass quits stirring her half-melted ice cream and stares at him. Finally, she cracks. I walked in on my new fiancé having baby time with his unborn child and his PRGNNT girlfriend. He winces. She definitely wins the Crap Day award. That's rough. A tiny smile tips up one corner of her mouth. Hello, Potter. You have 5 titles? I thought it was only 1. 8, actually. And 3 head of houseships, he corrects absently. Apparently it's frowned on to have more than 2 titles per heir and even that's pushing it. She snorts a little, dropping her spoon, giving up the pretense of caring about her soupy ice cream. Not quite. People do prefer 1 title per family, but there's no law against having a single heir to pass everything to. And you can always adopt. Or find a Muggleborn with squib lines that belongs to the family and adopt them as your heir for that title. You're not legally obligated to continue untitled houses, either. So, I could adopt Teddy as my heir? Teddy? My godson. Teddy Lupin. Ah. Yes, I see no reason why not. Thank Merlin. Wow, Greengrass, I wish I could help you as much as you just helped me, he says sincerely. She taps 2 fingernails on her right hand on the table 3 times, apparently in thought, then says, well, you could, but it's a lot to ask of you. If I can help you, I'll do it. Greengrass raises a brow, but doesn't argue. I need a new fiancé. I'd rather be known for being shallow and accepting a better offer than for being the woman who was cheated on immediately. Harry rears back a little in shock. You want me to marry you? No. To get affiance to me on the understanding that we'll quietly break it off in a couple years. I'm not actually a social climber, she corrects. Then she makes a face. I do have certain obligations to my family. So, this is temporary? Not a rebound thing. Yes, temporary, Potter. And I'd have to care about him for it to be a rebound thing. I assure you after what I saw an hour ago, I no longer have any feelings towards him other than disgust. He's pretty sure that makes it a rebound thing, but if it's temporary it might not be so bad and he had promised to help. Harry thinks about it for a bit. I say yes. Can I tell Hermione the truth? Granger? Yes. Weasley? No. He's never learned how to keep his mouth shut. Harry grimaces. I wouldn't tell him anyways. Hermione is my best friend. Greengrass raises both brows this time. I thought Weasley was also your best friend? Yeah, well, that was before he spent a year refusing to talk to me because I decided not to become an auror, Harry replies faux casually. Her mouth drops open for a few seconds before she closes it. Right. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page. Is that a yes or a hypothetical? It's a maybe, he clarifies. She eyes him thoughtfully. Would a mutually agreeable betrothal contract with the conditions of 2 years, no fault split and no claim on each other's wealth or properties do it? He gives her a gobsmacked look. No, yes, if Hermione helped write it, but that's not what I mean. What exactly do you expect out of this? Do we hold hands and kiss or just show up in public together a few times? Oh. Going to social events together mostly. Some casual touch to sell it. Harry groans. Greengrass huffs a small laugh. Come now, Potter. You're a lord. Even if you hate events, you need to go to them and dance and talk. You do know that your political power is what will push through Granger's reforms, right? And with 8 titles, you've got a lot of it. But if you don't use it and socialize, it's worthless. I'd think you'd be more eager to be up to snuff. What? He asks, bewildered. She stares at him. You didn't know. What was your magical guardian thinking? Depends. If it was Dumbledore, he was probably too busy thinking I'd have to die to defeat Voldemort, he says bluntly, still confused. I'm Muggle-raised. Assume I know nothing. Muggle-raised? Because, of course, that's what she takes away from it. Sure. He looks around, but only Fortescue is in the shop, minding his own business while wiping the counter. Yes. I was raised by magic-hating Muggles. Greengrass looks flabbergasted. This explains so much. Doesn't it? He says bitterly. What do you mean, political power? Potter. Granger is a Muggleborn. People are going to push back on her reforms just because of that. Even as no one believed in blood purity, you have to admit that Muggleborns just don't have the necessary social network to accomplish as much as they'd like. But she's got you. And you have titles, presumably wealth and power. If you use those, you have political power to swing around to back up Granger. Assuming you're going to support her ideas, of course. Even if you're as poor as a church mouse, you've got 8 titles, which is 8 Wizengamot votes. That's a lot of political power right there, even if you don't do anything else with it and network like you should, she explains. I'm not that poor, he mumbles, slightly offended by that. She lifts her hands in surrender. I didn't say you were. Right. Sorry. Anything else I should know? Yes, she says seriously. My parents are blood purists and traditionalists. That means they'll probably try to get you to get rid of Granger and Weasley and they'll push for marriage, because of who you are. He takes a deep breath and blows it out. No use getting mad at her. It's not her who's the problem. Okay. I see why you said it's a lot to ask. I suggest you agree to consider marriage as an option in return for them keeping their opinions to themselves and treating your friends politely, she says bluntly. That would not obligate either of us in any way, but it would satisfy them. What I can offer you in return is teaching you and Granger more about pureblood society and how to network to use your political power more effectively. Harry forces himself to consider that calmly. Marriage? Greengrass is a pretty woman and she seems nice enough and not after him for his fame or money. He could do worse. Then there's Hermione's political power. If he has to play nice with politicians at a few parties to get her reforms passed, he can do that. That's important, isn't it? She shrugs. Depends on how much you care about fair laws. If you don't, then moderately so. If you do, then very much so. Fair. All right, I'll do it. Greengrass looks surprised. You will? He grins at her. Don't look so shocked, Greengrass. I said I'd help. I don't lie. I thank you. Really. This means a lot, she finally settles on. Of course. You helped me. I help you, he replies easily. Now, he just has to contact Hermione to have her write up a betrothal contract. Dear Hermione. Good news. Greengrass helped me figure out what to do about heirs. I need you to write up a betrothal contract between me and Daphne Greengrass. Much love, Harry. Harry. What? What do you mean betrothal contract? Since when are you marrying Greengrass? Did she coerce you into this? Do I need to check you for love potions? Concerned. Hermione. Oh. Hermione. It's fine. It's a fake betrothal for her sake because she found her fiancé cheating on her with his PRGNNT girlfriend. I just need you to make sure that we can break it off in 2 years and neither side can make claims on monies or properties. And I didn't eat or drink anything while talking with her, so I'm love potion free. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. That's a relief. It's like you were trying to give me a heart attack. Please don't do that again. I feel compelled to point out that as terrible as that is for Greengrass, you shouldn't feel compelled to go this far to help her. But if this is really what you want, of course I'll help you. Love, Hermione. Dear Hermione. I don't feel compelled or anything, but I did promise to help. Luna pointed me in her direction with the suggestion that we could solve each other's problems, so that's what we did. Thank you. I don't trust anyone but you with this kind of thing. I know you worry about finances some, so I'll pay to cover any days you have to. Take off to help me with this. I don't want you working yourself ill just for me. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. Well, if Luna thinks so, she's probably right, as usual. You don't have to do that. My boss has been insisting I take paid vacation hours so they don't build up too much. But if you insist, I won't turn you down. I've learned that I need to attend social parties to get some more support for what I'm doing and I need to buy some fancier dresses and robes. Love, Hermione. Father. I found Zacharias cheating on me today. He has a PRGNNT girlfriend. Naturally I threaten to spread his infidelity across society if he doesn't do the right thing and marry for the child's sake. Before you get too upset, however, I do have good news. I met up with Harry Potter today and after talking, he offered a temporary engagement, so as to draw attention away from Zacharias' infidelity. Naturally, I do not want to be known as the other woman, so I agreed. Please be advised that the engagement will be temporary only and after a PRD of 2 years, we will quietly go our own ways. Hermione Granger will be working with Potter to make a betrothal contract specifying that and forbidding claims on each other's wealth and properties. I also would like to include a no-cheating clause, though I do not believe Potter to be the type to violate such an agreement. Sincerely, Daphne. Daughter. He what? I admit, I thought your reluctance to be engaged to Smith was exaggerated. I apologize for doubting your judgment. That is quite decent of Potter, though it is insulting that he doesn't actually want to marry you. I disapprove of his relationship with the Mudblood, but even I can admit that she's a brilliant witch, what with the large part she played in defeating you-know-who. I am willing to work with Potter to come to a mutually agreed-upon betrothal contract. A no-cheating clause will be included. Love, Father. Andromeda. Is it okay if I blood adopt Teddy as my heir? Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. That depends. Do you plan on taking over his care? Concerned. Andromeda. Dear Andromeda. Oh Merlin, no. I wouldn't take him from you, I swear. It'd just be blood adoption like Sirius did for me so I could be his heir. Plus, Teddy has black blood, so I think he'd be a good choice. Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. In that case, yes, you may. Sincerely, Andromeda chapter text. Master Harry, Casso thinks you need be seeing this, the house elf he'd purchased to care for the owl says, large brown eyes earnest. Oh? He follows Casso to the Gunna owl cage. The tiny, Indian, dirt-colored owlets are nowhere to be seen, then one of them moves and he can see it. It's adorable. Huh? Again? I thought we fixed that problem. I'm going to have to write Mrs. Tiwari and ask if she knows. The house elf nods sagaciously. Casso be thinking that be a good idea, Master Harry. Mrs. Tiwari? Despite Hermione's and my best efforts to adapt the prior spellcasting to accommodate further spells, I am once again seeing disillusionment young, only when the owlets are still. If you have any insights into the enchantments used on the Gunna owls so I can have an idea of where to start adapting them, I'd be grateful. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter? I confess myself amused. Your entire problem is assuming the Gunna owls, or sugarcane owls, have prior enchantments on them. They do not. They are magical owls with a natural talent for disappearing in plain sight when still. As they age, they gain the ability to do so selectively. They sometimes bond to Wixen and agree to carry mail. Since they have the same abilities of male owls naturally, I believed it would be interesting to see if you could improve on their natural talents. Amused. Mrs. Charutiwari. Harry buries his face in his hands, entirely unamused. Really? She couldn't have stated that when she sent them? Erg. He sighs. Well, the only way to tell if the breeding worked, then, is to wait and see. He'll have to tell Hermione about this. Hopefully she'll be intrigued rather than irritated, given how much she's doing on his behalf. Dear Hermione. An early update on the Gunna owls. I wrote Mrs. Tiwari because they were once again showing early stillness-based disillusionment. Turns out that she pranked us. Gunna owls are not post owls, but rather the natural magical equivalent who sometimes bond to Wixen and agree to carry mail. The stillness-based disillusionment is not a sign of breeding gone wrong, apparently, but natural camouflage. So, we won't know until we reach the testing phase if our adjustments worked or not. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. Alright, that's quite the amusing prank. Fascinating that a natural post owl exists. I wonder if that's where they got the idea to replicate it in other owl species. Thanks for the laugh. I needed a break from writing this contract of yours. Please ask Greengrass if she can send a copy of her previous contract for reference purposes. There are so many options that I'm a bit overwhelmed at the moment. It would be helpful to see what her family expects in regards to the betrothal contract. Love, Hermione. Greengrass. Hermione requests that you send a copy of your prior contract for reference purposes. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Potter. I have enclosed a copy, though I don't know how much good it will do, since it contains agreements between the two families on multiple matters that will not concern us. Sincerely, Daphne Greengrass. Greengrass. Understood. Thank you. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. You indicated that you wished to inspect Lathe Apartments before renovations went forth. Cattery Alley is the fourth alley to the left upon entering Diagon Alley from the Leaky Cauldron. The building is the 16th on the right. Look for a green roof if you get turned around. Sincerely, Account Manager Snapjaw. Harry doesn't know what he was expecting, maybe a hotel version of the borough, but the Lathe Apartments are a surprisingly ordinary-looking, if large, apartment complex. A bit run-down looking but definitely not falling apart. A fresh coat of paint would do wonders. He wanders inside. There's a reception desk like a hotel. How can I help you today? I'm Lord Potterblack. I'm here for the pre-renovation inspection. Oh, just let me get the manager. The receptionist gets up and goes through a door. She re-emerges a minute later, followed by a skinny man with a goatee. Lord Potterblack. We're glad to see you. I'm Etienne Thorpe. He shakes Harry's hand briskly. Please follow me. The residents have been informed of your inspection, so I have great hopes that all the apartments are tidy for once. You don't know how glad we were to hear that you plan on doing renovations. Several are long overdue. But I won't bother you with that. Harry follows. Are untidy apartments common? Oh yes. We tend to get a lot of the post-Hogwarts crowd that no longer want to live with their parents and those that don't want to resort to living in Nocturne Alley. Cattery is so much safer, you see. I hope you don't intend to raise the rent significantly once renovations are done. I hadn't, no, Harry assures him absently. The walls are painted with woodland murals, with animals that move around and greenery that shifts as if moved by a breeze. Even the clouds seem to drift along. He's never seen anything quite like it. I like the walls. Oh yes. They are quite nice, aren't they? Very soothing. Do you want to see all of the apartments or just the nicer ones? A mix of the worst and some nicer ones, Harry replies after a moment's thought. Right, well, this is our room of laundry boxes. Honestly, they desperately need to be replaced. Most of them barely clean the clothes and some of them have to be tweaked at least twice a week to continue running. I'd also like to suggest an expansion charm be added so it's not so crowded in here. Some folding tables and some nicer chairs to wait for the boxes to do their jobs. It takes time, you see. The residents complain about the hard chairs and cold floors, but it's the best we can currently do, Etienne tells him. All right, write down your suggestions. I'll make sure they're taken into account, Harry murmurs. Etienne lights up. Thank you, Lord Potterblack. You won't regret it. He leads him to the next room. It's a large potions lab. This is our in-house potions lab. Residents have to sign up for time to use it and only those who have passed their newts with an A or better are allowed to use it. We'd like to update some of the equipment, but it is quite functional as is. We do need a selection of new cauldrons, however. Accidents have melted them over the years, so we only have a few well-used ones available. It's common for residents to bring in their own cauldrons rather than risk using such old ones. Fair enough, Harry agrees. This is the flue room. It works quite well, though it might do well to have an expert look it over to make sure nothing needs to be updated. Etienne seems rather proud of the fact that the flues work. There's 3 of them. Harry supposes that at least now he knows that there aren't fireplaces in the individual rooms. And this is our study room. As you can see, it has plenty of room, but the furniture is quite worn and the book selection is rather out of date as well as very well used. Etienne waves an expansive hand to indicate the room's contents. I see. Definitely something to update. Some of the chairs look like they're hanging on by a thread and others have been replaced by the same hard chairs in the laundry room. This is our in-house cafe. We are quite proud of it. It has sandwiches, salads and desserts from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Prices are on the board. I'd like to update their equipment and repaint the walls. The color scheme is dash. Etienne wrinkles his nose at the dingy orange room, lacking, shall we say. Ron would love it, particularly the old Chudley Cannon's posters glitching on the walls, but Harry has to agree with Etienne. Again, write down your suggestions and I'll see it's done. Etienne brightens again. I can make a list of suggestions and desperately needed updates for the whole building, if you like. Please do. I'll pass it to the goblins for reference, Harry approves. This is all for this floor. I'll show you our arguably worst apartment first. They take the stairs up a couple floors and walk through halls painted with sunny Caribbean beaches. This floor is obviously built with a lot of expansion charms, because it's notably bigger than the first floor. I don't like to rent this apartment out, Etienne says, holding the door for him to enter. The room is stuffy and ominous feeling and smells funky in a way that reminds him of his cupboard at the Dursleys. Despite large windows, the rooms are dim. There's no furniture and there are odd stains on the walls and floor. We had a resident who ended up in a curse battle with acquaintances he brought over. The furniture had to be burned and despite our best efforts, we haven't been able to fix the windows or remove the stains. There are some other lingering curses as well. The toilet is unusable for instance and the cool box went haywire and now alternately heats and freezes things. The shower is merely old, but it drips rather than showers and there's mold that refuses to be banished. I honestly would recommend ripping everything out, including the walls, floor and ceiling, and starting over fresh. Also vanishing the remains after utilizing a cursebreaker, Etienne says gravely. Seems wise, Harry agrees, looking around uncomfortably. It really is an eerie place and he has no wish to linger. A few hours later, having seen more rooms and talked to more residents than he'd prefer, Harry is firmly convinced that his decision to update Lathe Apartments is a sound one. All of the residents are excited about the updates, though quite a few of them are worried about the prices going up and being out of their income range. Harry thanks Etienne for showing him around and takes the apartment's flew home. He's tired. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. The Tattings have replied that an additional 2 forges and the repair of their current forge would be greatly appreciated. How do you want to proceed? Account Manager Snapjaw. Account Manager Snapjaw. I approve the expense. However, make it clear that I expect to see an improvement in their profit margins in exchange. Sincerely, Lord Potterblack. Man who vanquished love interest? Early Thursday morning, Heir Harry Potter was spotted having a tete-a-tete with pureblood Daphne Greengrass, oldest daughter of Lord Greengrass, in Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. Heir Harry Potter, the man who vanquished, is famously a half-blood and Lord Greengrass is infamous for his opinions on blood purity. Miss Greengrass recently announced her engagement to pureblood Zacharias Smith. One must wonder what these two have in common other than an apparent love of ice cream. What business might they have together? Is this the start of a juicy, forbidden romance between this unlikely pair? Stay tuned. This reporter will follow up on this and share with eager readers. Elena Hotspots. Daily Prophet. Picture of the pair leaning towards each other, talking earnestly over a forgotten bowl of ice cream, taken through a multi-paned window. Forbidden romance confirmed. Smith broken-hearted? When asked for his opinion Friday evening, Zacharias Smith confirmed that his engagement to Daphne Greengrass, eldest daughter of Lord Greengrass, had been easily broken off. He said further, "I'm not surprised she went for Potter given the chance. Potter's luck is infamous. I wish him well. He'll need all the luck he can get." Zacharias Smith seemed very calm and mature about the matter and not inclined to say anything negative about his former fiancée. As noted before, Lord Greengrass is firmly in the blood purity camp and not likely to take well to a half-blood courting his daughter. How is Lord Greengrass taking this? Does Heir Harry Potter really have a chance with pureblood Daphne Greengrass? Is she aiming for the Potter title? Stay tuned for further updates. Elena Hotspots. Daily Prophet. Picture of Zacharias Smith looking solemnly at the camera and obviously saying, he'll need all the luck he can get, though no sound can be heard. Greengrass. I forgot to ask. How do I find a Muggleborn with squib lines? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Potter. Pay for an inheritance test at Gringotts. I believe they cost around 20 galleons. Sincerely, Daphne Greengrass. Headmistress McGonagall. I have a dilemma. I have apparently had a number of titles passed to me in the wake of Voldemort's defeat by last-of-line people, and I really do not wish to have 5 children or inflict 8 titles on poor Teddy, who is my heir. Thus, on recommendation, I am offering to pay for inheritance tests for all Muggleborns at Hogwarts in an attempt to find distantly related heirs for these families. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, heir Slytherin Peveril Gauntwite Hughes Farrington, head of House Evans Blair Fraser. Minerva looks up at the beautiful owl who is perched expectantly, watching her with uncannily intelligent eyes. He is a handsome specimen. She offers him a few treats, which he takes politely, but he remains perched. Are you waiting for a reply? Who? She smiles. Very well then. It shouldn't take long. Harry. Do call me Minerva. You are no longer a student. I was unaware that last of line could pass their titles to unrelated parties. This is quite the pickle you found yourself in. I understand your line of reasoning, but what do you intend to do if you do find a relative? Sincerely, Minerva. Minerva. I would do as I intend to do with Teddy and Blood, adopt them as my heir specifically for that family and leave them with their current guardians. I have no intent of taking over their care myself, as I don't feel ready for that and I don't want to break up families. Sincerely, Harry. Minerva is pleased with his answer, though she does wonder exactly how fast this owl of his is, because the turnaround time of his message borders on impossible. Harry. In that case, I'll make an announcement alerting Muggleborns to the opportunity and get back to you on how many wish to take you up on it. Sincerely, Minerva. Account Manager Nixnock. Please put it on record that I am paying for any Muggleborn who wishes to take an inheritance test to take one. Take the funds out of my personal account and please alert me to any who have relation to the titles and families that I have inherited, as I wish to designate them as my heirs. Thank you. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, heir Slytherin Peveril Gauntwite Hughes Farrington, head of House Evans Blair Fraser. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. Noted. I have set it up so that the tellers have been alerted to this and payments will come directly out of your personal funds. You will only be notified of results related to your families and titles and not privy to anything else on any of the inheritance tests without direct permission from the individuals involved. I trust that is to your satisfaction. Goldtooth tells me that you have not claimed your heirships yet. Be sure to do so. Also, be aware that after a 3-month PRD as heir of a title with no sitting lord, you are eligible to claim the lordship. You will not have access to the family vaults until such a time as you take up the individual lordships, which will hinder your ability to make investments and improve the finances of those families. I have enclosed lists for possible investments at this time. Note they are limited to the finances of the heir vaults of each family. You do, of course, have access to the family vaults of the houses Evans, Blair, and Fraser. You are welcome. General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. That is more than acceptable. Oh, right. Still need to do that. Got distracted. Noted. I'll take care of that as soon as I can. The list is appreciated, particularly your detailing of the various pros and cons of each investment. Sincerely, Lord Potterblack, head of House Evans Blair Fraser. Silence falls as Headmistress McGonagall stands expectantly rather than sitting. Thank you for your attention. I have an announcement. Harry Potter has offered to pay for inheritance tests for all Muggleborns. If you wish to take advantage of that, please let me know over the next couple weeks. The test will let you know if you are descended from any squib lines and allow you to make contact with any distant relatives you may have, or potentially put you in line for an inheritance if you're related to a family thought gone extinct in any of the wars. This is a great opportunity. The tests are not cheap and I urge you to take advantage to find out more about yourselves. That is all. She sits down and the hall explodes into chatter. Surely, the speculation goes, this must be related to Harry Potter's relationship with Muggleborn Hermione Granger. Just who is Granger related to in order to spark this? They have parents and siblings to write with this news. Everyone needs to know this gossip as soon as possible. Mate, are you engaged to Greengrass? Why didn't you tell me? Ron. Because I'm not yet. We're still working on the betrothal agreement and that needs to be signed first. The Prophet somehow caught our first and only meeting on the matter, so it's not like I was deliberately keeping you out of the loop. Harry. Greengrass though, really? How did you get her to agree? And why are you going for a Slytherin? Did she love potion you? Ron. Why not? She's beautiful and nice. It's not like being a Slytherin makes her evil. Merlin was a Slytherin, you know. I neither ate nor drank in her presence, so no, she didn't love potion me. Harry. Mate. Nice? Greengrass? Are we talking about the same person? She's stuck up. And fine, I guess not all Slytherins are evil. Malfoy and some of the others did help in the end. Ron. Harry eyes the drooping little owl in concern. This is his third flight to Grimmauld Place today. Hey, buddy. How about you take a break? I've got a nice fresh mouse you can have. And I'll set my letter here and you can take it once you've rested up enough, okay? Who? Philidor replies tiredly. Ron. She's proper, not stuck up. Glad you agree. Also, give Philidor a break for the day. He's exhausted. Harry. Goldtooth. Sorry, if you have a title, I don't know it. I need to make an appointment with you to claim my heir rings. Sincerely. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. I have an opening at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Sincerely. Title Ascension Manager Goldtooth. Harry has his doubts that Goldtooth has his day booked solid other than a morning appointment, but he doesn't mind. Dear Harry. Here's the initial draft of the betrothal contract. As Lord Greengrass is a blood purist, I think it's best I send the contract through you instead of contacting him directly. Please send it back with any changes he requests for me to review. Love. Hermione. Lord Greengrass. Here is the initial draft of the betrothal contract. Please contact me with any objections and additions and I will send them to my friend for review, as she is better with that kind of thing than I am. Sincerely. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Lord Potterblack. I presume you mean your mudblood friend. That is acceptable if distasteful. This contract is insulting. You have no provision for maintaining the betrothal and marrying Daphne if you two should decide you suit, nor provisions for what you will provide her and she provide you should you two get married. Might I suggest a condition of having 2 male children, since you need heirs? Daphne will require funds should you get married. I don't suppose the Potters have much left to their name, but the Blacks should have left you enough to be able to support your wife. Sincerely. Sturgis Greengrass, Lord Greengrass. Lord Greengrass. I will accept the condition of considering marriage and terms for it if you and your wife accept the condition of not referring to my friends with the offensive terms of mudblood and blood traders, do not make comments about me getting a better class of friends or breaking off contact with my friends and in general treat Hermione Granger as if she were a fellow pureblood instead of a muggleborn. I realize that this is a lot to ask, given your beliefs of blood purity, but marriage is a lot to ask too. I already have an heir. Theodore Lupin is my godson and carries black blood. Sincerely. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Lord Potterblack. I confess you have outplayed me in this matter. Very well, my wife and I will agree to a contract term of not using the terms blood traitor or mudblood, not attempting to get you to change who your friends are, treating the Weasleys politely and interacting with Hermione Granger as if she were a pureblood instead of merely a brilliant mudblood. In return, you will make a provision to marry Daphne if you two decide you should suit and provisions for the care of her and any children you may have together. I still believe you should have a minimum of 2 children and if one of them is a son, make him your heir for the Potter title. You are right, of course, that the black title should go to one of black blood. We also agree to not hold Theodore's paternal heritage against him. I have added the proposed terms to the contract and am returning it to you for review. Sincerely. Sturgis Greengrass, Lord Greengrass. Dear Hermione. I have discussed some terms with Lord Greengrass and am returning the contract with the terms detailed for your review. Please let me know if they are reasonable or if they need to be reworded. Love. Harry. Dear Harry. You didn't have to agree to marriage on my behalf. Otherwise, the terms are quite reasonable and well within your means given the bank summaries of your assets that you sent me copies of. I'd complain about the 1,000 galleons fine for cheating if I thought either of you would cheat, but since I have full confidence that you would never cheat, I think it's fine and probably just there for Daphne's peace of mind given how her last engagement panned out. I did change a couple words for clarity, but nothing that would make any differences to the intent of the terms. I am returning the contract with the corrections for Lord Greengrass approval. Love. Hermione. Dear Hermione. It's not that, precisely. Daphne said that her father would insist on a marriage option and, in that case, yes, I very much did need to make that a condition of my cooperation. I will not have my potential father-in-law treat my friends and my sister in all but blood as if you were lesser and should be dispensed with. Love. Harry. Lord Greengrass. Here is the rewritten proposed contract with the terms you have added. Hermione said she made a few small corrections, so be sure that they meet your approval. Sincerely. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Lord Potterblack. The changes are unobjectionable. I have included the original and a copy, signed by me, my wife and Daphne with a blood quill. My signed witness is Thackeray, not Lord Not. They only await your signature and that of your witness and the return of one to me for my records. Be aware that you need to use a blood quill for such contracts. Daphne said you might not be aware of it. Such quills can be purchased by owl order from Kennyways Quills. You may have some from the blacks, but I suggest not using them because they can easily be cursed to harm you. I suggest destroying any you have inherited for safety's sake. By ordering a new one, you can be certain that they are curse-free and will not harm you. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass, Lord Greengrass. Dear Hermione, can you double-check to make sure nothing was changed before I sign this and also sign as my witness? Love, Harry. Dear Harry, it reads as I wrote it. You are fine to sign it. However, I suggest you ask Neville to sign instead, as a lord's signature will hold more weight on a contract such as this, and I have a bit too much invested to be a signatory. Love, Hermione. Neville, could you sign this as my witness? Feel free to read it over first. It's a betrothal contract between me and Daphne Greengrass. We're doing this to keep her from being humiliated because her fiancé was caught cheating on her. She helped me out with something, so I'm helping her out in return. Love, Harry. Harry, this is quite the contract. Not what I would have expected from you, but I see nothing wrong with the contract, even after grandmother looked it over. I have signed as requested. Love, Neville. Lord Greengrass. Thank you for the recommendation. I did put it to use. I am reassured that blood quills are not cheap enough for the average person to easily purchase, as I have had a blood quill used maliciously on me in the past. My signed witness is Neville Longbottom, Lord Longbottom. Your signed copy of the contract is enclosed. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Chapter text. Harry notices a bit more detail of Goldtooth's luxurious office this time around as he enters and sits. Manager Goldtooth, may your gold always flow like a river. Lord Potterblack, may your investments always grow. I have your rings here, Manager Goldtooth says, indicating 6 ring boxes arranged on the desk in front of Harry. In order from left to right, we have Slytherin, Peveril, Farrington, Whitemore, Hughes and Gaunt. Please put them on in that order. You can put them on any finger. They will resize to fit. Do I need to wear all these rings? Yes. You do not need to display them all, however. You can tap them with your wand and they will hide themselves, Goldtooth explains, looking amused at his unhappy tone. He grumbles and opens the first box. In it is a silver ring with a snake stamped into it. Putting it on, he opens the next one, which is gold with a line inside a circle inside a triangle stamped into it. Harry puts it on and opens the next one. He puts the rings on in order, then pulls out his wand and taps the new ones with his wand to hide them. Now having 8 rings divided between 2 hands, he looks at Goldtooth. That's all, right? Correct. You only need to use the titles you are displaying with your rings. May your enemies tremble in your presence. Goldtooth has apparently already pressed the button for an escort, because he doesn't do so now. Good to know. May your sword always be sharp, he replies and waits for his escort to arrive. Ron. The betrothal agreement was signed today, just to give you a heads up. The announcement will come out in 2 days' time. Harry. Harry. Good for you. I'm glad you got what you wanted. Ron. Announcement in the Daily Prophet, Quibbler and Witch Weekly. Hebranthus James Potter and Daphne Sellowain Greengrass are pleased to announce their betrothal. No further information is available at this time. Harry closes Goblin Culture by Nucklut and sighs. Well, now he knows that what he said to Goldtooth the first time around was an extremely strange thing to say, and it was no wonder the goblin had laughed his butt off. He has also figured out what was wrong with what he said to Silverclaw. He'd basically wished him a higher position, which a goblin might to another goblin if they really liked them or were buttering them up, but a Wixen would never think to say. Goblins don't like Wixen well enough to want to hear things like that from them. Apparently, wishing wealth or battle prowess is the more common thing to do between Wixen and goblins. More extravagant versions are for the entertainment of both parties, as well as a way to gauge how much effort was put into it. So, his opening well wishes to Goldtooth the other day was well done. There's that, at least. He'll probably still largely stick to using ones he's heard goblins use or example ones from the book though. Harry dear. We saw the announcement in the Prophet. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Daphne seems like a lovely girl, though I am a bit worried about how she'll take interacting with us given Lord Greengrass' beliefs. All my best. Molly. Dear Molly. She is. Don't worry, she knows who I'm friends with and she'll at least be polite. She's nice and I don't feel that she has anything against Muggleborns. Sorry I didn't let you know ahead of time. I thought Ron might have told you. But we did feel like letting everyone know at once was the thing to do. Love. Harry. Harry dear. No worries. I was just surprised because I thought you and Hermione might get together after she and Ron didn't work out. That's good to hear. I'll be sure to scold Ron for not letting us know something so important. Bring Daphne over this weekend so we can get to know her. Love, Molly. Dear Molly. Me and Hermione? That would be like dating my sister. No thanks. Ron is Ron. No point in getting mad about it. I'll ask her. She might have other plans, though. Love, Harry. Daphne. Why didn't you tell me? Love, your favorite sister. Astoria. I wanted it to be a surprise. I'll tell you more about it when I see you again. Love, your only sister. Daphne. You'd better. I'm so excited for you. And so glad you're not marrying Smith. Love, your favorite sister. Dear Haberkins. Congratulations. Congratulations on catching Greengrass. We presume that you know why she broke off her previous engagement. And that it isn't because she's a gold digger. If you have any suspicion that she might have love potioned you, let us know. We'll be happy to give you a cleansing potion free of charge. Love, Gred and Forge. Dear Gred and Forge. Thank you. If you must know, she does have a really good reason to have broken it off. Like PRGNNT woman reason. Don't spread that around. Even to your family. She didn't love potion me. I didn't eat or drink in her presence and we only met that one time. Don't worry, it's not what it looks like. I'm just helping her out. Love, Harry. Dear Harrikins. In that case, we won't worry about you. We trust you know what you're doing and if you signed a contract, you got Hermione to look it over first. Of course we won't spread it around. We promise. We know Mum and Perce are gossips and Ronikins doesn't think before he opens his mouth. Love, Gred and Forge. Greengrass. Potter? Really? I can't believe you. I know you don't like Smith, but do you really want that Burke? I can hear you saying, shouldn't you be more grateful? I am grateful that he testified for me. Very much so. But that just proves that he's an idiot. Your future brother-in-law. D. Malfoy. Malfoy. I should tell you to keep your gossipy nose out of it. Instead, I'll tell you to keep your gossipy mouth shut unless you want my sister to bury you. Smith has a child on the way. Potter is doing me a favor. That's all you get. Your future sister-in-law probably. D. Greengrass. Greengrass. Oh. The Burke can live harassment-free, then. Smith on the other hand? Just say the word. Your future brother-in-law. D. Malfoy. Malfoy. For now, do nothing. I prefer my current reputation, understandably. If the truth comes out, then you can destroy his reputation. Smith's, that is. Your future sister-in-law likely. D. Greengrass. Lord Potterblack. First, let me say, congratulations on your engagement to Miss Greengrass. I have enclosed the entire list of needed upgrades as well as a separate list of all my recommendations. As you can see, both are quite long, making for a heavy letter, so please do give my owl some treats before you send him back. Yours, Etienne Thorpe, Manager of Lathe Apartments. Mr. Thorpe? Thank you. Thank you for the lists. They appear to be properly exhaustive, which I appreciate. I will send them on to my account manager to be acted upon. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Greengrass. Daphne. Can I call you Daphne? It feels strange to call you by your last name when we're engaged. Please call me Harry. I don't have a lot of good memories attached to being called Potter. I'm writing to ask if you're willing to go over to the Weasleys this Saturday at 6 p.m. for dinner. Mrs. Weasley has expressed interest in getting to know you. I'd never force you, so if you don't want to, tell me you have other plans, but the Weasleys are basically my family. Hermione will likely be there too, since that's our usual get-together day. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, Heir Slytherin Peveril Farrington Whitmore Hughesgaunt, Head of House Evans Blair Fraser. Harry. Yes, of course you may. In fact, that's a good idea. I never used Smith's first name because I despise him, but we're trying to make people think this is more than just a convenience, so we should use each other's names and appear moderately affectionate. Moderately. Don't go all Gryffindor and get too enthusiastic on me. I don't think my heart could take it. I have no plans and, yes, I'll come because the Weasleys and Granger are important to you. Tell the twin menaces that if I get pranked, I will retaliate with hexes they don't know how to counter. That's an impressive list of titles, which I will not be passing on to my father because it will just make him more determined to see us married. I also will not be telling Malfoy that you're the heir of Slytherin after that debacle in second year. Sincerely, Daphne Greengrass, eldest daughter of Lord Greengrass. Daphne. So, like, a hug? Is that too much? Alright, thanks. I'll let the twins know. I'm sorry ahead of time if Ron opens his big mouth and inserts his foot, though. There's not a lot I can do about him. I appreciate that. Haha, did you know I used to think Malfoy was the heir? Turned out it was actually a piece of Tom Riddle's soul controlling a basilisk via a cursed diary. Can you believe that he made an anagram of his name and came up with I am Lord Voldemort? Unbelievably childish. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Hold off on the hugs, please. A kiss on the cheek in greeting should be plenty. And maybe holding my chair for me when I take a seat at the table. I am aware of Weasley's propensity for being an utter butt. I shall endeavor not to take it personally. Malfoy? Really? The boy can't even bear to squish ants. Are you saying Voldemort was in Hogwarts second year? What do you mean a piece of his soul? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. Got it. Well, I knew it wasn't me. And he was an utter prat, so I figured it might be him. Oh, surprise? Riddle made Horcruxes so there were like 7 pieces of his soul laying around, including one in my scar. It's gone now. We got all the pieces, so Voldemort won't be coming back this time. Riddle was in the school in first year too. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. I had to ask my father what a Horcrux was. He went white as a ghost and said it's an incomparably evil thing to make and that doing so halved one's sanity. You said Riddle made 7? No wonder he was all about making others suffer after that. He didn't have any sanity left. When father asked where I'd heard of such a thing, I admitted that you said Voldemort had made 7 of them and that you and your friends destroyed all of them in order to kill him. He looked like he was rethinking all his life choices. I'm not sure if that's a good reaction or just plain concerning. Spooked. Daphne. Daphne. Yeah, they're evil. They try to corrupt the minds of anyone unlucky enough to be in their vicinity so they don't try to destroy them. Ron, Hermione, and I took turns wearing one until we learned how to destroy it. It was awful. I won't tell you how to make one. No one should know that. But basilisk venom and fiendfire will destroy them, should you ever have the misfortune to come across them. If you can't use either of those, the sword of Gryffindor is infused with basilisk venom and can destroy them. Yeah, I hope your father is okay. I wasn't happy about learning it either and I don't believe in the prejudices Riddle was touting like the Holy Grail. You can also tell him Voldemort was a half-blood named Tom Marvolo Riddle, if you don't think it will break his worldview too much. Concerned? Harry. Harry. I'm not going to ask. Good to know, though hopefully I never have a chance to use that knowledge. I think I'll tell him anyways. Along with the anagram. Determined? Daphne. P.S. Why is your owl so fast? I've never seen an owl so fast. I'm positive you don't live close enough for our letters to get to each other so quickly. Daphne. Good luck. Oh, Helix is fast because he can use a form of apparition. I'm breeding owls for that and flight-based disillusionment. Helix has both. The faster bit is just a side effect of making owls harder for muggles to spot and wonder why owls are flying in the daytime. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. I want one. How much? I don't care if it has disillusionment, just apparition is enough. Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. I sold all of the previous batches to breeders, so I'm between saleable batches. I don't know how these will turn out. I'm still experimenting. And, it depends on the breed. They average 40 to 60 galleons more than a breeding owl, which is an average of 20 galleons more than you'd pay in Ilops. I do have a nest of American barn owls that will be ready to be tested soon, since they can breed more often than regular owls. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. I can wait. What other breeds do you have? Sincerely, Daphne. Dear Gret and Forge, Daphne will be coming with me. This Saturday. Please do not prank her. She says if you do, she'll use hexes on you that you won't know the counters to. Love, Harry. Dear Harrikins. Tempting. Very tempting. But we'll be good. Because she might know some Death Eater curses. And we'd rather not be on the wrong end of those over dinner. It would upset Mum and Ronikins would insult her. Love, Gret and Forge. Account Manager Snapjaw. Enclosed are lists from my apartment's manager, Mr. Thorpe. The first list is a list of things that need fixing or replacing and the second is a list of things he recommends for replacing and refurbishing. They seem pretty decent to me, though with room 202, I'd like to start with curse breaking and see if the apartment can be fixed without replacing everything. Though probably the moldy wall should be replaced. The apartment should be upgraded and furnished once the damages are repaired. I'd also like to maintain the wall murals in the halls, as I quite like them and they seem to be in good shape. I noticed a few places in them that have damages that should be fixed. I think Mr. Thorpe is so used to them that he forgot they exist. Please hire someone to see that these changes are implemented. They, as well as the curse breakers, can be paid out of the Potter investment vault. Please take Gringotts' fee for handling the matter out of the Potter Air Vault. Sincerely, Lord Potterblack. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. The Gringotts curse breaking team was able to take care of all the lingering curses, including the cursed mold in the shower. The damage from the mold is quite extensive, however, and as you suspected, the entire wall required replacement. It is currently being removed. McAlison Renovations was hired to take care of all repairs and install upgraded appliances. They have begun with room 202 and the laundry room. The study room only required minor cosmetic repairs and was finished within a few hours. Batty Designs was hired to redecorate and has begun with the study room. They will also upgrade the potions lab equipment, touch up the murals and paint anything that requires painting after repairs and upgrades are done. They have submitted a request to replace all bed mattresses in the building, citing age-based degradation and contamination from a series of users not being healthy for the current residents. At minimum, that will cost 20 to 30 galleons x an estimated 151 residents, given that some apartments have 2 or 3 beds, totaling 3,020 to 4,530 galleons. Please let me know what you want done about this matter. Sincerely, Account Manager Snapjaw. Account Manager Snapjaw. That's good to hear. Designate a 5,000 galleon budget for new beds, taken from the investment vault. Each bed should be replaced after the relevant fixes and updates have taken place in the individual apartments. Residents may choose to buy their own beds instead if they prefer nicer ones. Sincerely, Lord Potterblack. Chapter text. Creature, Harry calls. With a pop the house elf appears. Lord Black called? Yes. I've inherited more than one family's title. Creature be knowing this. Harry nods. I'm going to be calling in the elves that belong to those families to talk to them about their estates. I just wanted you to know so you wouldn't get upset about them being here. Lord Black will not be calling them to deal with the Black estate? Creature asks suspiciously. Nope. Just about their families' estates. Then that be being fine. Lord Black be needing anything else? No. That's all I called you for. Creature nods to himself and disappears with a crack of sound. Daisy. He waits for a moment, then crack. A female elf wearing a faded, brown, roughly, wraparound apron that might have looked nice 20 years ago over an equally faded blue tunic appears. She blinks at him for a few moments, then asks, "Yous being Air Potter? Yous call for Daisy?" Lord Potterblack, actually. And yes, I did. Did you work for my parents, James and Lily, or for someone else in the family? Daisy perks up. Yous being young Master Jamie's son? I's worked for Master Fleamont and Mistress Euphemia, young Master Jamie's parents. What can Daisy be doing for yous? I wanted to ask you if the estate needs anything. No. It being under stasis until Lord Potterblack removes it. Daisy has nothing to do. Been helping the old muggles in the nearest town. Daisy be being careful not to be seen. Daisy can be helping Master Potterblack, she informs him earnestly. He doesn't know where to begin parsing the horror of that. House elves thrive on work. Having nothing to do for 20 years in isolation would be enough to send a human baddie, much less a house elf. Even though she risked the statute of secrecy every time she helped a nomage, it had probably kept her sane. He can't even be upset with her. How are you at shopping? Daisy be good at shopping. Daisy be shopping for yous? Yes, a bit. How are you at sewing? Daisy primps her apron. Daisy be making her uniform. Is best uniform. I can see that. It's old though, so I'd like you to buy more cloth and make a new uniform that's not all faded. Can you do that for me? Daisy can. Her ears droop after a second. Daisy be needing wizard money to buy, though. House elves not be using money. Of course. It's a Potter house expense to provide money to make uniforms, he says gravely. Whichever Potter came up with this idea, he adores it. Is 5 galleons enough? The house elf hesitates. Maybe 3. Cloth might be being more expensive nows. All right, 3. Can I ask you to make uniforms for other elves? Yous can, Master Potterblack. Yous have a black elf, she asks curiously. 2, actually. And he mentally counts up the elves he has inherited, 6 others from other families that left their houses to me. So that's 9 uniforms I need you to make. So I'll give you a purse with 27 galleons in it to shop with. Do you need needles and stuff to make them with? No. Daisy has. Daisy be bringing back any extra wizard's money. That's fine. Make sure you get nice cloth, he acknowledges, knowing he won't win this fight. He pokes around until he finds a spare purse and takes some galleons and sickles out of the one he normally wears and puts it in the spare one and hands it to Daisy. I think black for Creature and Casso, and whatever color you like for yours. The others should probably be different colors. You can either guess or wait and ask them when I summon them. I's be waiting, she says firmly. Right, on to the next elf. Niffy. With a crack, a much younger elf appears and brightens when she sees him and bounces on her toes. I sees the scar. You must be's Master Harry. How can's Niffy be's helpings you? Yes, I'm Harry. What have you been doing, Niffy? Waitings. Niffy takes care of the estate grounds. Only the building's bees under stasis. He nods in understanding. What's your favorite color? Purple. Really bright purple. Niffy beams at him. Neat. Daisy here will be making you a new uniform in bright purple. He gestures at Daisy and Niffy turns in surprise, apparently having not noticed her. Master Harry B's having another elf? Niffy asks. Yes. I inherited elves from several different families, he confirms. Daisy is from my father's family. That be's being unusual, Niffy comments. He shrugs. Unusual is normal for my life. Is there any tools or things like that which you need, Niffy? Niffy cuts bees using some new clippers for the flowers. Niffy not be's real good with small cuts magic, she answers. Okay. He gets out 6 galleons, figuring that clippers can't cost more than 30 pounds. You go buy a good pair of clippers. She accepts the galleons gingerly. Master Harry B's living here? Yes. Niffy B's bringing by flowers, then. He smiles at her. Sounds like a plan. Off you go. Niffy disappears with a loud pop. Right. Next one then. Bonnie. A middle-aged elf in a white toga pops in. Ye being Master Potter? He blinks. Yes. Is there anything you need to do your job, Bonnie? Bonnie be needing more chicken feed. The shed be almost out. Bonnie be glad Master Potter called. Is being boring with just the chickens for the last 6 months, she says definitely. Oh? Just 6 months? Yes. That be being when Master Hatterley passed on, she tells him. Oh, well that's good that he lived so long. How much does chicken feed cost, he asks. Bonnie be needing 12 galleons for it, she replies firmly. Harry nods and fishes out 12 galleons and hands them over. This is where I live. Bonnie be knowing that. He stifles a laugh. Right. What I meant is you can bring fresh eggs by. Bonnie will. It'd be good to not be giving eggs to muggles. They didn't see you, right? They not be seeing Bonnie, she confirms. Oh, that's great. Anyways, that's all I needed. You can go buy that chicken feed. Bonnie will. She pops away. Daisy be thinking Daisy will be doing the shopping? Oops. I figured they'd know more about clippers and chicken feed, so they should get them. You can do the grocery shopping and such for me. Creature doesn't care for it, so I just do it myself. Daisy understands, she says, looking mollified, if puzzled by Creature's attitude. Phew. Knocker. He waits but the elf doesn't appear. Well, maybe he's busy. He'll try again later. Craig. An elf in a gray, sleeveless tunic covered in white and brown hair and a plaid half-cape appears with a sharp crack. He stares at Harry but says nothing. Hello, Craig. I'm Lord Potterblack. I just want to know what you've been up to and if you need anything to help with your duties. I be needing Lord Potterblack to take in Jester. He be being lonely. Jester? Master Blair's dog. I see. He thinks about that. I don't really have a proper space for a dog. Is it okay if I give him to someone who has a bigger yard? I be thinking that would be okay, the elf agrees. Harry nods, happy about that. He doesn't particularly want a dog. Hopefully the Weasleys will say yes to taking him in. What's your favorite color? Craig tilts his head in curiosity. I not be having one. Daisy thinks gray be being fine, Daisy opines. Fine for what? Craig asks. Daisy is making new uniforms for all my elves, Harry tells him. Craig scowls. I be wanting to keep my plaid. Well, it doesn't look like it's in bad shape. That's fine. You can wear it with the new uniform. I be fine with that, Craig acknowledges. Lord Potterblack be needing anything from me? Not right now. I'll call you when the uniform is done and when I have a home for the dog, Harry tells him. Craig nods. I be going then. He disappears with another sharp crack. Binsey. A female elf dressed in a dirty tunic and a mob cap appears with a soft pop. How can Binsey be helping Master? Well, first, I want to know if you need anything to do your job correctly. Binsey crosses her arms. Binsey be not having anything to do. Binsey be being bored. Oh. I'll have to find something for you to do, but I'll have to think on it. What's your favorite color? Binsey be liking orange. Alright. Daisy will be making you a new uniform. I'll call you again when it's ready. Are you attached to that cap? Binsey just be liking something on her head, the elf replies, shaking her head. Daisy can be making a cap to match, Daisy offers. Yes, do that. Binsey, I'll call you again when I have something for you to do. Binsey be waiting. She pops off. On to the next turn. An elf dressed in a neat, Bosbaton's blue appears with a loud crack. Master finally calls turn? What have you been up to, Turn? Turn has been working for Bosbatons and waiting on Z-Master. Turn knows Z-Master was a baby when gifted Z-Pie to Terra. Are you happy working at Bosbatons? Turn has been, Then you can keep working there unless I'm visiting France, okay? Turn be fine with this. What's your favorite color? I see you have a uniform for Beau's batons, but Daisy is making uniforms for when you're working for me. Turn looks at him in confusion, then nods. Turn be liking blue and gold. Turn can be wearing a different uniform when Z Master visits La France, oui. Good, good. That's all for now. I'll call you when the uniform is ready. Oui, Master. Turn disappears with a loud crack. Knocker, Harry tries again, but again there is no response. Hopefully the elf is okay. Huh? Okay. Dear Molly and Arthur, do you want a dog? I inherited one, apparently, but I have no yard to let him run in. Love, Harry. Harry dear. Sorry to disappoint, but no, dear. Dogs are an expense that we really can't afford and I don't want a dog digging in my garden. The gnomes are bad enough. Love, Molly. Daphne. I inherited a dog, but I have no space for him to run. Do you have any ideas about who I could give him to? Sincerely, Harry. Harry. I have an idea, but I don't know if you'll like it. On paper, Draco Malfoy will be your future brother-in-law, so it would be good if you could get along. The dog could make a good reconciliation present. The Malfoy estate has plenty of space for a dog and he could chase those fat white peacocks around. Sincerely, Daphne. Craig. The elf appears with a crack. Lord Potterblack, do you know where the Malfoy estate is? I can be finding. Can you take the dog and this letter to Draco Malfoy? I can be. Harry hands over the letter. The elf disappears with another crack. Draco flinches at a sharp crack. A house elf with a plaid half-cape and a bewildered-looking Sheltie. What? You be being Draco Malfoy? I am, he confirms. The elf holds out a letter. This be being for you. He takes it gingerly, then curses when the elf disappears, leaving the dog behind. Malfoy. Daphne informs me that we're to be brothers-in-law and should get along, so consider the dog a reconciliation present. His name is Jester. Enjoy. Sincerely, H. Potter. Draco lets out a small screech of frustration, then gives up and crouches down to offer his hand to Jester. The dog flinches, sniffs, then wags his tail tentatively. Okay, fine. Obviously, this is a good dog and Draco will have to send a thank you letter. Potter. Thank you for the dog. You shouldn't have, but he's a good boy, so I forgive you. Greengrass is right. We should get along in public. Sincerely, D. Malfoy. Several hours later, Harry twitches when an elf covered in half-dried blood appears abruptly. Knocker apologizes to Master. Knocker was helping Master's prize mare give birth. Ah. Harry blinks a few times. Another animal? Wait, 2 animals. What is he going to do with horses? Does he need to do anything with the horses or can he just let Knocker take care of them? That's fine. I'm having new uniforms made. What color would you like yours to be? Knocker pps his head, then looks down at himself. Something dark to hide stains. Tending horses be messy. Alright, I'll let Daisy know. You go clean yourself up. I'll call you when the new uniform is ready. The elf nods vigorously. Knocker will come. He vanishes with a small pop. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. The inheritance tests of Caroline Fraser, 3rd year at Hogwarts, and 7th year Corbon Fraser indicate they are third cousins through a squib line to the former head of House Fraser. If you wish to do a blood adoption, Gringotts provides the ritual for a fee. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Mr. Corbon Fraser? I offered to pay for inheritance tests for Muggleborns in hopes of finding heirs to some of the families I have inherited. I have been informed that you and presumably your sister or cousin Caroline are third cousins to the Fraser family. As such, I would like to offer to make you my heir for the Fraser assets. Please write me back and let me know if you would like to accept or not. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Fraser. Mr. Potter? I thought those tests were private information. I would be happy to accept being your heir for the Fraser assets. Caroline is my little sister. Sincerely, Corbon Fraser. Mr. Corbon Fraser? They are. I'm only receiving information directly related to the family names I'm looking for heirs for. I'm hoping to dump fewer inheritances on my poor godson, you see. Thank you for accepting. Please let me know a date you can meet me at Gringotts so I can blood adopt you as my heir. I assure that this will change nothing about your situation other than making you my heir for the Fraser assets and house. Unfortunately, this is necessary in order for you to inherit, since I have an heir, to whom it would otherwise default. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Fraser. Mr. Potter? I asked Headmistress McGonagall about blood adoption and she tells me it is adding a third parent. I assume that when you say nothing will change other than becoming your heir, you mean that you do not intend to fight my parents for custody? Concerned? Corbon Fraser. Mr. Corbon Fraser? Oh, Merlin, no. For one thing, I'm much too young for that. For another, as a 7th year, you should be legally an adult in the Wixen world, which means your Muggle parents only have custody over you in the Muggle world. At most, it means that you can feel free to call upon me for help should something go drastically wrong in your life. Or ask me for advice, since I'd legally be one of your parents and I'd owe you that much. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Fraser. Mr. Potter? I see. I didn't realize that. That's good to know. Headmistress McGonagall says I can use her flu on the weekend, so Saturday or Sunday is okay for me. Sincerely, Corbin Fraser. Account Manager Nixnock. Can you arrange for 2 separate blood adoption rituals on Saturday or Sunday? Sincerely, Lord Potterblack. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. You now have a 2 p.m. Saturday and an 11:30 a.m. Sunday appointment for a blood adoption ritual. The fees will be deducted from your personal account. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Mr. Corbin Fraser, please meet me at Gringotts at 11:20 a.m. Sunday. We have an appointment at 11:30 a.m. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Fraser. Dear Andromeda, if possible, can you meet me at Gringotts at 1:50 p.m. Saturday for a 2 p.m. appointment for a blood adoption ritual for Teddy? Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry, it's not a terribly complicated ritual. Goblins really aren't needed for it, but if that's the route you want to go, I won't quibble. Yes, we can meet you at that time on Saturday. Sincerely, Andromeda. Gringotts' blood adoption ritual chamber is stone with an elaborate magic circle set into the floor in a different color of stone. Undress the child and place him in the circle, then place a drop of blood on his brow, chest, and navel, then step out of the circle and repeat these words and push magic into the circle. The goblin in charge instructs and hands Harry a parchment. The circle will do the rest. Harry looks at Andromeda and she nods. She undresses a sleepy Teddy, leaving his diaper on, and places him in the stone circle, then steps back. Apparently, the stone floor isn't freezing, because Teddy doesn't fuss. His eyes just follow Harry as cuts his finger and drips blood on him. Harry steps out of the circle and looks at the parchment. Obediently pushing magic into the circle, he reads out, Huic puero hoc sanguine paternitatem offero, a pater ad filium. Edicit. The circle glows faintly and Teddy glows bright gold for a moment before the light dies away and Teddy is lying there with no trace of blood on him. Andromeda grabs Harry's hand and points her wand at him. Episky. There. Congratulations, you're a father. Thanks, Andromeda. So, saying, she picks up Teddy, who is now crying in surprise. Harry scks the drying blood off his finger absently and stays as Andromeda redresses Teddy. He addresses the goblin and offers the parchment back. Thank you. May your gold flow like rivers. The goblin takes the parchment with a nod. If he is to be your heir, you still have to sign documents to that purpose with your account manager. May your enemies always have to cross rivers to get to you. He follows the goblin and Andromeda out of the room. The appointment to name Teddy heir will have to be a different day. For such a simple ceremony, he's awfully tired. He wants a nap. Harry waits in front of Gringotts, uneasily ignoring the goblin guard stares. Finally, a dark-haired, sturdily built boy a couple inches taller than him comes up to him. Mr. Potter? I'm Corbin Fraser. Nice to meet you. Let's go inside. Before they're late. They're led to what Harry is sure is the same ritual room, with the same goblin in charge. Young sir, you need to remove your top and wand, then stand in the circle. Lord Potterblack will have to touch you to put blood on your brow, chest, and navel, and then you need to stand still while Lord Potterblack finishes the ritual, the goblin instructs, handing Harry a parchment identical to yesterday's. The goblin gives Harry a disapproving look. It is not wise to do this 2 days in a row. Do not do anything magical for the next 2 or 3 days once you get home. Corbin takes off his overrobe and shirt and stands in the circle. Harry steps into the circle, cutting his finger and dabbing blood on the other boy's brow, chest, and navel. Somehow this is much more embarrassing than doing it with Teddy. Maybe because Corbin's older? He steps out of the circle, makes to use Episky on his finger and startles when the goblin grabs his wand hand. Heal it after. Healing the wound can interfere with the ritual, the goblin says sternly. Oh. Putting his wand away, he pushes magic at the circle and reads the words on the parchment. Huic puero hoc sanguine paternitatem offero, a pater ad filium. Edicit. Like yesterday, the circle gains a pale light and Corbin glows brightly gold. When the magic fades, Corbin staggers and Harry has to fight to stay on his feet. Definitely not operating home. Good thing public flus exist. You can step out of the circle and put your clothes back on, young sir, the goblin addresses Corbin. Corbin puts his shirt and robe back on and picks up his wand. He eyes Harry. Can I heal your finger? You don't look too good. Oh. Yes. He notices Korban's bright green eyes. What color are your eyes? Episki. Korban gives him a funny look. Brown. Not anymore. Korban looks startled. What color are they now? Same color as mine. Avada Kedavra green. Does that happen commonly? Korban wants to know. I have no idea. It didn't happen with Teddy, Harry answers, fairly sure of that. Then again, Teddy's a metamorphmagus, so would he even be able to tell? It happens sometimes, the goblin tells them. Usually changes are more subtle, though more likely to be noticed with older subjects. One reason why most blood adoptions happen with young children, so they grow into the changes rather than having to confront them instantly. Oh, well, that's going to be fun, Harry says, tired and sarcastic. Korban pats his back gently. I can live with green eyes. Brown was boring anyways. Harry grins slightly in response. Good to know. I'd hate to have ruined your life over an inheritance. Nothing that dramatic, Korban laughs. Anyways, I'd best get back to Hogwarts and you to home, because you look positively knackered. That ritual packs a kick even on my end. I imagine it's much worse on your end. Yes, well, never doing it 2 days in a row again, that's for sure, Harry admits, handing the parchment back to the goblin and exiting the room. You did it yesterday, too? Yeah, with my godson. He's about 2 years old and it startled him into crying. He winces at the memory. So, technically, is he my big brother or my little brother? Harry gives Korban a startled look. Heir? I don't know. He's my heir for the Potter and Black titles for sure. I'm hoping to find more like you for the other inheritances. But he's still way younger than you. Little brother it is. I always wanted a brother. Caroline's great, but it's not the same. I don't envy him the titles at all. Politics are awful. They walk companionably and exit the bank and are about to go their separate ways when Harry remembers something. Oh, I forgot. Just a minute, Korban. Binzi. The elf, who he is happy to see is now dressed in the new uniform and mobcap in shades of orange, pops into existence. How can Binzi be helping Master? This is Korban Fraser, my heir for House of Fraser. You can help take care of him and his sister Caroline. They're currently attending Hogwarts, he tells her. Binzi brightens visibly. Binzi be doing that. Korban wheezes. Okay, that I did not expect. Also, I'm pretty sure students aren't supposed to bring their own personal house elves. The house elf sighs. Binzi be knowing Hogwarts rules. Binzi can be abiding by and still helping Heir Fraser. Good, that's good, Harry decides. Korban can point out Caroline to you. Alright, that's all I had. I'm going home now. He walks towards the leaky and startles slightly when Korban catches up to him. Might as well walk together. We're both going to use the leaky's flu, Korban explains. Presumably Binzi has left. Oh, right. They walk in silence until they exit Diagon Alley, right before they enter the leaky. Just a heads up, I'll probably be swarmed when I go in there, so take your chance to use the flu before they notice you and demand answers. Korban winces. Right. I can do that. Fame is a hassle, yeah? Harry scowls. Yeah. He lets Korban go ahead and then enters. Predictably he's only halfway to the flu before he's spotted and he gets intercepted a few feet from the flu and has to stop and accept thanks and handshakes. Someone tries to get him to kiss a baby, but he raises his hands to ward it off. Sorry, the only person I kiss is my fiancée. Ooh, that's so sweet. There's a babble of agreement and somehow that results in him being allowed to use the flu without further hassle. He trips over his own feet and lands face down in Grimmauld Place. Lord Blackby being sick? Creature asks. Harry just groans and lays there. He's already laying down. May as well take that nap. Vaguely he hears Creature saying something else, but then he's out like a light. Prior to. Current date. Daphne. The Weasleys' flu is the burrow. I belatedly realized I hadn't told you that. Here's the list of owl breeds I'm breeding. Sincerely. Harry. Harry. We should arrive together. Our flu is Greengrass Manor. If you arrive 15 minutes before we're due at the Weasleys, I can introduce you to my parents, who have been wanting to meet you. Thank you for the list. Sincerely. Daphne. Daphne. Sounds like a plan. I'll be there. Sincerely. Harry. Saturday evening. Harry stumbles out of the flu and catches himself before he falls on his face. Normally he's a little more graceful than that. I hate flus, he grumbles. He looks up at a feminine laugh. A graying blonde woman standing next to Daphne is smiling at him. At least you can't splinch using flus, she says consolingly. No, but you can end up somewhere unintended if you choke on the flu powder. I ended up in Nocturne the first time I used the flu, he tells her. Surprisingly, this makes the dark-haired man who must be Daphne's father smile. You wouldn't be the first that happened to and you won't be the last. I imagine Nocturne Alley wasn't a safe place for you. Probably still isn't. Harry shrugs. Probably not. I don't imagine it's terribly safe for anyone. I did wander down it a couple times on purpose after Hogwarts. Nobody hexed me, but several obviously thought about it. Not really my kind of place, though. You prefer Diagon Alley? Lord Greengrass steps forward and offers his hand. Sturgis Greengrass, feel free to call me Sturgis. Delighted to meet you, Lord Potterblack. Or Carket Market? Lady Greengrass guesses, mischief in her tone. Diana Greengrass, dear. Please call me Diana. Or Horizon Alley. Daphne adds, looking amused. Hello, Harry. Harry shakes the proffered hand and kisses the back of Diana's hand when it's offered. Likewise. Please call me Harry. I think Cattery Alley is the most interesting one so far. I don't think I've checked out Carket yet. Oh? What's interesting about Cattery Alley? Sturgis asks curiously. The apartment building I own. It's currently undergoing renovations. One room required a team of curse breakers to make it habitable. Harry overshares and grins. Is this something you invested in or? Sturgis wonders. No, it's a Potter investment. Nothing upgraded or replaced for at least 20 years, though. The building itself is in good condition, but a lot of things needed replacement. I'm going to keep the rent low, though, since it mainly attracts Hogwarts graduates fresh out of school, Harry tells him cheerfully. Sturgis looks at him like he's a puzzle. That doesn't seem efficient if you want to make money on it. I won't be losing money on it, Harry replies, and it's a needed service. Graduates who aren't living with their families take a while to gain their feet. Apprenticeships don't necessarily pay that much and not everyone pays their shop help fairly. Half my residents would be out on the street if I raised the rent. I think it's very kind of you to provide housing for those with small incomes, Diana tells him. Are you sure? The housing market is pretty low cost right now because so many died or moved away during the war. It was already low from the first war, Sturgis informs him. Really? I'll have to look into that. Buy low and sell high and all that. Or buy low and then rent, maybe. Not to interrupt, but Harry and I have somewhere to be, Daphne says and glides over to the fireplace, tosses a bit of flue powder in and says clearly, the burrow. Harry smiles sheepishly at Daphne's parents. I'd best go, but it was nice to meet you. You as well, dear, Diana replies and Sturgis nods at that. He walks over to the fireplace and follows Daphne's example. Harry manages not to stumble this time, brushing ash from his clothes absently. Ron is staring passive-aggressively while Ginny and the twins greet Daphne. Mrs. Weasley bustles in and says cheerfully, Harry, Miss Greengrass. Glad to have you here. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Daphne says politely. None of that, dear. Call me Molly. Daphne glances at Harry, then nods. Molly. Call me Daphne, then. Gladly. I'm so happy Harry found someone after it didn't work out with my Ginny. I was afraid that he'd never get married, Molly chatters. Harry stiffens a little and Daphne looks at him curiously. Well, Harry's quite the catch, but I imagine it's hard to know if someone is just after his fame or not, Daphne commiserates. Yes, exactly that. Molly nods vigorously. Our Harry is such a darling boy, but so many see his fame and don't try to get to know him properly. It's such a trial for him. Ginny rolls her eyes. Harry is, again, so very grateful that Ginny gave up her hero worship of him and quit pursuing him. He steps forward and puts an arm around her, careful to do so slowly but not so slowly as to make it obvious they aren't familiar with each other. Daphne is aware of my flaws, so I'd say that's a good start. Molly beams at him. I'm so happy for you, Harry. Dinner will be ready in a tick. I need to make sure nothing is boiling over. She bustles out of the room, leaving silence behind for a moment. Don't mind Mum. She's a bit overbearing dash. But she means well. I didn't take it amiss, Daphne assures the twins and steps out of Harry's loose hold to take a seat on the couch nobody is sitting on. I understand you two have a prank business. Weasley's whistles, was it? Weasley's wizard wheezes, Fred corrects. Harrikins here is an investor dash. So he gets all his prank products free. Ron makes a sound of discontent. Not that he's actually asked for any dash, George adds. Yet. Harry sits next to Daphne. I can't exactly prank the entire Wixen world for wanting to shake my hand. You could try, Ron says with a slightly malicious grin. Oh, of course he'd be annoyed Harry has an opportunity to do something and doesn't take it. Because he would have wanted it, if it were him. At least the malice doesn't seem to be directed at Harry this time. Prank products might not be ideal for that, Daphne observes. Can you do wandless magic, Harry? He gives her a startled look. Some. Mainly Accio. Well, if you could manage a wandless hair color changing charm, you could use that as a deterrent from shaking your hand, she tells him. The twins exchange gleeful grins. Harrikins, we like your girl, George begins. She's got a mind to admire. Just imagine dash. If every time you shook someone's hand dash, Fred continues. Their hair changed to a different color. Why, you could have an entire rainbow dash of hair in one room. George finishes. A grin grows on Harry's face as he considers that. Apparently, his faux fiancée has a mischievous side. I might just do that. Thanks, Daphne. She smiles slightly. Think nothing of it. Hermione calls them for dinner a few minutes later. Apparently, she's learning magical cooking from Molly and had helped out with the meal. Dinner is pleasant and Daphne slowly relaxes, even though he can tell she's not as comfortable with the informality as she pretends. After an hour or so of post-dinner talk, he makes their excuses and tells Daphne, my flu is Grimmauld Place, if you want to come see the owls. I would love to. After you. He indicates the fireplace. Primly, she takes a pinch of flu powder, tosses it in the fire and, when it turns green, firmly says, Grimmauld Place. Harry gives her a moment, then follows. Lord Black has a guest? Creature asks as soon as he steps into Grimmauld Place. Creature, this is my fiancée, Daphne Greengrass, oldest daughter of Lord Greengrass. Daphne, this is Creature, the Black family elf. Lord Black be marrying a proper pureblood? Creature asks gleefully. He winces. No. I'm just pretending to be her fiancé so she's not humiliated because her former fiancé cheated on her. Creature scowls. Lord Black be shameful. Should not play pretend with a proper pureblood daughter. Nice to meet you, Creature, Daphne interrupts. Don't be too hard on Harry. I asked him to pretend to keep my reputation intact. Missy Greengrass be keeping her reputation if Lord Black marries her, Creature suggests. She laughs. No, that's not necessary. Creature disappears huffily with a loud crack. He sure has opinions, doesn't he? Oh, yes. He's going to be passive-aggressive about this forever. Passive-aggressive? Petty. He's going to be petty about it and make remarks about it constantly. It always baffles him which Muggle terms Wixen do or do not have. Sorry for that. I didn't mean to make your life harder. It'll keep him from being bored, Harry says, waving it off. It's better than him learning the truth when we break up. I'd never hear the end of that. The owls are this way. It's a short walk. Master Harry be having a visitor? Casso asks in surprise. Yes, this is Daphne Greengrass, a friend. Be welcome to the owl room, Missy Greengrass. Thank you, this is Casso. He oversees the owl's care, Harry fills in. Thank you, Casso. If Missy Greengrass be needing anything, be letting Casso know. Of course, she says graciously. The owls are arranged by country, Harry tells her. Over here are the African owls, then the Australian owls, British owls, Chinese owls, Indian owls, Japanese owls, North American owls, Russian owls, and South American owls. I ran out of space for more or I would have done some proper research into all the different owl breeds. As is, I mostly just asked for suggestions of local owls and obtained breeding pairs from breeders willing to work with me. I see. Daphne peers into the cage labeled Northern White-Faced Owl and startles when the male emits a squeaky growl. Oh, yeah. He's afraid of strangers, not sure why. He does that when he feels threatened. I got growled at a lot at first. Casso too, though not for as long, Harry explains. Oh. She nods before moving on to the spotted eagle owl that makes up the second of the two species in the Africa section. That's one of the few owl species that drinks regularly when water is available. Most owls get the majority of their moisture from digesting their prey, he notes. Interesting. She moves to the Australian section and peers into the first cage. Is that owl pink? Yeah, that's a puff owl. It's a type of magical owl that emits flashes of magical pink light to blind predators. It leaves their victims unable to see anything but pink for 3 days. They're not real bright, but they are sweet. I'm actually breeding these for the initial enchantments on post owls, as they've never been bred for that. No disillusionment or apparition for these guys. Hermione helped me develop a spell to keep their natural magic from interfering and it works pretty well. They're adorable. Never tell Astoria about them or she'll beg endlessly for one, Daphne instructs. He chuckles. I wouldn't mind selling her one. I'm not sure it would do well in winter, though. Best not to risk it, then, she decides. Fair enough. The next cage is tagged Southern Boobook. Australia has small owls, Daphne notes. He shrugs. I think that the breeder I contacted might just like small owls. Or that, she acknowledges. Daphne observes the British, Chinese, Indian, Japanese and North American owls, dropping small comments but obviously not particularly attracted to any of them. She seems more interested in the Russian owls, though. Daphne coos over the Tengmom's owl's looks, but pays more attention to the larger great gray owl with its funny face and Blackiston's fish owl with its massive size. That one is the world's largest owl, he says of the latter. This is the one, she decides. I want one of these. Alright. These actually have Chinese breeding instead of European, so I didn't have any luck with them last time. We're hoping what Hermione came up with to keep the magics from interacting badly works, so I'll have some to sell back to the breeder. But I can certainly earmark one for you, he informs her agreeably. I'd like that. She looks visibly pleased, so he takes it as a win. They look like you, she says of the spectacled owl in the South American section. Funny. He rolls his eyes. The birds do look somewhat like they're wearing glasses and they have very striking coloring. She giggles at him and takes a look at the last owls, the tropical screech owl. Properly fierce. I imagine they'd blend into the trees if they closed their eyes. Yeah, he agrees in mild amusement. He's happy she liked the owls, and ravens, and found one she wanted. Missing letters? Mr. Mbatha. My name is Harry Potter and I am acquiring breeding pairs of owls from species from across the world for a breeding program. I plan to enchant the parent owl so their descendants can use apparate and disillusionment, so as to improve their protection from being seen by people without magic. I wish to work with breeders to spread the improved owls across the Wixen world. If you are willing to work with me on this project, please let me know. Either way, could you please recommend a couple local African breeds of owls for this project? I am willing to pay the going price plus shipping fees for 2 breeding pairs per species. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Heir Potterblack. Mr. Potter, congratulations on defeating your local Dark Lord. While I am more than willing to work with you on this project, I have my concerns. Africa is a land of many peoples and many magics. There is a high chance that our local post owls are enchanted in a way that will not work with your British magics. If you are willing to take that chance, I recommend the northern white-faced owl and the spotted eagle owl. Both have wide ranges with little overlap. I have 1 breeding pair available of the northern white-faced owl, but can acquire another pair for you if you wish. I have enough to spare you 2 breeding pairs of the spotted eagle owl. The former will be 80 galleons per pair and the latter 300 galleons per pair. I believe shipping and taxes will be approximately 132 galleons. Sincerely, S. Mbatha. Mr. Mbatha. I suppose he was just an afterthought to Africa. Thank you for being willing to work with me on this project. I have sent the indicated funds, plus 10 galleons for care tips. Please do acquire a second pair of northern white-faced owl for me. I will speak to my friend who came up with the owl-compatible version of apparate along with a spell creator about the possibilities of magical incompatibility and ways of combating it. I have every confidence that she can come up with something that will work. Are you interested in partial successes, such as those that only have disillusionment or just apparate? Or only in the final product? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, I will be interested to see what she comes up with. Full care instructions and tips have been included. I am more interested in the apparate than the disillusionment. Africa is a big place, after all, and the shorter the distance our owls are asked to fly, the easier it is on them. I am, of course, also interested in the final product. May Lady Magic bless your endeavors. Sincerely, S. Mbatha. Missing letters? Ms. Bennet. I am writing to you because your ministry recommended you as a reliable breeder of owls. I am looking to obtain breeding pairs of local owls with the goal of producing owls that can use disillusionment and apparate to make them less noticeable to muggles. I wish to spread this across the Wixen world for our improved safety, thus my goal of obtaining owls from around the world and working with breeders who can spread these owls to their respective areas. I have access to records of how post owls were originally created in Britain and believe I will not have too much trouble adding the 2 spells to the mix. Please let me know if you are willing to work with me on this. In either case, would you be willing to sell me the breeding pairs? Sincerely, Harry Potter, Heir Potterblack. Mr. Potter, I meet your innovation with great enthusiasm. I would be happy to work with you. I do have a request, though, if you think you might be able to recreate post-owl enchantments. There is a local magical owl, the puff owl, that uses pink light as a defense mechanism to blind predators. It is adorably small and pink, and I think if you could recreate those enchantments in this breed, I could create a large local market for them. Would you be willing to do this? I would be able to provide you with 2 breeding pairs, free of charge, and would pay you 50 galleons per each for successes. The other owl I would recommend already has post-owl enchantments, but I do not know if they're the same as the British enchantments and thus your spells may require some recalibration to work. It is the Southern Boo Book. A rather small owl, but widespread. 60 galleons per breeding pair. Shipping and taxes add up to 352 galleons. Intrigued? Calla Bennett. Ms. Bennett, thank you for being willing to work with me. I would be happy to work with you on developing the puff owl into a post owl. In fact, if you could breed down 7 generations from the initial successes and then sell me back breeding pairs, then I could also add the disillusionment and apparate spells to them. I do insist on paying you for the owls, however. I have included the necessary funds as well as 10 galleons for care tips. Do you think puff owls would sell well in Britain? Also intrigued? Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, I will not accept the full cost of an improved owl for unimproved owls that have no market price. I will accept 20 galleons per each. Thus, I am returning 120 galleons to you. Thank you for being willing to work with me on this project. I believe it will be immensely profitable to me. Full care instructions have been included. I'm sure puff owls would sell well most places, but Britain does have harsher winters than Australia as I understand it. I don't know if they can survive colder weather. I'm not sure customers would understand an owl they could only use 3/4 of the year. Sincerely, Calla Bennett. Harry mutters and pushes the book back onto the shelf. No help there. Lord Blackby looking for something? Long-lasting prank spells. Creature tuts. All those belonged to Bad Master Mongrel Black and he took all of them when he ran away. Taking a deep breath, he lets it out in a huff, displeased by Creature's lingering antipathy toward Sirius. Fine. What store should I look in for prank spells, then? I don't think Flourish and Blots has what I'm looking for. Lord Black being in the second-hand bookshop. 'Tis a disgrace, Creature mutters. Wiz hard books or maybe old no books or obscurus books be being better. Lord Black not be shamed by going to those. All those be being in Diagon. HMMN, didn't he see the second-hand bookshop in Cattery Alley? He'll go there first and then the more dignified places if he can't find anything there. Thanks, Creature. Lord Blackby being welcome, the elf says with a sniff and disappears with a pop. Second placement books and manuscripts. So he'd remembered wrong about the second-hand bookshop being here, but this looks just as good. A rather shabby-looking place, but the windows are clean and he can see an eclectic clutter of books and parchments on neat shelves. He pushes open the door and walks inside. The man at the counter looks up. Welcome, Lord Potterblack. Harry startles. Do I know you? No. You're my daughter's landlord. Thank you for fixing up that place, by the way. It makes me feel better about letting her live there, the man explains. Is there anything I can help you find today? You're welcome. I'm looking for spells for a long-lasting prank, Harry says. Row 4, first shelf and a half on the right. Pranks are popular with the younger crowd, the man replies promptly, amusement in his eyes. Thanks. He nods at the man, grabs a shopping basket and makes his way over to the 4th row of shelves and starts looking. The big book of jinxes and hexes, prank spells for all ages, charms for all occasions, Plinky's charms for pranks and retaliations, jinxes and hexes and charms through the ages. He flips through them one after another, but all of them are either short-term spells or too easily reversed or just flat-out mean. He picks up a scroll and unrolls it to see the title. Charms for the Competent Prankster. HM. He unrolls it further. The competent prankster should be able to do short dash, medium, and long-term spells and be able to discern which ones are good for which occasions. As there are many books and scrolls covering short-term spells, we will start with long-term spells and then move to medium-term ones. Good enough. He tosses it in his basket and keeps looking. Self-resolving hexes and jinxes, Franklin's joke hexes, Franklin's joke jinxes, Franklin's joke charms, Franklin's joke rituals, Harbinger's hexes, Ballywump's jinxes, Melvin's prank spells, the massive book of joke spells, Jokesters Unlimited. Franklin apparently likes making life difficult for his victims but isn't outright malicious, so Harry adds his books to the basket. He still hasn't seen a spell for long-term hair color change, though. With a sigh, he goes back up to the front. Find what you're looking for? No, I'm looking for a hair color spell. Oh, then you'd want the 3rd row, end of the aisle on the left, top 2 shelves. That's where the hair care books are, the clerk explains. Harry feels like face-palming. Of course, that's where he should have looked. Right. Thanks. That's what I'm here for. He makes his way to the hair care shelves and starts looking. Luscious hair for all occasions, Linda's Luscious Locks Library, hair care from A to Z, charms for looking your best, low-effort hair care, Taming the Untamable, Locks Management. Honestly, his hair is so untamable that it's an easy decision to add hair care from A to Z, low-effort hair care and Taming the Untamable to his basket. Hair color charms of all sorts. That's what he's looking for. Probably. He flips through it and finds charm named near permanent hair color towards the back. Perfect. Getting rid of the hair color change is simple enough, but not something most people would voluntarily try without being told, a vinegar water rinse. Otherwise, the victim has to wait and grow out their hair to get rid of the color. And he can make it any color he can imagine. Apparently, it even works on metamorphmaguses. Again, perfect. He can't wait to try this charm out. He goes up to the counter and puts the basket on it. The clerk smiles at him and goes through the books. That'll be 4 galleons and 12 sickles. Harry gives him 5 galleons. Keep the change. Found what you were looking for, then? Don't cause too much trouble. The man looks way too amused to be serious. No promises, Harry replies with a grin. He's going to have so much fun with this. Hopefully it will result in fewer people risking shaking his hand. Harry stops in Tangle and Noyle's wigmakers and perruquiers in Diagon Alley and buys a few wigs to practice on. The shopkeeper is over the moon and insists on shaking his hand, much to his discomfort. After that, he pauses at Sugarplum's sweet shop and buys a bagful of Eccles cake because he's craving currants. Fortunately, the clerk is very polite and treats him like any other customer, so he decides he'll come back another time. Then he goes home and opens the package of books, pulls hair color charms of all sorts out of the stack and flips through until he finds the near-permanent hair color charm. Looks complicated. He sets up the wig so he can practice. Before he can try this wandlessly, he needs to get it down with a wand. It's harder to get down wand movements without a demonstration, so it takes him a couple hours to figure that part out properly. He's not bad at charms, though, so once he gets that, it's not long before he's partially turning the wig's new colors. Definitely needs more practice. But he sets it aside when Creature informs him lunch is ready. There will be other days to practice. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. The inheritance test of Bernard Blair's daughter, 36 years, indicates that he is a 5th cousin through a squib line of the former head of House Blair. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. The inheritance of Eve White, 1st year at Hogwarts, indicates that she is the 2nd cousin through a squib line of the previous Lord Whitemore. She can't be your heir, since the lordship is patrilineal, but she does have a younger brother. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Harry looks through his bank statements again, thinking about what Sturgis had said about the current housing market. Account Manager Nixnock. Please transfer 1,000 galleons apiece to the following accounts: Gaunt Heir Vault, Gaunt Family Vault and Peveril Family Vault from my personal account. I've also been informed that the Wixen housing market is currently a buyer's market. Would you recommend investing in that? And do you think there is a way to acquire properties for the Gaunts and Peverils with the funds transferred? By the way, do you know what happened to the lordship rings of the Gaunts and Peverils? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. The transfers have been made. Rather more than expected Muggleborns have taken advantage of your willingness to pay for inheritance tests. You may want to keep an eye on that. Small houses with perhaps 1 to 2 bedrooms could be obtained for 1,000 galleons. Both the Gaunts and the Peverils are nobility, so you may want to invest and grow those funds before purchasing a property. As for investing in the housing market, it depends on what you want to do with those properties. Quite a number of the homes were abandoned without time to set up proper stasis, and many of them have accumulated damages from that or were badly damaged in the war. A lot of the owners were either murdered or are Muggleborns or half-bloods who fled when you know who was in charge of the ministry. I'm sure the families would be happy to sell them at reduced prices, even accounting for the damages, but I'm not sure doing so would benefit you unless you have a plan for them. I believe the Gaunts used the Peveril lordship ring as their own. What happened to it is unknown. A search of files indicates that it is a silver ring set with a black, triangular cut stone. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. Alright, I'll hold off on acquiring homes for those 2 families. I believe that the lordship ring was a Horcrux and destroyed, so new lordship rings will have to be made for both families. Please recommend a jeweler who can do so. More than expected inheritance tests? It should be just the kids from Hogwarts. I don't mind paying for all of them. After some thought, I believe I would not mind having those properties fixed up. I don't have a lot in mind, but I do think the Wixen world could use an orphanage or 2 and housing for Muggles with Muggleborn children where they could safely use magic. If you can locate properties that you think would suit those purposes, please let me know. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. A Horcrux? What do you mean a Horcrux? Goblin jeweler Baphite or Wixen jeweler Malf Knudsen can both do lordship ring commissions adequately. Malf Knudsen can be found at Knudsen's Fine Jewelry in Carkit Market. Baphite would have to be contacted through an account manager. You did not specify Hogwarts students only when you told me that you were paying for the inheritance tests. Currently, 676 Muggleborns have requested inheritance tests, costing you a total of 13,520 galleons. How many orphanages and where would you like them located? Muggleborn housing is an interesting concept. If you wanted the children to be able to use magic, you would have to include Wixen families in the housing areas as well. There are several locations in England and Scotland where existing properties could be converted or rebuilt into warded flats. I have included a preliminary list of said properties. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. I thought the goblins were aware of Voldemort Tom Riddle's Horcruxes? It's why we took Helga Hufflepuff's cup from Bellatrix Lestrange's vault to destroy it. Salazar Slytherin's locket and Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem were also Horcruxes. Don't worry. We destroyed them all. Oh, for Merlin's sake. My mistake. Please put a hold on further inheritance tests for other than Hogwarts students. I'll release a statement in the paper clarifying that I won't be paying for anyone else outside of Hogwarts students. I think 3 orphanages. 1 each in England, Scotland, and Ireland. The magical community counts the entirety of Ireland as part of the British ministry, doesn't it? Or is Ireland a separate ministry? I'd like to buy the 4 adjacent ruined properties in Pickery Lane, London, and have a warded complex of 43-bedroom flats with a kitchen and bathroom built there instead, along with a connected flue in the lobby. Wards should be able to conceal the building from those muggles who are not in the know about magic. Flats can be let to both Wixen and families with Muggleborn children. At least 10% of the apartments should be set aside for Muggleborn families. Those flats should be rune-warded to allow modern Muggle amenities such as fridges, toasters and stoves and dishwashers to work properly. Can you recommend someone to employ for building the flats? And for the warding? I have previously employed Miss Elaine Datson as a fixer and am quite satisfied with her work, if the builders don't do expansions. Likewise, I am employing Batty Designs at a Potter property and they might be suitable to do basic decoration in the flats. 50 galleons should be taken out of the Slytherin, Gaunt, Whitemore and Farrington air vaults, and 100 galleons out of the Evans, Blair, Fraser and Hughes family vaults to put towards the purchase of the properties. All other funds should come out of my personal funds vault. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. I do not believe the Horcruxes were known to us. If they were, the knowledge must have been kept to a few. I will pass this information on to the king. Noted. A hold has been placed on further inheritance tests, with an exception for Hogwarts students. The properties have been purchased with funds allotment as indicated. Specifications are noted. I trust you know that Gringotts charges a fee for handling these things? As you are pleased with Miss Datson's work, I feel Datson Architects and Construction would be a good company to handle the demolition and construction. Miss Datson does freelance work with them, handling all their fixing issues. Batty Designs is known to do good work. As for warders, you can choose from either the Gringotts warding team or Timbleton warding firm. Normally I would recommend the Gringotts team, but they might be a little too aggressive in warding for an area that is supposed to include muggles. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. Thank you for handling these things for me. I am aware of the fees, yes. Datson and C and Timbleton warding sound good. I definitely need careful warding over aggressive warding. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Front page announcement in the Daily Prophet, Quibbler and Witch Weekly. Inheritance tests halted. Harry Potter announces that there has been a miscommunication. Originally, the inheritance tests for Muggleborns were intended solely for Hogwarts students. I'm not sure how word spread that I was offering to all Muggleborns, but it was my mistake of not being specific in my instructions to the bank that resulted in this being perpetuated. Since it was my mistake, I am paying for all the tests that have been currently taken, but further tests are now restricted to Hogwarts Muggleborn students. This is not because I have anything against older Muggleborns, but because so far I have spent over 11,000 galleons more than the projected cost of inheritance tests. I think we can agree that this is a bit much. I do not have unlimited funds. And, indeed, we agree that this is a heftily priced mistake, as 11,000 galleons would be enough to bankrupt the average family. Photo of Harry Potter looking earnestly at the camera. Announcement on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Goblins announce temporary discount. The Goblins are currently, for the next 6 months, announcing a 2 galleon discount on inheritance tests, for a total price of 18 galleons. We are only offering this because we know there are disappointed Muggleborns who planned on getting the test done on Mr. Potter's Canute. This offer extends to half-bloods and purebloods, as well, because Gringotts endeavors to be as fair as possible. This offer will not be renewed, so be sure to get yours scheduled. Says Goblin Representative Ruffnut. Bloody hell mate, 11,000 galleons extra? How much were you planning to spend? Are you bankrupt? Ron. No, I'm not bankrupt, fortunately. Thanks for worrying about me. I was planning to spend around 2,400 galleons. Harry. Bloody hell mate, you don't have to get me a Christmas present, since you probably can't afford it. Ron. Don't worry about it. I have enough for a Christmas present. Harry. Dear Minerva. Do you know how the rumor that I was buying inheritance tests for all Muggleborns got spread? Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. The what now? I have inquired of the students and apparently, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't specify that it only applied to Hogwarts Muggleborn students, just Muggleborns. Sincerely sorry. Minerva. Dear Minerva. Well, that makes two of us, then. I forgot to specify to the bank. Fortunately, my account manager noticed that there might be a problem. It's okay, I fixed it. Harry. Dear Molly and Arthur. What can you tell me about Bernard Blair's daughter? Is he trustworthy? Love. Harry. Harry dear. Bernard is a fair bit younger than us, but we've only heard good things about him the few times he's come up. He works hard to support his wife and two young daughters, doesn't drink to excess and isn't a social climber. I'm afraid that's all we know. Love. Molly and Arthur. Mr. Blair's daughter? I am writing to inquire if you would like to become my heir for the Blair inheritance. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Blair. Mr. Potter? Of course I would, but why would you ask a perfect stranger that? I could be out to take advantage of you, you realize? Sincerely, Bernard Blair's daughter. Mr. Blair's daughter? Because an unconscionable amount of people left me their estates and my heirs are supposed to inherit 1 or 2 inheritances at most. I assure you, it's quite a problem for me. Also, you are a Blair by blood and I feel the house should stay in the family, so to speak. Becoming my heir would require me to blood adopt you, as I have an heir and thus do not qualify as last of line to be able to gift the name. It would also require that you have or adopt a male heir, since it is a patrilineal inheritance. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Blair. Mr. Potter? My name is Cassandra Blair's daughter. My husband, Bernard, is currently staring into the ether, so I am answering on his behalf. He accepts your offer of blood adoption to become heir of the House of Blair. We can change our surname if needed. Also, we are planning on having a 3rd child already, so it isn't too much to hope for it to be a boy. And, not to be greedy, but I have to ask. Does the heir position come with a stipend of sorts? Bernard's boss has cut his hours recently and it's been difficult to meet the rent. Sincerely, Cassandra Blair's daughter. Mrs. Blair's daughter? I don't know if you need to change your surname. It shouldn't matter, but I've been wrong before. I am pleased to hear that Bernard accepts my offer. Please have him schedule a blood adoption with Gringotts at a time convenient for him and inform me of the time. I will make time to meet the appointment and pay the fee for the blood adoption. The Blair heir does receive a stipend of 50 galleons a year. Also, there is a house in stasis in Dundee. If you need a place to live, I can have it opened. Not least, it also comes with a house elf, whom I will introduce to Bernard after the adoption takes place. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Blair. Mr. Potter? We have booked a 4:30 p.m. Tuesday this week appointment for a blood adoption at Gringotts. Thank you so much for not being offended at my question. 50 galleons will help immensely. We'll hold off on moving to Dundee for the time being. A house elf would be welcome, if not necessary. Sincerely, Cassandra and Bernard Blair's daughter. Chapter text. Mr. and Mrs. White? My name is Harry Potter. Just to reassure you, this is not a prank. As you may know, I offered to pay for inheritance tests for Muggleborn students and your daughter took one. This is relevant, because the reason I paid for the tests is because I inherited several titles from the last of line of several families. My agreement with the goblins was that I was to receive information if any of the testers came up with a familial relation to one of these families, with no other information included, simply the basic connection. As such, I was informed that Eve is a second cousin through a squib line to the previous Lord Whitemore and that she has a younger brother. I know nothing about your son and am sincerely hoping that he is a Wixen, not a squib. The Whitemore lordship is unfortunately patrilineal, so I am unable to make Eve my heir, but I can offer it to her younger brother with your permission. Doing so would require that I blood adopt him, but that would only make me a 3rd parent and not interfere with your rights to make decisions for him, house him and love him. It would make me his magical guardian, but that only means that I have to assure his physical wellness and teach him how to conduct himself as a future lord. I understand that both of you are either muggles or squibs, I mean no insult, and that this must be overwhelming for you and perhaps outright unwelcome. I apologize for that. I assure you that you are not the only one being offered such an opportunity. Wixen are discouraged from holding more than 1 or 2 titles or head of house positions, and I am attempting to not burden my main heir, my blood-adopted godson, with more than the Potter and Black titles. I recently blood-adopted 7th-year Corbin Fraser as my heir to the House of Fraser, if you would like to speak to someone about what it is like. I'm sure Headmistress McGonagall would also be pleased to speak with you about it. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, current heir Whitemore, head of House Fraser. P.S. I will be Lord Whitemore in approximately 3 months. Do take all the time you need to consider this offer. Mr. Potter, forgive me if I ramble and jump topics. I will definitely speak with the headmistress and Mr. Fraser if they will allow it. I am a single mother. My husband, bless his heart, left me shortly before Trevor was born when Eve's accidental magic became impossible to ignore. Fortunately, my parents took me in and are helping me raise my children. Trevor also has accidental magic, so he is Wixen. He is 6 years old. I, myself, am a squib, as is my father before me. I took my maiden name back after the divorce, though I kept the Mrs. Strange, I know. Why won't you be Lord Whitemore until 3 months from now? Does Trevor being your heir change anything other than him inheriting the title eventually? Is there anything expected of him? Does he inherit anything other than the title? Sincerely, Angie White. Mrs. White, thank you for entertaining my offer. If you have trouble contacting the headmistress or Mr. Fraser, let me know and I'll write them and have them meet with you. Strange isn't a bad thing. One thing you may not know is that you and your father being squibs means that your children are half-bloods rather than muggleborns and will face less prejudice if it becomes known. Unfortunately, it won't get you any more respect because people don't like squibs much, but they won't treat you worse either. Trevor will inherit the contents of the Whitemore family vault, including any successful investments I make in the meantime, furnishings, luggage, books, journals, and jewelry. As heir he will be expected to know Wixen etiquette, which I can send books to you for that. He will also receive the heir's vault contents, which amount to 200 galleons a fiscal year, 150 this year, since I made a small investment, which would be in your control and should be drawn on for school things and other needs. Control would revert partially to him when he turns 11 and entirely to him when he turns. This is to help him learn how to handle finances properly. The title does not come with any properties for some reason. Again, take all the time you need to decide. I'll understand if you wish to wait until he is old enough to understand what would be expected from him to make a decision. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, heir Whitemore, head of House Fraser. Nobody waiting for him? It's too close to the appointment for him to wait for them, though, so he heads inside and waits in line until he gets to a teller. The teller glares at him. For 30 appointment for blood adoption, under the name Blair's daughter, he says. The teller harumphs. Flint hand. Harry smiles at the younger goblin when he appears. Take this one and those fools in the waiting room who showed up early to the blood adoption room, the teller instructs curtly. Please follow me, Lord Potterblack, Flinthand says politely and leads him to a waiting room he didn't know existed. Besides the dark-haired man who must be Blair's daughter, he's startled to see a golden blonde woman and 2 brunette little girls, one darker-haired than the other. He brought his family with him? Harry greets them with a nod. Please follow me to your appointment, Flinthand instructs and waits patiently as they round up the 2 girls. When they get to the room, the man introduces them, holding out his hand for a handshake. Bernard Blair's daughter. This is my wife Cassandra and my daughters Sadira and Amaryllis. Harry shakes his hand. Harry Potter. Nice to meet you all. The goblin in charge clears his throat and looks at Harry. Which one are you adopting today, Lord Potterblack? That'd be me, Bernard answers for him. The goblin nods and hands Harry the parchment. Very well. You'll need to take off your top and wand and stand in the middle of the circle. Lord Potterblack will have to touch you to put blood on your brow, chest and navel, and then you need to stand still while Lord Potterblack finishes the ritual. You, madam, will need to make sure the girls don't interfere and enter the circle. I'll hold on to them, Cassandra promises. Bernard takes off his robes and tunic, setting them aside with his wand and walks into the circle. Mum, why is Dad taking his clothes off? Amaryllis asks. Because he needs to for this ritual. Don't worry, it's only for a little bit, Cassandra replies. Harry cuts his finger and steps forward to bleed on Bernard. Mum, he's got an ouchie. He's getting Dad messy, Sadira complains. You should fix his ouchie. Not until after the ritual, the goblin intervenes. It could interfere with the ritual to heal it now. I'll fix his ouchie when the ritual is over, honey, Cassandra reassures her. Right now, we need the blood for the ritual. Harry grins and reads off the ritual. Huic puero hoc sanguine paternitatem offero, a pater ad filium. Edicit. The circle lights up a bit brighter than the previous 2 times and the gold glow that envelopes Bernard is blinding before it abruptly fades away. Oof, Bernard opines. That's quite something to experience. Yeah, Harry agrees, feeling tired. It was a bit more intense this time. I'm not sure why. The goblin scoffs. It's because he's an adult and half again your age. The magic had to work harder to enact the change. You do well to take a nap. Here, let me heal your finger, Cassandra says, letting go of the girls. Sadira slams into Bernard. Dad. Dad. It was amazing. You lit up and you were all gold. And so bright I had to close my eyes. Why did that happen? Harry holds out his hand for inspection. Episki. Cassandra heals his finger and winks at him. Can't have my father-in-law bleeding, now can I? He flushes, unsure how to respond, and hands the parchment back to the goblin. He says to the goblin, may your sword ever be sharp. It was the magic of the ritual, Sadie. I had to close my eyes too. Bernard humors his older daughter's questions. May your accounts always have gold, the goblin replies. Cassandra looks between them with an intrigued expression. Amaryllis stares at Harry, thumbnail in her mouth. You're Harry Potter, the man who see conquered? Harry winces. Conquered, honey. Yes, he is, but you can call him Harry or Grandpa, Cassandra corrects. She glances at Harry to make sure he's not offended. Grandpa? But I have two Grandpa, Amaryllis protests, confused. Harry crouches down to her height. Hi, Amaryllis. That's what the ritual did. It made your dad second dad, which makes you my granddaughter. But you can call me Harry, okay? Okay, she replies after a moment's hesitation. Did you know that in my mother's family, the girls all have flower names like yours? Why? He tilts his head in thought. I don't actually know. I think it's just tradition, or maybe my grandparents just liked flower names. She considers this, then says, Sadie is a flower too. Oh yeah? Then you both fit right in. That's neat. He has no idea if Sadira means flower or if it's just something Amaryllis came up with on the spot, but he isn't going to argue with her. Bernard starts getting redressed, working around Sadira, who is still clinging to him. It's obvious which parent she's most attached to, while Amaryllis seems more of a mummy's girl. Amaryllis studies him, then flings herself at him, knocking him onto his butt. Oof. What? Grandpa Harry look like you needs hugs, Amaryllis confides. Oh. That's so adorable. Gingerly, he hugs her back. A glance up at Cassandra shows she's barely holding back laughter. Is this what having kids is like? Or maybe it's just a grandkid thing. Huh. He just hugs her for a couple minutes until Bernard comes over, fully dressed now, and looks down at them. Ready to go? Sure. Harry goes to get up, but Amaryllis doesn't let go, so he ends up holding her in his arms when he gets to his feet. Lead on. After they exit the bank, he remembers that he needs to introduce them to Craig and stops. They obligingly stop with him. Craig. The elf appears with a sharp crack, dressed in a neat grey tunic and frilly apron. Lord Potterblack be needing something? Yes, I want to introduce you to the Blair's daughters. I adopted Bernard here as my son, so he's now heir Blair. You are to help him and his family as needed, Harry instructs. Craig nods in acknowledgement but wants to know, Blair's daughters be being related to the Blairs? Yes. They are cousins. I be helping them, then, Craig says seriously, looking pleased. Harry refrains from rolling his eyes. At least the elf is happy about it. He lets Amaryllis down when she wiggles. She goes right up to Craig and asks, Who are you? I be Craig. I be being the Blair family house elf, he answers, looking a bit taken aback. I'm Lise, she tells him. I be happy to meet you, Missy Lise. They stare at each other until Amaryllis turns back to Cassandra and buries her face in her mum's robes. That's all for now, Craig, Harry tells him. The house elf disappears with another sharp crack. Well, I best be going, Harry comments. Oh, us too, Cassandra replies. Then she and Bernard sidelong apparate with the two girls. Harry decides to wander down to Sugarplum's sweets shop and buy something sweet. He doesn't want a nap, but some sugar wouldn't go amiss. Account manager Nixnock. I need to make an appointment with you to designate which family inheritances, Fraser and Blair, my blood-adopted heirs are heir to. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Hadranthus James Potterblack. You have an appointment with me for 11:30 a.m. this Thursday. I'll have the paperwork ready. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Chapter text. Daphne. I've been able to blood adopt heirs for the Fraser and Blair estates and have a maybe on the Whitemore title. And Teddy gets the Black Lordship, so that leaves only 7 inheritances for our fictional children to inherit. Potter, Evans, Peveril, Slytherin, Gaunt, Hughes and Farrington. I don't have much hope for finding Peveril or Slytherin heirs. And the Gaunts produce Tom Riddle, so I don't know if I want to find a related heir to that line. Not that I believe everyone is like their family, of course, but I can't shake an irrational fear that they'll be just another Riddle. No one needs another Tom Riddle. I do have hopes of finding heirs for Hughes and Farrington, though. Potter and Evans are obviously going to stay in the family. How was the Weasleys for you? I hope you weren't too put off. I know Mrs. Weasley can be a bit much and Ron was being, well, Ron. Sorry about him. He's a bit sulky a lot of the time. I think he's just jealous that I found a pretty girl to marry me, to be perfectly honest, since obviously I didn't tell him the truth. Because you are quite pretty, you know. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. That's good news. Though if you feel like that about the Gaunts, are you sure you want to keep the title in the family? You could always blood adopt an orphan. Preferably one of the older ones so you wouldn't have to take care of them. The Weasleys didn't put me off. They are a bit enthusiastic, but that's not a bad thing. Though what was up with Ginevra glaring at me when you weren't looking? Does she have a crush on you or does she just think I'm not good enough for you, since I was a Slytherin? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. Ginny did what? Oh, no, I thought she'd given up her hero-worshipping crush on me. I'm so sorry about her. Her crush honestly creeps me out. Though I honestly have no idea if she has anything against Slytherins. She might, given the war. But your family weren't Death Eaters, so it's not like there's any blame on you. And children can't be held responsible for stupid parents anyways. In better news, I found a semi-permanent hair color charm that I can use to prank people. It requires rinsing in vinegar water of all things to get rid of it, so I don't see many people being able to get rid of it without growing their hair out. It even works on metamorphmaguses. You may have a point about adopting an older orphan for the Gaunt title. I'll keep it in mind. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Her crush does sound quite concerning, though she is probably mostly over the worst of it, given that she wasn't sending you longing glances. I imagine you're right that the war and my Hogwarts affiliation doesn't improve her opinion of me, though. Oh, that's wonderful. Is it difficult? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. It is difficult. I've been practicing it for hours every day for half a week and I still haven't gotten it down properly. It will definitely take time before I'm able to perform it wandlessly. It's pretty complicated. I got some wigs to practice on and I can change approximately half a wig at a time now. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. You'll have to show me your progress at some point. I think I'd like to learn it as well. Mainly to annoy Malfoy. He's so very proud of his hair, you know. Sincerely, Daphne. Dear Minerva. If you can, will you please meet with Angie White, first-year Eve White's squib mother and ease her worries on what blood adoption for her son Trevor would entail? I would be grateful. Could you also arrange for Corbin Fraser to meet with her, so she can speak with him as well? The Whites are related to the Whitemers, and I'd like to have Trevor as my heir for that title. Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. Of course. Consider it done. Sincerely, Minerva. Harry glowers as he focuses on the spell, then cheers when he manages to change more than half of the wig orange. Lord Blackby having fun? Creature asks. He grins at Creature. Yes. I'm learning a spell I can prank people who insist on shaking my hand with. Once I can do it with a wand. I'm going to learn how to do it wandlessly and then pretend it's accidental magic so people will quit bothering me every time I go out in public. Lord Blackby being sneaky. Creature approves. Creature decides after a short moment. People shouldn't be wasting Lord Black's time. Thanks, Creature. I'm glad you agree. Harry grins at him again, then goes back to practicing the spell. Nixnock hands him a stack of paper and pushes a second stack across the desk to him. Paperwork for declaring heir to House Blair. And paperwork for the same for House Fraser. Harry groans and picks up a self-inking quill to start signing. This is going to take a while. Mr. Fraser? I thought I should mention, being heir to House Fraser comes with a 300 galleon vault, refilled annually according to the fiscal year. I have done the official paperwork now, so you are officially heir of House Fraser. Sincerely, Harry Potter, head of House Fraser. Mr. Potter? Seriously, call me Corbin. It feels weird for my father to call me by my last name. That's amazing. And very much not expected. I don't know what I'll do with that amount. Sincerely, Corbin Fraser. Corbin. In that case, call me Harry. Well, you can do anything you like with it. Though I recommend nothing illegal. I can and will demand an accounting of expenses if I don't think you're spending responsibly. That aside, have some fun with it. Pay for school things. Invest if you like. My account managers have sent investment suggestions, if you want to see ones that are within your budget. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Nothing illegal. Noted. Can I pay for my sister's school things? Investing? That sounds interesting. I'd like to see the options and get your own suggestions on the matter. Sincerely, Corbin. Korban. I see no issue with you paying for your sister's things. I have sent a copy of the list I was sent for the Whitemore heir position, which is 200 galleons a year. I have included my friend sister's investigations of them and my own decisions. Do not feel compelled to invest in the same ones I do. I chose partially according to personal reasons. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Does a new broom count as a good spending choice? Mine is cracked and I'm on the Quidditch team, so I've been using it anyways. Wow. I'm going to have to think about these a while. What is that housing investment you added at the end? Whitemore? Exactly how many families did you inherit? Sincerely, Korban. Korban. Please, I beg you, burn your current broom for safety's sake and order a top-of-the-line broom. Quidditch is amazing, but an unsafe broom could kill you. I'd rather not go looking for another heir for the House of Fraser. Keep this to yourself, but I inherited an insane 11 families, all with at least one vault, several with properties and house elves. I also was gifted random properties by random people. House Fraser has one in Dumfries if you should ever need a residence there. If you prefer to rent in London, I have a Potter property known as Lathe Apartments that rents at decent rates, mainly to the post-Hogwarts crowd. Take all the time you need looking over the investments. That investment is one of my own devising. I'm having 4 adjacent ruined properties converted into 43-bedroom flats, with a number of them protected with runes so Muggle devices will function. I am building it with the idea of giving families with Muggle-born children an opportunity to live among Wixen, where it is safe for their children to use accidental magic without breaking the statute of secrecy. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. As per your instructions, I have owl-ordered a Nimbus. It might be slower than a Firebolt, but I'm a beater not a seeker, so I don't actually need one that fast and it costs less for comparable safety features. 11 families? Why? How? Are you investing for all of them? I actually already knew about Lathe Apartments, but thank you for telling me. It's one of the things the 7th years passed down to us last year about places to go after Hogwarts. I will. Thanks. Except for that personal investment of yours. That sounds amazing and would have made my parents' lives so much easier. How much can I invest in that? 100 galleons? That would leave me plenty for expenses and some left over for smaller investments, I think. Well, maybe. I don't know what a minimum investment looks like. Excited. Korban. Korban. That's an excellent broom. I conceded that the excessive speed a seeker requires to do their job properly isn't necessary for beaters. Look at me calling it excessive. I adored my Firebolt. Best broom I ever had. I should get a new broom. The one I'm using is serviceable but slow and old. Yes. As for why, I suspect people were overexcited at Voldy's defeat. As for how, they had to be last of line officially in order to gift it to me, though the Black Lordship came through blood adoption by my godfather. Otherwise, Draco Malfoy would have probably inherited it. Yes. Or well, I am for the ones the heir vaults have enough funds for investing. Peveril doesn't have an heir vault. And a couple of them really don't have enough funds to invest properly, so I'll wait until I have access to the family vaults in 3 months. There are no sitting lords, so I can take up the lordship after being heir for 3 months. Oh, that's cool. Though no one ever told me about it. Hermione was surprised too. But I suppose with the war going on, we missed quite a few things. 100 galleons is fine. That's what I invested in it on behalf of House Fraser. I'm glad you agree with me. If it is successful, and I can't see any reason it wouldn't be, I'll look into opening more locations. A Nimbus 2008 is what? 120 galleons? Plus expenses for your sister, probably around 20 galleons. That leaves you with 60 galleons? Say another 10 galleons for your own expenses. Minimum investments are usually around 30 to 50 galleons. So you have enough for one. Check Hermione's M notations. The number following the M is the minimum amount needed to invest. You'll need to go into the bank and get your vault key and tell your account manager, who is Nixnock, that you want to invest in those too. Though if you plan to rent after the end of the school year, you may want to hold off on making a second investment because you'll need those galleons. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. You're getting another Firebolt, aren't you? 11 families is still crazy. The Nimbus cost 130 galleons and I do plan to rent, so I'll just tell him I want to invest in your thing. I took the galleons out of my personal account, it wiped me out, but you're assuming it's coming out of the heir account. Does that mean I can replace that amount in my personal account from the heir vault? I think the 7th years mentioned that it was graduates that told them, not your year, so your year might have missed the information altogether. Sincerely, Korban. Korban. My apologies, I should have thought about you not having your key before I told you to buy a new broom. Yes, do take the amount from the heir vault and replace the monies in your personal vault. Remember that you can do whatever you want with the air vault monies and that they don't roll over and add to the total of the next year's 300 galleons, so you can clean out the air vault before the end of the year. You'll have to ask the goblins when that is, because I forgot to ask. Sincerely, Harry. Corban. Or, ponder this, I could have protested the cost or waited until I had my vault key before I bought a new broom. There's nothing to apologize for. Okay, cool. I'll do that. Honestly, this whole thing is amazing and thank you for doing it for me. Sincerely, Corban. Chapter text. Harry. Mate, I finally made auror. Ron. Ron. That's amazing. Harry. Molly. When's the party for Ron? Remember to let Hermione know if Ron forgot to send a letter to her. Love. Harry. Harry dear. I reminded Ron to tell Hermione, so he's writing her now. The party is at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. He said he'd rather wait a day so Bill and Charlie can come. I called them earlier. Do bring Daphne with you if she is able to attend. Love. Molly. Sue. Daphne. Do you want to attend a Ron finally made it to auror party tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Weasleys? Insincerely. Harry. Harry. I'd love to. Also insincerely. Daphne. P.S. I will anyways, though. Daphne. Just give everyone your charming smile and agree Ron is great and everyone will be happy. Except, perhaps, you. For which I'm sorry ahead of time. Do you want me to go to your place first or do you want to come here? Sincerely. Harry. Harry. I'll come to yours. Sincerely. Daphne. Harry stumbles out of the fireplace and almost knocks Ron down. Mate, move. Daphne's coming through, he complains, pushing Ron away from the fireplace once they regain their balance. She actually came? Ron asks in surprise. Yes, Ronald, I did, Daphne says in a dignified tone, stepping out of the flue. Congratulations on making auror. I'm sure you'll do well. Ron blinks a few times then dips his head. Thanks. It was good of you to come. You're a close friend, even family, to my fiancé. Why would I not come? She asks in a deliberately confused tone. Right. You're right. Didn't think about that. Of course you'd come. Glad to have you. Ron scrambles to come off polite, which is kind of amusing to Harry, because he's actually doing a fair job of it for once. Harry has warm fuzzies towards Daphne because of it for a moment. Dinner. Molly calls, then peeks her head at Harry. Daphne. Glad you could make it. Come have some food. The dinner table is laden with food as expected. Daphne gets sandwiched in between Harry and Fleur, who introduces herself in a friendly manner to Daphne. On the other hand, Charlie is sitting across from her and he spends half the dinner staring at her suspiciously before Daphne asks, I'm sorry. Do you have a problem with me? Charlie raises a brow, apparently surprised that she's decided to confront him. Just wondering how you convinced Harry to let you latch onto him and dump your fiancé. Daphne flinches the slightest bit, then straightens her shoulders. I'll say this once and I don't want to hear it repeated anywhere. Smith cheated on me. I walked in on him doing so and as per our betrothal agreement, such an act invalidated it. Forgive me if I chose someone I know will be faithful this time around. So you don't like Harry? You just want someone faithful, he persists. I like Harry very much. I realize this must seem sudden, especially with the prophet spreading Smith's opinions as truth, but I assure you, the attraction between us is real. Daphne lies. Harry decides to intervene. Charlie, lay off. She's not taking advantage of me. Trust that I know what I'm getting into, okay? I wrote the betrothal agreement myself, Hermione agrees. I assure you the terms are fair and ironclad. Charlie settles back with a more neutral expression. All right, if you say so. You let Hermione know before me? Ron asks with a betrayed expression. Harry resists the urge to pinch his nose in exasperation. Ron, mate, did you want me to ask you to write a contract? I wanted to wait until it was a sure thing before I told anyone, but I needed Hermione for the contract negotiations. Ron grumbles and subsides, smart enough to realize that contracts are, indeed, not his thing and are very much Hermione's thing. Hermione elbows Harry, which, deserved. Though he's pretty sure she knows that's not the only reason he told her first. After dinner, Ron opens the little gifts people brought in congratulations. Charlie gives him a dragonhide wand holster. Bill and Fleur give him 20 galleons. Fred and George gift him some prank products. Percy gives him a book on laws. Hermione gives him a book on auror regulations. Daphne gives him a fancy dictaquill. Arthur and Molly give him a dragonhide cape that they probably can't afford. Ginny gives him a leather cleaning kit. Harry gives him a 3-month supply of owl treats. He thought about giving him 2 months free rent at Lathe Apartments, but decided that could backfire spectacularly. Ron probably wouldn't take Harry being his landlord very well. They spend an hour or so after that chit-chatting, with Daphne leaning deliberately into Harry's shoulder while she talks with Fleur, Bill, and the twins. Harry's too busy with his conversation with Ron and the rest to really pay attention to what they're talking about. Eventually, though, Charlie has to leave to catch his portkey back to the Dragon Reserve and the rest make their excuses as well. Daphne goes straight to her home and Harry shrugs and goes to Grimmauld Place. Overall, he's pleased with how the evening went, if a bit concerned about Daphne. Charlie basically trapping them into slightly more overt displays of affection had not been in the plan. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. Elysis Pottery has chosen to take a 3,500 galleon cash infusion in exchange for 2% more of the business. You now own 37% of the business. Hiring and firing at Wicker's Brooms goes apace. However, there is a vampire who would like to meet with you in person before he agrees to take over the accounting department. He does not believe my reassurances that you have no prejudice against him and will not simply fire him once you know he's a vampire. There are several others waiting on his opinion before they agree to work for you. He is willing to meet with you at Gringotts at any time. Sincerely, Account Manager Snapjaw. Account Manager Snapjaw. Noted. I can meet with him tomorrow morning at 11:30 a.m. if that works for him. I assume Gringotts is providing a room for the meeting? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. He has agreed to that appointment. You will meet in my office since I am acting as facilitator. Sincerely, Account Manager Snapjaw. Snapjaw's office is as luxurious as he remembers it. Waiting for him is a blond man with a thin face and a suspicious glint in his copper-colored eyes. Manager Snapjaw. May your enemies bleed gold like a leaking dike. He holds his hand out to the blond man. Harry Potter. Lord Potterblack. May your enemies impale themselves on their own swords, Snapjaw replies. The blond man eyes Harry's hand but doesn't shake it. Wilkins Redbourne. Are you aware I'm a vampire? Yes. And that I drink blood? Harry shrugs. Yes. And you're fine with employing a vampire? Be honest. I'm fine with employing creatures as long as they're not hurting anyone. Harry shrugs off the compulsion magic. I do have a problem with you using something that's the equivalent of an unforgivable. You can't use that in the course of business while you work for me. Redbourne blinks at him, then finally takes his hand and shakes it. You let me compel you. Sure. Briefly. It's not as strong as an Imperious and I can break those, Harry admits. I can't help you with your dietary needs, but I'm sure Gringotts could set you up with a Muggle identity that would allow you to get blood from blood banks. I'd be willing to pay for that for vampire employees. And your fiancée doesn't mind you employing vampires and other creatures? Redbourne asks suspiciously. She doesn't have any control over my business, so I fail to see how that matters, he replies plainly. What about werewolves? Harry tilts his head. A teacher and family friend was a werewolf. You may have heard of Remus Lupin? As long as they take wolfsbane on a monthly basis, I have no issue with them. I'll even provide the potion for them, since it's rather expensive. Next you'll say you have no problem with Muggleborns, Redbourne says a bit sarcastically. He blinks at him in transparent confusion. My best friend is a Muggleborn. Why would I have any issue with Muggleborns? Redbourne briefly looks like he wants to smack himself for forgetting that. And accommodations? There aren't many places that take creatures. I can't say that I'm enthused about taking a substandard tiny, dirty flat in Nocturne just to work for you. Harry blinks and looks at Snapjaw. Any thoughts on that? You'd have to raise their salaries a bit to afford it easily, but there's a nice, if expensive, creature boarding house in Ember Alley, Snapjaw answers. Then we'll do that, he decides easily. If any of the humans working there are having issues with affording housing, we'll raise their salaries too. Redbourne stares at him for a long minute, then finally nods. You have an answer for everything, so I agree to work for you. Excellent. Harry says brightly. The vampire twitches and mutters, that bloody button. May your enemies die in a gutter, Snapjaw. May your enemies' blood be plentiful and sweet, Snapjaw returns. There's a knock a few moments later, so Flinthand must have been nearby. Flinthand leads Redbourne away, but Harry stays. I just had a couple questions about the other businesses. Oh? Which ones? Honeydukes, Newcastle Shoes, Hoover and Tattings. How are they doing? Harry is hesitant to approach these businesses himself. The two Muggle businesses and Honeydukes' financials are in excellent shape. No need to worry there, unless you're looking to buy or sell some shares. Tattings is starting to turn out a higher quantity of weapons and armor. The quality also seems to have gone up. Their financials are still concerning, but I have every confidence that it will resolve itself if things continue on this trend. Oh, that's great. Is Melissa's bakery family owned? Melissa Loring owns the other 88% of the business and runs the shop herself with the help of one assistant. Harry nods thoughtfully. He'll have to stop in and see her and her shop. Maybe he can take Daphne with him. He pulls a parchment out of his pocket and unshrinks it. These are the investments I want to make. I also want to acquire property to convert to flats that can be used by Muggle families with Muggle-born children, so they have a place to live where accidental magic isn't a problem. I've already started one with my personal funds, but I'd like to do so with the Potter funds as well. Fascinating. Are you thinking solely Muggle-born families? Snapjaw leans forward in interest. No, I think a minimum of 10% of the flats should be sufficient to be set aside for Muggle-born families. Rune warded to allow for Muggle appliances to work, of course. The apartment complex itself should be warded to deter or be invisible to any Muggle who is not aware of magic. The foyer should have a connected flue. You can either recommend businesses to handle the construction, warding and such, or I can tell you which ones I'm using already. How about you tell me who you're using and then I'll come up with recommendations. Datsun Architects and Construction, Batty Designs and Timbleton Warding. You'll need to get Parthian's flue connections to connect the flue properly. I'll consider the others. Having them work on too many jobs will make them slower overall. Are you looking solely at Wixen-owned properties or do you want to look at Muggle-owned properties too? It's not a breach of the statute to disappear Muggle properties? Not if you go through the right channels. And pay taxes to the Crown for 10 years. Right. Then Muggle properties are fine too. Have you considered buying up an entire neighborhood and converting it? Wah? I think the Muggles would notice an entire neighborhood disappearing, Harry says in shock. As long as you inform the Crown ahead of time and employ an obliviation squad, it can be done, Snapjaw says confidently. I'll consider it. Snapjaw gives him a vicious grin. Harry's eyes narrow. What are you thinking? Another shopping district. Why? Why not? No, seriously. Why? You know what Diagon's district doesn't have much of? Muggle innovations. Magical innovations. New ideas. Open a new district to Muggleborns and Half-Bloods and provide them with a bit of backing and suddenly, Diagon's district has competition. Both of those have trouble getting businesses off the ground because no one wants to invest, so they struggle to stay open long enough to pay off the startup loans and start thriving. You could also open it to purebloods who have new ideas, of course. And provide some traditional services as well. Mix in some apartment complexes at affordable rates and you have an entire market that has barely been touched. Muggleborns and Half-Bloods make up approximately 20% of the population, so it's almost criminal that no one has done something about it, Snapjaw explains. And what do the goblins get out of it? Harry wants to know, because that's an important thing that's being left out. A branch bank. Smaller than the one here, of course. There it is. Isn't that against your treaty or something? No. It simply requires paperwork that requires the minister's signature, Snapjaw says easily. And? It can't be that simple. Snapjaw deflates a little. The signatures of 15 lordships. So, in 3 months, you think I can sign for 8 of those? Yes. Huh? But who else would you be able to convince? Harry's not convinced. Leave that to me. I'll ask around, Snapjaw admits with a grumble. Alright. You find a neighborhood the Crown will allow to disappear, do the paperwork and find backers and I'll consider buying it and opening a new magical district with a Gringotts branch, he offers after a moment's thought. Done. Look for the housing for Muggleborns first, though, he instructs. Of course, Snapjaw agrees. Harry sighs. May your gold flow like waterfalls. May your vaults always be overflowing with galleons, Snapjaw replies, pressing the button for an escort. Harry waits until Flinthand shows up and then follows him through the halls back to the front of the bank. Harry. We haven't been seen out in public together yet. Would you like to go shopping with me? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. Sure, I don't have a problem with that. Is this something we're doing to keep rumors down? What are you planning to buy? Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Nothing in particular. We can browse and buy things that catch the eye. Yes it is. Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. In that case, can we stop by Melissa's Bakery in Shope Alley and Quality Quidditch Supplies in Diagon Alley? I need to talk to the owner of Melissa's and I want to buy a new broomstick, because the one I've got is old and slow. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Yes, we can do that. Why do you need to talk to the owner of a bakery? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. I'm sending this letter with Helix, because your owl looks knackered. I gave her a few treats and sent her home. I'm sure you'll get this letter before she arrives. I need to talk to her because I own part of the business and need to see if there's anything I should know that Gringotts isn't aware of. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. I see how it is. You're double-tasking business with pleasure. How dare you? I'm joking, just to be clear. That sounds like a fine idea. Perhaps we can have the broomstick delivered? If not, then we should go there last, so you don't have to carry it around everywhere. Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne steps out of the flue into the leaky and wrinkles her nose briefly before stepping aside so Harry doesn't collide with her. The leaky cauldron is so dingy. It's a crime that this is the public flue that leads to Diagon. Well, there are probably other public flues in the other alleys, but she's not familiar with them. Harry steps out behind her and then offers her his arm. She takes it and they get about halfway through the leaky before someone shouts, "It's Harry Potter," and they're swarmed before they can get out the back door. Her fiancé looks like he'd rather be anywhere but shaking hands, but bears with it with a decent amount of grace until the crowd finally lets them through. "Is that common?" she asks as he taps the correct bricks with his wand and the wall rolls away like two scrolls curling up in opposite directions. "Every bloody time," he grouses. "At least they usually leave me alone in the alleys themselves. Where do you want to start browsing?" Twilfit and Tattings, she decides. "My favorite acromantula silk scarf got stained irretrievably." "Ouch. That sounds like a good idea," he agrees. Then he seems to think of something. In the Muggle world, when a man takes a woman out for a date, he usually pays for everything. "Is that a thing with Wixen too?" Daphne laughs. "That's ridiculous. No, not unless they're married or are father and daughter. It's not uncommon to buy some small trinket for her, though. Or buy her ice cream or a drink. And no, an acromantula scarf is too personal to be a trinket. I'll buy you something at the bakery, then," he decides. She smiles at him. "Yes, that will do. Hopefully it's a good bakery. If it's not, I'll get you ice cream," he promises. "I'll hold you to it." Twilfit and Tattings doesn't take all that long. She comes away with a midnight blue scarf woven with sparkling silver threads to look like stars in the night sky. It doesn't match her outfit, so she shrinks it and puts it in her pocket. They wander into Foodmoon statues next. The shop is full of statues in sparkling crystal, gleaming stone, stark bone, and carved wood. There is a wide variety and they come in various sizes. To her surprise, Harry picks out a black stone statue of a Grimm. "It looks like my godfather's animagus form," he explains at her curious look. "Godfather? Sirius Black." She frowns. "If he was your godfather, then why would he dash?" She trails off. "He didn't. Peter Pettigrew did and set him up." "I thought Pettigrew died?" "No, he was living as Ron's pet rat and then he went back to Riddle and resurrected him using his hand and my blood." He grimaces. The Triwizard Tournament, she realizes. He'd come back bleeding, clutching Diggory's dead arm and claiming Voldemort was back and no one had believed him. Well, no one except the Slytherins and Dumbledore. "Yeah. I met Sirius when he was trying to get to Pettigrew for revenge and maybe to prove his innocence. He was a fun guy. Crazy but fun and the first adult who offered to get me out of that hellhole that was my mother's sister's house." He shudders slightly. She doesn't know how bad his relative's house was, but obviously it wasn't pleasant. "I take it she didn't like you? Didn't like magic. She's a Muggle and I guess she resented that she couldn't go to Hogwarts so she went the other way and decided to hate all things magic. I grew up believing my parents were drunks who died in a car wreck," he explains. Then shrugs uncomfortably. "I don't want to talk about them." "Then we won't," she agrees. "I didn't mean to be nosy." "No, it's fine." Obviously not, but she'll let him have this. "Where do you want to go next?" He looks around, then points at ZA Coffee. "How about there? I've never tried coffee and wizarding coffee is probably different." "Oh, I've never done that either. Let's try it." Wizarding coffee comes in singing mugs, as it turns out, and has options such as coming in pink or black, having cream or mooncalf cream and having plain sugar or fizzy snowflake-shaped sugar cubes. And that's just the ordinary, plain, coffee. There are things called espresso, with various Italian names under that category: Irish coffee, Turkish coffee, lattes, iced coffees and flavored coffees. Daphne gets an iced vanilla coffee and Harry tries a chai latte. Want to try a sip?" he offers. She blinks at him, then decides why not? "Do you want a sip of mine too?" "Sure." They swap drinks and take a sip. "Wow, that's different. Good though. I think I'd save it for a hot day," Harry confides, handing the drink back to her. "Yours is cozy." "I think it would be good in winter," she replies. They grin at each other and then fall to silence for a few moments, savoring their drinks. "So, who did you adopt?" He snickers. "Want to know who your future kids are?" She huffs at him. "Yes, of course that's it. Silly. Well, I adopted Teddy, my godson, as the Black Heir, as you know. He's Draco's first cousin once removed, but his grandmother was disowned. Then I adopted Corbin Fraser. He's a 7th year at Hogwarts and plays beater for his team. Nice kid. Ha, I say kid, but he's only a couple years younger than us. He's got a little sister. You like him then? Yeah, I do. First thing he asked when I told him it came with money was if he could buy his sister's school things. The adoption changed his eyes, so now they're like mine. I thought he'd be upset, but he wasn't. Who else did you adopt? Bernard Blair's daughter. He's 36 and has a sweet wife and 2 adorable girls. The little one calls me Grandpa Harry. Daphne chuckles. She's got you wrapped around her little finger, doesn't she? Maybe. Harry looks sheepish. She's a hugger. She pictures Harry hugging a little girl. It's an adorable image. That's sweet. And who is the maybe? Trevor White. He's 6 and his mom's a squib. His sister is a first year at Hogwarts. I've only talked with his mother over letters, so I haven't met him. She says he has accidental magic, though, so he's a wizard and eligible to be the Whitemore heir. His mum's gathering information before she decides, which is fair. Wise of her to be wary, even if it's unnecessary in this case, she comments. Yeah, that's it. I don't blame her. I'd do the same, he agrees. So would I, HM. This is making me hungry. How about we go to your bakery next? A big black, nasty-looking beetle flies down and settles on their table. Daphne squeaks despite herself, grabbing her coffee and leaning away. Harry gets a disgusted, resigned look on his face and just conjures a heavy jar over the beetle and proceeds to finish his drink and get up to take his mug inside. She blinks, hurriedly finishes her own coffee and follows him inside to return the mug. You're just going to leave it there? She demands as they walk away. Yep. Serves her right. But what about other people? He shrugs. I'm sure someone will let her free. Her? Daphne feels like they're not having the same conversation. Skeeter. She's an illegal bug animagus. Be warned, she's going to write a scathing article about us. Daphne grimaces. Ugh. She's disgusting. Honestly, though, someone is probably going to kill her. No one likes ugly bugs near food. Harry brightens. Then at least it won't be us that killed her. And whoever did can claim ignorance. She thinks about that for a second, then elbows him. You're terrible. I know. He looks smug. The walk to Melissa's bakery is longer than she anticipated, mainly because she's never been to Shope Alley before and it's rather long. The bakery is about halfway down. It's a neat and clean space with big windows letting in sunlight and indoor seating. Conveniently, there's no one inside. The shop assistant sees them, her eyes go wide and then she hustles into the back of the shop calling out, Melissa. Harry Potter's here with his fiancée. Daphne and Harry exchange looks. A middle-aged witch comes out of the back, wiping her hands. She has a bright look on her face. Mr. Potter. I'm surprised to see you in my humble shop. What can I do for you? I just wanted to see how the business is going, he says pleasantly. There isn't anything wrong with the bank statements, is there? She asks worriedly. No. I just saw this place on my properties list and wanted to check it out, make sure you weren't having any problems, he reassures her. Oh. In that case, no. Business is booming as usual. I was just in back making another tray of pumpkin pasties because the last bunch in here cleaned us out. Harry grins at her. I'm glad to hear that. Can I get a slice of treacle tart? And Daphne, what do you want? Battenberg cake, I think. Of course, dears. On the house. Oh, you don't need to dash. Melissa laughs pleasantly. I can't charge my co-owner, now can I? I dash. He glances at Daphne, who nods slightly. I guess not. Thank you. Here you go, dears. She sets 2 plates with the requested desserts and clean forks on them on the counter. Congratulations on your engagement. I must say, Miss Greengrass, I think you're doing much better with Mr. Potter here than with that reprobate. I completely agree, Daphne says with a sunny smile. The Potters are good people. And Smith, well, he could stand to get a different personality, she confides. Starting with a sense of decency, Daphne agrees shamelessly, pleased that this friendly woman is on her side. Harry laughs. Melissa nods. He's got a Backpfeifengesicht, as the Germans say. A face that begs to be slapped. Exactly. Daphne beams at her. Harry laughs again. Well, dears, you two have a sit down and eat. I have pumpkin pasties waiting to be finished. It was nice meeting you, Melissa urges. Nice meeting you, too. Harry and Daphne say, on top of each other. She smiles widely at them, then disappears into the back. They obediently choose one of the small tables and eat their desserts, which are quite good. I can see why this place does so well, Daphne comments. Agreed. This is the best treacle tart I've ever had. I'm going to have to come back, Harry agrees. After they finish their desserts, they head back to Diagon Alley and stop in creepy Scrawler's Stationers where Harry buys Daphne some elegant stationery. As a trinket, since I couldn't buy you something at Melissa's, he says. That's fair, if unnecessary. Sweet though, so she allows it. We've been out and about long enough to be noticed, she decides. Let's get you that broom. Harry beams at her and takes her to Quality Quidditch Supplies where he heads straight for the firebolts and with very little hesitation, picks out a Firebolt Supreme. That's a professional Quidditch broom. At 212 galleons, it's insanely expensive, but Harry doesn't even wince at the price. He doesn't even blink at the price. Daphne wonders exactly how well off he is. Maybe some of those titles came with some money? Well, it's not really any of her business, now is it? She decides not to ask and puts it out of her mind as Harry arranges for it to be owl-delivered. That doesn't mean she can't tease him, though. You really like speed, don't you? He grins wildly at her. Yep. But safety's important too. She sniggers. That's rich, coming from you. Harry makes a face. I'll have you know that I was as safe as I could. Danger comes to me. You keep telling yourself that, she says in amusement. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. I have located a large magical manor on the outskirts of Salford, England that could be easily converted to a magical orphanage with 20 bedrooms, each able to hold 2 beds or 2 bunk beds. It does require repairs, as it belongs to an elderly man who cannot easily do or afford the repairs. It has been on the market for the past 6 years with little interest in it. The cost is 193,000 galleons. It sits on 5 acres and is unplottable. Let me know if you are interested in it. I have yet to locate suitable places in Northern Ireland and Scotland. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. Yes, I would like to purchase the indicated manor. Can you give recommendations for companies to do the renovations and redecoration? Take your time. I'd rather have good places than to rush. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Hadranthus James Potterblack. Gramercy Manor has been purchased. The name is peculiar, but I believe it is from before the manor was sold to a magical. Floating Hammer Reconstruction has worked with Gringotts clients with good reviews. Blue Bottle Decorations also has good reviews. I assume you didn't want to use the companies you are using for the flats due to not wanting to have their attentions divided or delayed. You'll need at least 2 house elves to care for the house and grounds, 3 would be better. I've sent a list of house elves currently for sale or looking to contract with a new owner. Gringotts does not deal in the sales ourselves, but we have contacts that will allow us to purchase elves on your behalf. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. Hermione is going to murder me. She still thinks elves want to be free. Sigh. Okay, purchase Crocker and Muffy and let Hespear know I'm willing to contract with him, please. The name is fine. If the flu needs adjustment, we can hire Parthian's flu connections. I was also advised to hire them to connect the flu at the apartment complex. Go ahead and hire Floating Hammer Reconstruction and Blue Bottle Decorations for the job. Should I ask you to hire a matron and assistants? Or is that something I should route through the ministry? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. Done. Expect Hespear to find you to make the contract. You can summon Crocker and Muffy when you need them. I suggest you get them to a creature healer. As noted, they aren't in the best of shape after their owners got done with them. I don't know what to say about your acquaintance's misapprehension about house elves. Maybe find her a book about them? Done, done, and done. You're right, it's best to adjust the flu, though you should hold off on that in particular until you know how you want the orphanage connected. You should route that through the ministry's child welfare office. They don't have a lot of resources, but they are in charge of finding people to at least temporarily take in magical children and removing them from extremely abusive situations. I'm certain they'll be thrilled to have an orphanage to send kids to, particularly in the wake of the war. You should also decide which school will be connected to the orphanage. There is a well-thought-of day school in the Bureau of Tameside that is relatively close. If you wish to use another school, I'll send you a list. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. Noted. Alright, I'll them and see what they have to say. There are other schools than Hogwarts in Britain? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. There are over 28,000 school-age magical children in Britain, so yes, there are other schools than Hogwarts. It's not even the best school. It's simply the most famous boarding school in Britain. The majority of the others are day schools. I'm enclosing a list with descriptions of what they offer. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. To whom it may concern. At the Child Welfare Office. My name is Harry Potter. I have acquired a manor and am converting it to be used as a magical orphanage. I have been advised that I need to contact you on how to go forward from here on staff hiring and possibly on connecting it with a school. Please advise. Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Mr. Potter? Or whoever you are? If you really are Mr. Potter and on the level, please come in and visit our department in person. What you speak of is a desperately needed resource that we have been unable to convince anyone is necessary, even in the wake of a war. If this is a joke, it is in poor taste. You should be ashamed of yourself. Sincerely, Malthea Onrodson, Child Welfare Office Department Manager. Harry walks into the Child Welfare Office and looks around. It's a small department with 4 desks and an office in back. The desks are staffed by 3 women and a man, all of whom look like they want to tear their hair out while dealing with haphazard stacks of paper. It takes a couple minutes before the man looks up and barks, "Who are you and how can we help you?" I'm here to meet Malthea Onrodson? She told me to come in. I'm Harry Potter. Oh, you want to see the boss? Go on back. Just knock and enter. Never thought I'd see Harry Potter in here. Harry gives him an uneasy smile and doesn't answer that aside. Thanks. He goes back, knocks on the open door and enters. What is it, Aunt? She asks, not looking up from her own paperwork. Actually, I'm Harry Potter. You asked me to come in if I was on the level, he corrects. I am, by the way. Her head jerks up and she stares at him with azure blue eyes. You're kidding. Why? He shifts uncomfortably and reaches out to shut the door before sitting down. Because I was a kid raised by magic-hating muggles and I want to make sure no orphan has to go through something like I did. Her eyes soften. I'm sorry to hear that. I have no idea how that happened. He grimaces. Dumbledore. He doesn't have the best track record with orphans. She looks surprised. So, orphanage. What can you tell me? How many kids can it hold? It'll probably be a few months before it's fully repaired and converted. It can hold a minimum of 40 beds, a maximum of 80 if we use bunk beds. This is the first of 3 orphanages. The other 2 will be in Scotland and Northern Ireland respectively. I'm willing to take in Muggle-born orphans as well. I don't have a problem with maintaining the property and I've acquired house elves for it, but it probably requires a separate source of income for staffing and school costs. My account manager tells me there's a good day school in Tameside, that is close enough. Malthea stares at him in silence and then bursts into tears and buries her face in her hands until she gets a hold of herself, then wipes her eyes. You, Harry Potter, are a bloody, genuine miracle. I have more than 120 critically endangered children that we simply have not been able to find better accommodations for. I need you to sign an insane amount of paperwork and let me know the very instant we can start moving children in. We'll have the funds for staff, food, clothes and school supplies as soon as we can stop bribing a bunch of depraved arseholes to nominally take care of them. It's Harry's turn to stare at her. Critically endangered means what? It means that they aren't being fed enough, they're not being properly clothed, they're probably being beaten when we're not actively checking up on them on a weekly basis, which we simply don't have the people for, and some of them are at risk of worse, she admits. His stomach churns. Risk of worse meaning SXL abuse? Yes, she agrees starkly. That shite. While we're waiting for the orphanage to be ready, I'll open 2 estates I have and you can start moving the kids in next week. I just need time to figure out how to open them up and make sure there's supplies there first. They won't be permanent orphanages, but they can serve in the meantime, he says decisively. She looks floored. You said there is paperwork, he prompts. Malthea jolts, then turns and starts pulling paperwork out of cabinets. By the time she's done, there's a stack of parchment almost a foot high in front of him. He's a little intimidated to be honest. She hands him a self-inking quill with a silver nib. The ones on top are for the temporary accommodations at your estates. There are 2 copies, one for each estate. The ones underneath are for the orphanage. Right, he says after a moment's shock, then starts the paperwork. This is going to be a long day, he can tell. He pauses briefly in puzzlement as she rushes out of her office until he hears her say, gather the paperwork for the kids most at risk and be ready to start moving them in a week's time. We've got a miracle people and his name is Harry Potter. Shaking his head again, he stops signing for a minute and calls, Niffy, Bonnie. With 2 sharp cracks, the elves appear. Niffy be helping you, Master Harry? Niffy asks. Ye be needing something, Master Potter? Bonnie inquires. I just wanted to warn you that I'll be temporarily opening the estates up to take care of a bunch of war orphans. A bit over 60 per estate as I understand it. There not be being 60 beds. Niffy protests. There not be being enough eggs for 60 kids, Bonnie observes. He facepalms. And gets ink all over his face. Damn it. I will be having bedding and food delivered. The kids can sleep 6 to a room if they have to. They can sleep on the floor. On the floor. Niffy gasps. Kids can't be sleeping on the floors. Bonnie can be dealing with that, Bonnie says serenely. Niffy, it's better than what they've got, and that's what the bedding is for, he tells her firmly. On the floors, she says tragically, nodding sadly. Bonnie will be being ready, Bonnie states. All right. That's all I called you for. You can get back to what you were doing, he shoos them off. They disappear with sharp cracks. He gets back to signing the paper stack from the abyss. Account manager Nixnock. I need to temporarily open Farrington Estate and Hatterley Estate to orphans. How do I take them out of stasis? Also, can I get food and sleeping bags delivered for 130 children split between the two estates? Thanks. Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. You're a bleeding heart. I have sent instructions on how to get to the estates. Just bleed on the wards and state your full name. They should open since they are keyed to your name. Food and sleeping bags can be ordered. When do you want them there? Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. I told them a week. Thanks again. Harry Potter. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. You are not welcome. Get yourself a secretary. They will be delivered in a week exactly. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Mrs. Onrodson. The supplies will be delivered to the estates in exactly 1 week. I will have them out of stasis by the day after tomorrow. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Mr. Potter, we'll start moving kids as soon as the supplies are delivered. Which estates are we moving them to? Sincerely, Malthea Onrodson. Mrs. Onrodson, Farrington Estate and Hatterley Estate. I've included directions. I think I'll have to key your people into the wards, so I'll do that as early as possible. Just let me know when. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Chapter text. Skeeter uncovered. Sentenced to Azkaban. Close-up of a bug in a heavy upturned jar, the camera draws back and shows a hand. With a wand pointed at the jar, suddenly the jar is displaced as the bug morphs into Rita Skeeter sprawled on the table. Yesterday, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass were spotted in Diagon having a date. Surprisingly, they seemed like good friends and a devoted couple, talking amiably, smiling and sharing drinks. Miss Greengrass is visibly not the cold woman we were led to believe she is. Picture of Harry and Daphne sharing drinks, saying something and then swapping them back with pleased expressions. Perhaps their story is a secret lovestory, dear readers? More investigation waits. But it is what happened next that brings us to our discovery. Picture of Daphne shrinking back from something on the table, protecting her drink, while Harry conjures a heavy jar, says something and then walks inside, shortly followed by Daphne. Naturally, we were curious at this unusual scene and investigated. Lo and behold, the jar held an ugly black beetle. Naturally, being disgusted, I made to rid the world of such a pest when suddenly the bug transformed in a panic. The bug was Rita Skeeter in animagus form. She instantly pled with me to not hurt her. I, of course, had no intention of hurting her, but knowing that she is not, in fact, legally registered as an animagus, I quickly stunned her and called for the aurors. Picture of several aurors approaching hastily with intent-looking expressions, wands drawn. They were as astonished as I and could hardly believe my tale, but responsibly took her into custody and investigated the evidence. As you may know, being an illegal animagus carries an automatic 10-year sentence to Azkaban. She was dragged before the Wisengamot and with a short trial and overwhelming evidence, was soon carted off to Azkaban. Picture of Rita sitting on a chair in chains, a look of horror on her face. This stunning event must leave readers wondering if Skeeter was willing to be an illegal animagus, what else was she willing to do? How much of her information gathering for her striking articles was gained in an unethical manner? How many of us admired a woman who turned out to be a fraud? What does this mean for us? Heavy questions, dear readers, that we may struggle to find the answers to. Rest assured, we will do our best to find these answers with ethical methods. Elena Hotspots. Daily Prophet. The only difficult thing about bleeding on the wards is finding them. Which he does by walking into them and getting bounced. He grumbles, gets up and brushes off his hands and clothes, then makes a small cut and places his hands on the invisible wards. I am Lord Habranthus James Potterblack, Lord Potterblack, heir Hatterley. The wards hum thoughtfully and reach out like ropes to test something. He feels magic brushing his mind and chooses not to fight it. It tickles. The wards seem satisfied and withdraw before there's a vague rumble and the pressure against his hand is abruptly gone. Ha! Bonnie shows up a few seconds later. Master Potter. Ye woke the estate. Oh? It's that simple? I thought I'd have to do something other than get the wards to let me in, he asks, somewhat confused. Master Hatterley be thinking ye only be showing up if ye be wanting to take the estate out of stasis, so he be setting it up like that, she explains. Ah, that's great. How do I allow people onto the estate? The wards only be keeping Wixen out while the estate be in stasis. Ye be able to change that at the wardstone, if ye like. If ye do that, ye be able to make exceptions by saying so. If ye be wanting to make exceptions permanent, ye be having to change it at the wardstone, she tells him. The estate be being unplottable, so muggles not be being able to see it. He nods. Unless it's necessary, he won't be changing the wards until all the kids are gone. Thanks, Bonnie. The goblins will be having food and sleeping bags delivered in 6 days. And the kids should start arriving the same day. Is there anything you need from me to help with that? No, Bonnie shakes her head definitely. Bonnie has made sure there's enough room for the kids. And the cool box be bottomless, so it be holding all the food. What be a sleeping bag? They're basically padded cocoons made by muggles for camping. They're all one piece with a zipper, that's a fastening, so there's not multiple blankets to take care of. Bonnie tilts her head. They be having pillows? I don't think so. Probably not. Muggles be strange. Bonnie be gathering pillows for the kids. Harry winces. Will there be enough for all the kids? Bonnie frowns. Bonnie be thinking not. Maybe be needing another 40? All right, I'll have some delivered, he agrees. Master Potter be still wanting eggs, or should Bonnie be saving them for the kids, she wants to know. Oh, you can save them for the kids, I don't mind. Is there anything else you're concerned about while I'm here? Bonnie not be having more concerns, she reassures him placidly. Okay, great. I'm going to go open Farrington Estate, then. The Farrington wards hum aggressively when he gets too close, so he doesn't end up running into them. He does carefully make sure he's bleeding before he touches them and announces, I am Lord Habranthus James Potterblack, Lord Potterblack, heir Farrington. The wards brush his mind delicately before abruptly letting him through. Somehow, though, he doesn't think he's going to have the same luck with the wards being open like he did with the Hatterley estate. Niffy appears a few seconds later. Master Harry. Niffy be showing you how to take the buildings out of stasis and be showing you the wardstone. Master Harry be needing to change the wards to let the kids in. Thanks, Niffy. I appreciate it. Is the cool box bottomless? He follows her as he walks towards the manor house. No, it not be. Niffy not be knowing where to put all the food for the kids. Oh, great. I'll have a bottomless cool box to use, then. How many pillows does the estate have to sleep on? Niffy looks puzzled. Niffy be thinking about 60 at most. Right. I'll have pillows delivered too. Have you cleared the rooms so the kids can use the floor for bedding? Niffy can be doing. Yes, do that, please, but keep the pillows out for the kids. Niffy will. Master Harry must be bleeding on the house wards and be stating his full name and be saying he lifts the stasis on the estate buildings, she instructs. He sighs and does so. The house rumbles and suddenly the wards are gone. The wardstone be being in the basement, Niffy says and leads him inside. They go down a stairs to what he thinks is a large basement, but then she opens a trapdoor and he has to take a ladder down into the actual basement. There is a large red stone in the middle of the bare room, pulsing with magic and covered in runes. Master Harry be putting his hand on the wardstone and be stating his name and who he be letting in. He places his hand on the stone, which radiates warmth, and says, I, Lord Habranthus James Potterblack, Lord Potterblack, heir Farrington do change the wards to allow in the people who accompany me at any time for 2 years after along with any people who thereafter accompany them. That should be good enough, right? He doesn't want to give them permanent access. The wardstone hums in quiet acknowledgement and he has the strange sensation of magic shifting shape under his hand. Master Harry be being smart, Niffy says admiringly. Master Harry just has to bring the adults and the adults be bringing the kids. That's right, he agrees. I don't want to have to come here every time someone needs in or out of the estate. I'll be sending another house elf along to help you in a few days. Niffy be being okay with that, she says, brightening. Apparently, she hadn't been looking forward to being the only house elf to take care of that many people. Is there anything else I need to know? Niffy don't be thinking so. All right. I'll be back with the adults in a day or two, he tells her and disapparates. It turns out that the child welfare office is quite busy. There's at least 12 people working at the 4 desks or talking to the people who are. It takes a moment before the same man as last time spots him. Harry Potter, how can we help you? I need the people who need access to the Farrington estate to come with me so I can let them through the wards and allow them to bring the kids in when it's time. The Hatterley wards are open, so that isn't a problem, but the Farrington ones are reactive, he explains. Just a moment. The man gets up and goes back to Mrs. Onrodson's office and comes back with her. We'll all come with you, she tells him. Will you need to let in any other staff? No. Once I let you in, you can let others in. She nods and explains the directions to the estate to the room. They all leave and lock up the department to leave the ministry so that they can apparate to their destination. The sound of successive cracks layering on top of each other as they disapparate has people looking at the now empty spot curiously, but there's nothing to be seen. When they arrive, Harry steps forwards. I, Habranthus Potterblack, am accompanying these Wixen to let them through the wards for the next 2 years. To his pleasure, the ward's threatening hum dies to something more welcoming. Well? Come in. It's safe now. The group walks through the wards and looks around. Nice estate, the man from before comments. Thanks. I'm going to have some other stuff delivered as well, but the sleeping bags and food will be delivered in 6 days, so you can start moving kids in then, he tells them. The house elf here is Niffy and there will be another along in a few days. The house elf at Hatterley Estate is Bonnie. Eventually there will be another house elf to help her too, but I don't know how long that will take. The 2 elves he bought are still in creature healing, after all. Sounds good, Malthea says. Thank you for doing this. He shrugs uncomfortably. You're welcome. Let me know if you need something else, but feel free to explore. Just don't try messing with the wardstones. I don't know how that would go, but I don't think it would be a good idea. They all hastily assure him that they would never dream about touching someone else's wardstone and they'll make sure the kids can't come near it either. Great, thanks. I appreciate that. Anyways, that's all I needed you here for, so you can either explore or get back to what you were doing. Goodbye. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Malthea Onrodson says sincerely. We'll let you get back to your day. He nods and operates home. Harry, did you see that secret love story narrative in the article about Skeeter? Curiously. Daphne. Yes, I did. Are you thinking about pushing that narrative? Honestly, Skeeter ending up in Azkaban makes it my favorite article ever. Also curiously, Harry. Not actively, but perhaps we can make public outings on a regular basis to encourage the assumption. After all, we don't want them to make a big deal about it when we break up. Understandable. Sincerely, Daphne. I'm not opposed to that. I had fun with you. Sincerely, Harry. Chapter text. Dear Minerva, please keep an eye out for a deserving child, Muggleborn or otherwise. They don't need to be good at schoolwork, but they do need to be kind and not a blood purist. And a boy, since the title is patrilineal, unfortunately. It doesn't need to be this month or even this year, but one of my titles puts me in a position where I prefer an unrelated to the original family person to inherit after me. Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. How unusual. I will, of course, keep an eye out, but I don't promise anything. Can I ask which title? Sincerely, Minerva. Dear Minerva. I would never expect otherwise. Gaunt. It was Riddle's mother's family. Inbred and insane, as I understand it. Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. Yes, I see why you would rather have someone unrelated. Insanity is unfortunately rather inheritable. Sincerely, Minerva. Dear Hermione. Were you aware that there are many other schools than Hogwarts in Britain? Mostly day schools apparently. I'm enclosing a copy of a list I got from my account manager that tells which classes they offer. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. I was aware there were other schools, but I hadn't checked into what they offer yet. I certainly wasn't aware that there were this many. It looks like several of them offer much better curriculums than Hogwarts. I wonder if it's because Hogwarts is such a bastion of history that perhaps it doesn't keep up with the times as well? Or perhaps controversial topics were simply removed. I also wonder if these schools suffer as much from ministry oversight as Hogwarts does? Hogwarts' reputation holds a rather political position, I'm afraid. I'll have to write McGonagall and ask if she would consider reinstating or introducing some of the basic classes, if not the more interesting ones. Math would be an insanely useful class for the first 3 years. Just the few years I had in Muggle school put me way ahead of most other students in arithmancy, for instance. Love, Hermione. A sharp pop gains Harry's attention and he sees a young house elf dressed in a sloppily made toga. You be being's Master Harry Potter? I am. Who are you? I be being's Hespear. The goblin sees being saying that you be knowing I be comings. Harry nods. They did tell me you were coming. How do we do a contract? Master Harry Potter being saying, I, Harry Potter and other namesies if you being having, do take Hespear as my house elfsy in return for foods, shelters, and uniforms. And then I be being saying, I, Hespear, do take Harry Potter as my master, to do all the work he commands in exchange for foods, shelters, and uniforms, the little elf says earnestly. Nope, Harry decides. You get pay. 2 galleons a week. And I want you to work on improving your English a little. It's hard to understand. Hespear wilts and protests, I can't be being paid. That not be being right. I be being understanding about the Englishsies. I be being trying. Harry shakes his head firmly. Nope. You get paid. But you can negotiate your salary. The little elf brightens and gets a sly look. Then I be being taking 1 galleon a month, not 2 galleons a week. Deal. Harry knows that's the best he's going to get from dealing with Dobby. I, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, heir Slytherin Peveril Gauntwite Farrington, head of House Evans Blair Fraser Hughes, do take Hespear as my house elf in exchange for food, shelter, uniforms, and 1 galleon per month. Hespear looks suspicious for a moment, then brushes it off and says, I, Hespear, do take Harry Potter and his family as my masters, to do all the work they commands in exchange for foods, shelters, and uniforms. Harry shoots him a look, not too pleased at the omission and the amended wording, and he reluctantly adds, and 1 galleon per month. Silver magic flares between them like a rope, then dies away. How can I be being helping Master Harry Potter? Hespear asks, looking pleased with himself. Harry refrains from rolling his eyes at the sneaky little sheet and says firmly, first things first. Daisy. Daisy appears with a soft pop. She looks at Harry and then at Hespear. Lord Potterblack be needing another elf uniform? Exactly. This is Hespear. He's going to be helping out at Farrington Estate with the children and aiding Niffy, he explains. She nods. What color Hespear be wanting? Harry looks at the little elf. What's your favorite color? Hespear looks excited. I be being able to choose what colors uniforms I be being getting? I be being wanting red. Red it is. Daisy will get you sorted, then you're going to go help take care of the children at Farrington Manor. Can you find it on your own? Hespear be being able to find it, Hespear agrees quickly. Harry raises an eyebrow at how quickly he agrees, but doesn't actually doubt that he can, so he lets it go without comment. Dear Harry, I understand I have you to thank for Hermione's sudden interest in the curriculums of other magical schools? As I have told her, all decisions about adding classes have to go through the school board, which is rather conservative on a good day. Hermione has sound reasons for adding the ones she recommended of course, but they won't see it that way. If you have reasons that a conservative Wixen would consider valid for adding the following courses, please, do share. 1st to 3rd year Mathematics, 1st to 5th year Modern English, 7th year Finance, 6th to 7th Magical Law, 4th to 7th Dueling. I realize that this is probably a lot to ask for from you, as persuasion isn't really your best thing, but I would appreciate it if you have ideas to share. We have agreed that adding the main Muggle school topics would be even more beneficial to Muggleborns and purebloods alike, but as you can guess, she's going to have to work on that from a political angle because the board will never pass it. Sincerely, Minerva. Dear Minerva. Well, you're right about persuasion not being my thing, but ouch. I think you could point out that purebloods who don't understand basic math are at a disadvantage, not only compared to Muggleborns, but when dealing with the goblins. You don't know if you're being cheated if you can't count past 2 or know that 2 plus 3. The same argument could be used for finance, in a way. Future entrepreneurs and lords need desperately to know how to handle their finances competently and to be able to understand investments. Magical law is good for future politicians, aurors, and lords. Goodness knows I'd find it useful now if I'd taken it. As for modern English, I really don't know why that would be good. It just teaches you how to put words in the right order to mean what you mean to say, I think. Might be good for politicians and lords and writers like Skeeter. With dueling, honestly, that's the most interesting class to me and I think it's something that noble families used to do a lot of. I think that I read something like that, at least. Isn't there still an international dueling circuit? Didn't Professor Flitwick used to be a champion? Knowing dueling would have been useful in the war, as it would have improved reflexes and creativity. Also, unlike data, dueling wouldn't have a curse on it. Did anyone ever clear up that curse, by the way? Sorry if I'm not helpful. I can always ask Daphne, if you'd like. I think she'd know better arguments if she agreed they'd be useful classes. Sincerely, Harry. Dear Harry. Those are surprisingly good arguments that neither of us considered. Thank you. The data curse seems to have died with Voldemort. Why that should be, I could hardly guess, but there must have been a conditional element built into the curse. Though the board doesn't seem to quite understand that as of yet. Perhaps suggesting we circumvent the curse by renaming the course would appeal to them. Countering perilous situations, maybe. Sincerely, Minerva. Dear Minerva. If they don't go for dueling, you could revamp the course when you change it to CPS and include it because in the war it was Wixen that were the main danger, not just dark creatures. Knowing a counter curse or defensive spell does no good if you don't use it enough to remember it in a pinch. Sincerely, Harry. Dear Bill and Fleur. How is the baby? What did you rename Jet? How are you doing? It was nice seeing you again at Ron's Auror party. I am doing well. though very busy sorting out investments. One of my goblin account managers mentioned buying up a whole neighborhood. I don't really know what to think about that. It's sure to be extremely expensive, so I'm not sure if the outgo would be worth the potential income. Regardless, I promise to think about it. Love, Harry. Dear Harry, bonjour. We have renamed Jet to Jais. The baby is good. Doing very well. I am not happy about throwing up every day, however. It was very good to see you and to meet your lovely fiancé. Glad to hear you're doing well. Fleur and I are also doing well, though Fleur dislikes the morning sickness. Your fiancé is an interesting woman. I think you could do worse if you're sure she's not using you. An entire neighborhood? Why ever for? And what's in it for the goblins, because something like that is unusual for them to suggest. Investments, EY? Are you doing well with them? If so, perhaps you could advise us. We wish to invest a bit before the baby comes. Speaking of baby, Mum is being overbearing about it and Fleur is at her wit's end. Between that and higher pay, we are moving to Egypt. Molly does not like me and thinks she knows best. We will do better in Egypt without her interference. The extra money will also help with the baby, though I dislike that Bill will be in more danger on the job. We are only telling you, Charlie and the twins, before we move. For everyone else, we will inform them after the fact. I think I will like Egypt. It is not cold and damp like England. Vila dislikes such conditions, since our element is fire. Even a half Vila like me. You must come and visit us sometime. Love, Bill and Fleur. Dear Bill and Fleur. I am very sure Daphne isn't using me. Or, at least, not without my knowledge and prior consent. And if I should be wrong, we can no fault break it off in 2 years' time. Morning sickness sounds rough. I hope for your sake, Fleur, it doesn't last long. Snapjaw pitched it as a Muggleborn shopping district, which admittedly has some merit. Isn't like 10% of our population Muggleborns? What he really wants, though, is approval to open a branch of Gringotts there. Which is not as simple as he made it sound at first. He also seems to believe in creature rights as a whole, so I would not be surprised if he pushed accommodations for creatures as part of the plan, though he didn't mention it. Fleur, you have all my sympathy. I've experienced Molly in that mode and it is very uncomfortable, and that's with her liking me. I'm sure it must be much worse for you. Egypt, huh? Well, I hope you like it as much as you think you will. I will definitely come visit. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. Bonjour. I'm glad to hear that. Unfortunately, it can last several months, but here's hoping. 12% actually, though probably closer to 10% post-war. I imagine Gringotts would do quite a lot for a branch bank in Britain. I'm shocked he was bold enough to suggest it, though. I would imagine you're right about him pushing for creature inclusion. I can see where a Muggleborn targeted shopping area would be a good financial move, but you're right. The expense is well beyond one person and the people with the money are unlikely to want to accommodate Muggleborn needs and wants. Mum is Mum. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do to ease the situation. Mum's under the impression that Fleur stole her firstborn, whatever that means. Probably that I didn't want to date any of her friends' boring daughters. We look forward to your visit, Harry. Love, Bill and Fleur. Chapter text. Lord Potterblack. I wish to continue our conversation of the other day. Have you checked into the housing market properly? I will not try to dissuade you from providing low-income housing. As you said, graduates fresh out of school often do not have the best prospects or income. As long as you aren't going to be losing money, it's a worthy investment. Speaking of investments, you implied that there are other Potter investments. Are you planning to simply maintain them or do investing of your own? Investment is an interest of mine and I'd be happy to provide advice if you wish. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass, Lord Greengrass. Lord Greengrass. Sturgis, I have to some extent. You are right that it is considerably less costly than I was expecting, though still out of range for those with low incomes in general. A lot of it appears to be ruined buildings, destroyed or damaged in the wars. There are other Potter investments, yes. I'm not sure you'd approve of what I've done with the couple that needed help, however. Wicker Brooms was on the verge of closing. Instead of allowing that, I chose to invest in research and development and in talented employees, creatures among them. I don't know how you feel about creatures, but I've mainly had good experiences with them, and one of my parents' best friends was a werewolf, so I have nothing against them and am willing to help them out with their species-specific needs if it means having stellar employees. I simply have to wait and see if my account manager is talented in hiring and firing. I certainly don't have the skill for it myself, to even attempt it. Tadding's Armory required a forge repair and new forges to continue and expand their business, and my account manager has reported that both the quantity and quality of their goods has gone up since those have been provided. Elisis Pottery simply needed funds to expand its business, and I'll have to wait and see if they succeed with that venture. I am investing on my own. both with the Potter and Black funds and with my own personal funds. So far, Hermione has been doing the investigations on the options the goblins have provided, and I have chosen from among the ones she approved, but I would be happy to run future investment options by you as well. I'm certain you have access to information that neither of us do. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. That is true. It's why I haven't really dabbled in the market. More investment than I would like for uncertain income. Wicker Broom seems like a risky investment, but I can see where your first instinct might be to save it. I see. I don't really have anything against creatures as long as they aren't causing trouble or attacking people. Remus Lupin, correct? He was one of the better examples of werewolfhood. I wish you luck in your venture, though I recommend reading up on investment versus income balances and risk projections. Most of the relevant books are from a couple generations ago, but both the Black and Potter libraries should have copies. Tatting's Armory seems like a sound investment. They're a well-respected name in armor and weapons. It's good that you're already seeing an improvement. Expansions are always a bit risky, but Elysis does have a good reputation for sound business practices. I assume your respective account managers are providing lists of sound investments for the Potter and Black investments. But forgive a nosy old man, what are you investing your personal funds in? I am honored that you trust me with this. I do, indeed, have a perspective that your friend Hermione does not. Though with her sharp mind and investigative skills, she is a sound choice of advisor. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Sturgis, with my personal funds? Haha. Yeah, I bought up some ruined Wixen housing to convert to apartments where Famils with Muggleborn children can safely live among Wixen, so their children's accidental magic doesn't put them at risk of breaking the statute of secrecy. I think that's important as Muggle technology continues to improve to the point that I believe soon Obliviation may not be nearly as effective as it has been so far. It's the same reason I'm breeding owls that can use disillusionment and apparate, so Muggle cameras don't catch them flying in the day. Being discovered by Muggles by something so preventable seems quite stupid to me. I realize that you dislike Muggleborns, but they are still Wixen and still a part of our society. The second large thing I'm investing in currently is an orphanage for Wixen children. With the surge of war orphans, I think it's especially needed. It's likely that most of the children will end up going to another school than Hogwarts, but the nearest one has a decent curriculum, so that's promising. I will be working with the Child Welfare Office on that and in getting appropriate staff for the place once it's done being converted properly. The orphanage will be able to hold 40 to 80 children. Due to circumstances, I believe it will start out with I intend to eventually establish a second and third orphanage. This orphanage can only house about 2/3 of the most at-risk children in the system. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. I assume that, as a half-blood, you have more reason than I to know about Muggle technology. As such, I will take your assertion that Muggle technology is improving to the point of being a threat to our society at face value. I was unaware that you are breeding owls. That seems like quite the ambitious project. Actually, a large portion of my objection to Muggleborns is that they are not raised in our society and thus do not know our culture and continuously try to replace our traditions with Muggle culture. So, I think your idea of housing Muggleborn families among Wixen is a splendid idea if possibly a bit over-optimistic. I would actually be interested in investing in that, because that could mean positive change for our society. An orphanage? Really? I was under the impression that all the war orphans had been taken in by family or friends. Should I inquire as to what you mean by most at risk? That sounds more serious than them being unable to find a long-term home. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Sturgis, that surprises you, but I understand what you mean. If you are really interested in investing, Nigsnock is the account manager in charge of my personal investments. I do not know exact numbers, but I was informed that a minimum of 120 orphans are currently in homes that are most likely abusive in multiple ways. As such, I have temporarily opened a couple of my estates to house them while the orphanage is under construction. It is not ideal, of course, but almost certainly better than their current situations. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. I will bring it up with my account manager. That's quite a lot. It's risky to open your estates like that, but I admire the sentiment. Abusive in multiple ways? That's concerning. If they are really that at risk, I would be willing to help fund a second orphanage. Where is the current one located and where are you thinking of for the second and third ones? Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Sturgis, awesome. It is. Probably, but it's not like I'm using the estates for anything else. You can write to Mrs. Malthea on Rhodeson if you want to talk to the person in charge of the Child Welfare Office to get more details. The orphanage is located in Salford, England. I'm looking for the other two to be in Scotland and Northern Ireland respectively. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. I will do that. Ah, that makes sense. Better than displacing orphans entirely. I'm sure eventually the orphanages will take in kids from their locals rather than simply the most urgent cases. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Lord Potterblack. We have 2 house elves under our care who belong to you. I am writing to inform you that they are showing progress, but aren't well enough to do proper work. We recommend that you leave them in our care for another week. Sincerely, Healer Logan Hirsute. Healer Hirsute. I give permission to keep them as long as needed for them to properly recover from their former master's abuse. I am aware that they are not in good shape, though I am glad to hear they are doing better already. It's why I picked them over a number of others I could have purchased. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. Secretaries looking for a job. Hardwin Jones, Wixon, 56, male, specialty potions. Seraphina Redmall, half vampire, 34, female, specialty historical markets. Brixus Blood River, vampire, 253, male, specialty blood magic. Anna Mooncreed, werewolf, 47, female, specialty dark creatures. Alixis Grandemir, half goblin, 21, female, specialty wards and male wards. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. Okay, even I know I can't use a vampire or werewolf as a personal secretary without offending someone. Are you having me on? I know what half-goblins are, but what are half-vampires? Who is this Hardwin Jones? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. A born vampire can make half-vampires in addition to regular vampires. Half-vampires have half the bloodlust, half the ability to compel and half the need for blood. They look like regular Wixen and are generally accepted among them, much like half-goblins. They do face prejudice, but not nearly as much as vampires and werewolves. Hardwin Jones is a pureblood with firm views on blood purity and creatures being lesser than Wixen, stiff-necked and a bit lazy. Just offering you options. With as many lordships as you have or will have, you may find having 2 secretaries is better than 1. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Account Manager Nixnock. I definitely don't want Jones. Please set up interviews. With Redmall and Grandemir for me. Right, so you were mad at me for asking you to do secretary work, got it. I'll take it under advisement. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Hermione. What do secretaries do besides order things when you ask them to? And do you think I need to have 2 of them? Also, what brand of bottomless cool box is the best on the market? Love, Harry. Harry. Secretaries perform administrative and organizational tasks to ensure an office runs smoothly, including managing correspondence and calendars, scheduling meetings, filing documents, maintaining databases, and preparing reports. They act as the central hub for communication and logistics. That is to say, they organize your schedule, make sure you're getting the important mail but not the annoying useless mail, write back and forth on matters that don't need your personal attention and make sure you don't lose important documents. They can also summarize documents if there's too much information to work with, report on the status of various projects, do research and either take care of ordering things or take care of passing the job to the appropriate person. I honestly think you could use 2 secretaries. One for all your mail and one for other matters. Coolrite is the best brand on the market at the moment. I'm including a household appliances owl order magazine for you to order from, since the appliances shop in Horizon Alley is quite unpleasant to visit. Far too many spiderwebs and too much dust. Love, Hermione. Hermione. Thank you. I think I've got it now. You're probably right about needing 2 secretaries, one of them for the mail. I've got an entire mail vault yet to go through still. Thank you for the mag. I need to order one for the Farrington estate for the food to feed the kids staying there. Love, Harry. Harry. Why do you have kids at the Farrington estate? Also, did you see what happened to Skeeter? Love, Hermione. Hermione. I think I may have forgotten to tell you that I'm planning orphanages. I bought an estate in Salford and am converting it to an orphanage, one of 3 to be. When I contacted the child welfare office, they were delighted, but also told me that there's upwards of 120 kids currently in very bad situations that they can't find better accommodations for. That being the case, I opened Hatterley Estate and Farrington Estate for those kids until the orphanage is built. It shouldn't be more than 3 months total for the majority to move into the orphanage, though unfortunately it can only handle 80 at most. The remainder of the kids will stay at Hatterley Estate, as the house elf there is a bit more competent than the 2 elves I have working at the Farrington Estate at the moment. Yes, couldn't have happened to a more deserving person. Love, Harry. Harry. That's amazing. Until you mentioned it and I did some quick research, I wasn't aware that Wixen don't have orphanages in Britain. Yikes, that's a lot of kids. That should leave you with 40 plus at the Hatterley estate, then. I didn't realize you had elves besides creature. Agreed. We'll see if this hotspots woman keeps to her promise of more ethical reporting. Love. Hermione. Hermione. Yes, it is. I'll just have to find a place for a second orphanage soon. Several inheritances came with their own house elves, who were happy to see me. I arranged for 3 other house elves to come to work for the orphanage, though 2 are currently in recovery from previous poor masters. Doubt it. Love. Harry. Harry. Oh, I see. I'm glad you were able to offer them a better home. Me too. Love. Hermione. Chapter text. Lord Potterblack. My name is Ignatius Pruitt, heir Pruitt. You may know of me as Molly Weasley's paternal uncle. I am on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. It is my understanding that you were behind the arguments used to convince the board to add a few classes to the curriculum. I confess myself curious. Are you also behind the subjects being brought up for review before the board? Curiously. Ignatius Pruitt. Heir Pruitt. Molly and Arthur don't really talk about their families. Oh, I guess? Minerva did ask me if I had any arguments conservatives would accept for those. Which ones got added? No, that was my friend, Hermione Granger. I sent her a list of other magical schools in Britain and what courses they offer. I think she was offended on Hogwarts' behalf that some of the other schools have better curriculums. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Potterblack. All 5 of the ones that got brought up were added: 1st to 3rd year mathematics, mandatory; 1st to 5th year modern English, mandatory; 7th year finance, optional; 6th to 7th magical law, optional; 4th to 7th dueling, optional. Mathematics and English will require hiring Muggleborn teachers, most likely, which should be pleasing to your friend. In addition, it was voted to change defense against dark arts to countering perilous situations in an effort to circumvent the curse on the position. Now I really am curious. What caused you to send information about the other schools to your friend? Do you really think Hogwarts is not the best school? Curiously. Ignatius Pruitt. Heir Pruitt. I'll let her know if Minerva hasn't already. Well, that is a roundabout story. I decided to start an orphanage and one of my account managers mentioned that I would need to have a school connected to the orphanage and mentioned a nearby school. I'd never heard of other magical schools in Britain, so he sent me the list. I thought Hermione would be interested, since she's trying to improve magical school curriculums. Just going off of the curriculums offered, I'd have to say Hogwarts is not the best, merely the most famous. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Potterblack. An orphanage? How interesting. Most likely needed in the wake of the war, I agree. And better for Muggleborn orphans than Muggle orphanages. Have you considered connecting it to Hogwarts? Would you be willing to send me 12 copies of that list, so the board can review the differences in curriculums? McGonagall pointed out that many classes have been removed from the curriculum over the years, but none added, and we still retain the budget to pay for those missing classes, so the board is currently pondering if we should add more than the 5 we voted in. Sincerely, Ignatius Pruitt. Heir Pruitt. No? I didn't realize it was an option. You might need to talk to the head of the Child Welfare Office to set that up. Mrs. Malthea on Rhodeson. I have enclosed the copies of the list. I'd be interested in hearing what classes get added, if any. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Potterblack. Noted. I shall do that. Hogwarts is not operating at full capacity, so we would have room for at least some of them. I will keep you updated. Sincerely, Ignatius Pruitt. Dear Hermione. I'm sure you already know, but all 5 classes were successfully added to Hogwarts curriculum. In addition, the board member who wrote me about it mentioned that Muggleborn teachers will probably be hired for the math and English classes. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. That's amazing. Thanks for letting me know, though. Yes, Minerva did inform me. A board member wrote you? Love, Hermione. Dear Hermione. Yeah, Molly's uncle, Ignatius Pruitt, heir Pruitt. He seems like he wants to do what's best for Hogwarts, so I sent him the list of school curriculums I sent you X12 at his request. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. X12? That sounds like he wants to share it with the board. I'll keep my fingers crossed that they actually learn something from it and move to implement more classes. Minerva says they easily have the budget for 14 more classes. Apparently, Lucius Malfoy and Dumbledore would fight over which classes should be added kept out of the curriculum, so nothing changed for years. Honestly, Minerva didn't outright say it, but it seems like Dumbledore might have been responsible for removing a lot of courses. Either directly or by championing them unnecessarily, making them targets for angry board members. Music classes were apparently a victim of the latter. Love, Hermione. Account Manager Nixnock. Is there such a thing as a map of the alleys? I'd like to locate the Whitemore and Farrington businesses and visit them. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Lord Hebranthus James Potterblack. I have included a map, with the properties marked in color. Argyle's Lace Factory is located in Derby and I have included instructions on how to get there. The Lace Factory also sells to Muggles. On the Wixen side, they also collaborate with Hestia's Patterns and Designs and Hems and Gems, Fine Couture. Sincerely, General Account Manager Nixnock. Daphne. Would you like to visit some of my other businesses with me? Sincerely, Harry. Harry. I would love to. When do you want to go? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. Just let me know when you want to be seen on another outing and we can plan it for then. Sincerely, Harry. Harry. Next week, then. Perhaps 10 a.m. Thursday? Sincerely, Daphne. Daphne. It's a date. Sincerely, Harry. Harry applies a featherlight charm and attaches a bag of galleons and a letter to household appliances with the order for the bottomless Coolrite Cool Box and instructions to send it to the Farrington estate no later than 3 days from now. Niffy will need this sooner than later. Grandpa Harry? Or should I call you father-in-law? This is Cassandra. I believe I know what Bernard inherited from the blood adoption. His hair seems to be growing in a more unruly manner. Laugh, he keeps fussing over it. Amaryllis misses you and Sadira claims she does too, so as not to be left out. So, if I could ask a favor, please write the girls and make out like you're interested in their lives a little. Sincerely, Cassandra Blairsdottir. Cassandra. Please, no. Just Harry is fine. I'm sending owl feathers for each of the girls. Please let Bernard know that the hair is impossible to make behave, but Sleek Easy does at least help enough to make it look like it's on purpose. Sadira. How are you? Are you in Muggle school? Or is your mother and father teaching you things in preparation for Hogwarts? Amaryllis. I miss your hugs. How are you? Did you know I have owls? I breed them for special things. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. I've never seen pink owls before. Thank you for the feathers. Bernard thanks you for the advice, but says he'd have preferred to have inherited the eyes. I am writing for the girls so it makes sense. Grandpa Harry. Thank you for the feather. I am great. Yes, it's so boring, I can't talk to anyone about magic. Mum and Dad are teaching me things but I don't know if I can go to Hogwarts. Dad and Mum went to a different school. Love, Sadira. Grandpa Harry. I'm sending you a hug. I am good. No. Owls are cute. I want a pink owl. I like the feather. Love, Amaryllis. Sincerely, Cassandra Blairsdottir. Cassandra. Puff owls are a magical owl native to Australia. They are by far the stupidest owls I've ever encountered. Sweet, though. Tell Bernard that I completely understand. Sadira. You're welcome. Not talking about magic is tough, but it's good practice for when you're older in keeping the statute of secrecy. It's great that your mom and dad are teaching you things. My parents died when I was little, so I had no one to teach me that stuff before Hogwarts. Do you want to go to your mom and dad's school? Or would you rather go to Hogwarts? Amaryllis. Thank you for the hug. Owls are very cute. I'm glad you like the feather. Pink owls live in a place where it doesn't get as cold in winter, so they probably wouldn't do well in Britain unless you used a different owl in the winter. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. They sound adorable. Bernard is still fussing over his hair and uses Sleek Easy every day. Grandpa Harry. It's really tough. I'm getting better at it, though. I'm sad your mum and dad died. I'm going to mum and dad's school because we can't afford Hogwarts. Love, Sadira. Grandpa Harry. Sending you a big hug, 'cause you need lots. Oh. I'm sad, 'cause I want a pink owl. Mum says we can get a regular owl and use a color charm on it. Love, Amaryllis. Sincerely, Cassandra Blairsdottir. Cassandra and Bernard. Good luck with the hair, it's hopeless. If Hogwarts is just a matter of cost, I'll pay the difference. Though, of course, it's fine if you'd prefer to send them to your alma mater instead. Sadira. That's great to hear. It's okay. I don't remember my parents, so I don't miss them very much. I see, that must be exciting. What is your favorite animal? Amaryllis. Thank you for the hug. I'm sending you a big hug too. Your mum's solution to get a pink owl is better than using one of the naturally pink owls. Tell her she's a smart mum. What is your favorite animal? Sincerely, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter. I have spoken with Corbon Fraser and Headmistress McGonagall and with both my children and my parents. We have agreed to accept your offer. After speaking with Mr. Fraser and Headmistress McGonagall, we understand that Trevor may exhibit some strikingly changed features. That is more than all right with us, as he looks unsettlingly unlike my former husband and no one has quite forgiven him for deserting us apart from myself. Trevor, in. Particular, hates his looks, as he blames himself for his father leaving us, though we have told him repeatedly that is not the case. Would it be alright if Eve also attended the blood adoption? She wants to see it and I'd like to give her this, as she was deeply disappointed that you won't be able to adopt her as well. Sincerely, Angie White. Hermione. Help. Please read the enclosed letter and tell me what to do. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. If you don't mind also having a daughter, I'd say adopt her as well. That way is less likely to build resentment, I think. Love, Hermione. Mrs. White? Of course she can attend. Thank you for accepting my offer. Since you mentioned it, forgive me if this is too bold, but I would be willing to adopt Eve as well. I could make her heir of the lordship Hughes. It comes with a 20 galleon annual allowance and unlike the Whitemore title, comes with a family property and a house elf. I wouldn't be able to do the adoption the same week. I made that mistake once and it was not pleasant as the ritual requires a great amount of energy. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, heir Whitemore Hughes, head of House Fraser. Mr. Potter, I admit, we were quite taken aback at your offer to Eve. After an intense discussion with Eve and my parents, Eve has decided that she'd rather not have the responsibility of being your heir to the Hughes title, but she would like to accept your offer to adopt her as well, as long as that's okay with you. Sincerely, Angie White. Mrs. White? Sure. That's okay with me. I assume weekends would work best for you? Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord Potterblack, heir Whitemore Hughes, head of House Fraser. Mr. Potter? Actually, I work weekends. Would a Wednesday be too much to ask? Sincerely, Angie White. Mrs. White? Not at all. I have made arrangements for Trevor's blood adoption at 4:30 p.m. at Gringotts next Wednesday. And for Eve's at 12:30 p.m. at Gringotts the Wednesday after next. Do call me Harry. I'm going to adopt your children, so I think we're past formalities. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. I have marked the dates on the calendar and let Headmistress McGonagall know so she can make sure Eve comes to both appointments. In that case, call me Angie. Sincerely, Angie White. Chapter text. Harry. I spoke with my account manager about investing in your apartment complex and orphanage and he asked if I was interested in investing in a marketplace targeted at Muggleborns and Half-Bloods. Naturally, I said no. Can you believe the gall? That aside, I'm investing 4,000 galleons in each of your projects. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Sturgis, thank you for investing. I really appreciate it. Actually, my Potter account manager asked me the same thing. I'm not against it, though I can see why you would be. For one thing, it targets a market that is at minimum 12% of the populace and most likely twice that if you include Half-Bloods. That's a fairly large market and likely to succeed if it can get off the ground. Getting it off the ground is the hard part, of course. Goblins do love their money, of course, but I inquired as to their motivation and it turns out that they want to be able to open a branch bank. Obviously, that requires a lot of lords to sign to give permission. I understand that goblins and Wixen have a fraught history, but I think suppressing goblins when they come up with a reasonable idea will only make tensions worse. Pissing off the people who control our galleons doesn't strike me as the brightest idea, quite honestly. Hermione has a whole rant about oppressed minorities and their effects on history. It's usually not pretty. As for Muggleborns and Half-Bloods bringing in Muggle inventions, well, it's a bit overdue. The Muggle world has come up with astounding inventions over the last couple hundred years that improve areas that Wixen are lagging behind on. Obviously, you know about planes and trains and helicopters, but do you know about television, movies, escalators and cell phones? The internet is a big thing that's quickly becoming more popular, according to Hermione, who keeps up with these things. The internet allows information shares on a countrywide or even global basis in mere moments from the comfort of home or a library. Computers store files that can be searched for in a matter of minutes rather than spending hours going through file cabinets. Coffee makers can make coffee on their own with just the addition of coffee grounds and water. Have you ever had coffee at ZA Coffee? They use Muggle machines that run on magic. I don't think Muggle inventions are quite the same as bringing in Muggle culture. The one can be useful to Wixen, where the other seeks to override our culture. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry, you've given me much to think about. Alright, I'll bite. What are television, movies, escalators and cell phones? As for the goblins, you may have a point. I will think on this further. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Sturgis, escalators are moving staircases. You stand on the bottom step and it carries you to the top of the stair or, depending on the direction they move, stand on the top stair and it will carry you to the bottom. Movies are like recorded plays that one can view from home or in a theater, shown on a screen rather than on a stage. They come in different genres. Romance, horror, kids' movies and action movies complete with explosions. Televisions are the device movies can be played on, but they also can show events across the country as they happen, among other shows. Imagine watching a Quidditch match as it happens while in the comfort of your home. Cell phones are handheld devices that let you talk to someone else with one, whether they be close by or across the country. Like flu conversations but more convenient. Cameras have improved so they can take pictures on their own or record moving pictures. Stores have doors that can open themselves. Grocery stores carry a selection of fresh fruits, vegetables and meats, along with frozen and dried and canned foods. Stoves have self-heating burners and ovens. With just the turn of a knob, one can select the correct heat. Refrigerators are much like cool boxes without the expansion charms. They have separate compartments for fresh and frozen. Elevators are boxes with doors that can move people from one floor to the next with just a push of a button and a minute of waiting. No stairs to climb. Instead of quills, muggles use fountain pens and biros. Biros are self-inking pens that have their own ink inside and write with a fine nib. Much more convenient and tidier. Muggles have a wider variety of restaurants, some of which specialize in foods from different parts of the world. Muggles have sent men to the moon. They have machines called satellites that can predict the weather. They have machines that can do laundry. Or dishes. They have machines that can do calculations. Basically, their inventions have caught up to magic in many areas and even surpassed them in some. While I don't think we should replace our ways with theirs, it's only common sense to take their better ideas and build on them. Muggles outnumber us severely, but that doesn't mean our society should fall behind theirs over a bit of pride. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. I confess, some of those sound intriguing. If you were to focus on supporting a Muggleborn market, what things would you focus on? Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Sturgis, if, and I say if because I have not agreed to it as yet, I were to support a Muggleborn market, I'd first focus on the flashier different items in stores, but also on Muggleborn half-blood housing and Muggleborn half-blood employment. Many of them struggle to get by because of discrimination against them, making it difficult to obtain good-paying jobs. Give them a way to improve their lives and I think they'd jump at it. The main thing holding me back from agreeing is the massive investment it would require to obtain the land and lack of investors who would agree to the premise of a Muggleborn-oriented market and not simply turn it into a direct copy of Diagon Alley. I imagine that most of the people with money to invest are of a like mind with you. They want nothing to do with Muggle technologies because they regard it as a threat to our culture. I disagree, but of course, my funds are far from endless, so it's not something I could do alone. I think the goblins would start it on their own if they could, but the crown apparently requires it to be a Wixen that obtains the property and pays 10 years of taxes. I'm pretty sure the goblins would also prefer that more beings are employed and housed in this theoretical marketplace. Understandable, since Wixen law severely restricts any chance of employment and even housing. That's actually something I agree with. Partly because I don't see why Wixen think we are automatically better than other races and partly, again, because of Hermione's rant about the dangers of oppressed minorities in societies. Granted, I would never restrict the theoretical Muggleborn district simply to beings, Muggleborns and half-bloods. Pureblood innovators would be welcomed as well. Or even those who have not been able to obtain backers to start businesses because they lack connections. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Harry. Wixen are the cleverest of beings and thus traditionally the rulers. I see. Once again you have given me much to think about and consider. I had not properly considered the social and financial implications. Sincerely, Sturgis Greengrass. Lord Habranthus James Potterblack. Please attend an appointment with me at 3 p.m. tomorrow to discuss your investment decisions. Sincerely, Account Manager Silverclaw. Harry stares at the message and feels the urge to facepalm. He'd forgotten to make that appointment, hadn't he? Now he really feels like he needs a secretary to remind him of these things. Dear Harry. I renamed Tangerine to Vortex. I think he's bored. I haven't really been sending much in the way of letters. I should probably change that, you think? Have you actually figured out how far Wormhole takes an owl in one go? Love, Charlie. Dear Charlie. Probably. I'm sure your mum wants to hear from you regularly and your siblings wouldn't be adverse to it either. Vortex is an interesting name. Why that one? About 20 miles, we think. Why? Love, Harry. Dear Harry. You're my sibling too. Don't forget that. Well, I was thinking something dragon-themed for him, but one of my coworkers was on about vortexes that day and it kind of stuck, haha. I like it, though, and he doesn't seem to mind. So, Vortex would have to do a minimum 74 consecutive wormholes to get to you if he wanted to fly as little as possible. Probably not doable unless your calculations are wrong. Oh well. The flying will give him something to do. I sent letters for Mum and the twins and Percy. So, Vortex will go to them next. Did Bill tell you they're moving to Egypt? Make sure you don't tell Mom before they leave or she'll be impossible. Love, Charlie. Dear Charlie. Oh, thank you. That means a lot. You're a brother to me too. Vortex is a good name. I don't think the calculations are wrong unless the owls have been hiding something. The twins helped me with them and they're much better at it than I am. No, I don't think owls could do 74 consecutive wormholes. Maybe 3 or 4 in a journey? Well, in one day. For longer journeys, I'm sure owls take rest so their wings don't fall off. Why not Ron and Ginny? Not that I disagree. Yes, they told me. And no worries, I won't tell her. If she's upsetting Fleur that much, she's risking stress hurting the baby, right? Love, Harry. Dear Harry. That means a lot to hear, too. Probably. Though you never know with owls. They're secretive little sheets. Ron is Ron and Ginny is Ginny. Maybe it's stupid of me, but I feel like that explains everything. We exchange letters twice a year and I think all of us are content with that. Bill is better with them than I am. Right you are. Stress is bad for baby. Love, Charlie. Dear Charlie. They are secretive, but I trust Fred's tracking devices. Yeah, that kind of does explain everything, even if it's a little sad. Take care of yourself. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. I have to ask, are you sure about Daphne? Her jumping at you so soon after her fiancé pulled that on her doesn't sit right with me. Love, Charlie. Dear Charlie. Don't tell anyone this, but the plan is to quietly go our separate ways after 2 years unless we decide we suit by then. The latter was her father's demand. The whole thing is just a facade to spare her pride. I have to admit, though, we get along a lot better than I anticipated. It's actually fun to go out and about with her. Love, Harry. Dear Harry. I am relieved to hear that. It sets my mind at ease. Of course I won't tell anyone. I don't have anything against Daphne, of course, and if you decide you suit at the end of 2 years, that's different and you should go for it, of course. I was just worried by the rushed nature of it. Love, Charlie. Dear Charlie. I know. I'm glad you care enough to worry. Love, Harry. Mr. Potter. I'm being allowed to borrow Mrs. Onrodson's owl to send you this. I just wanted to thank you for opening one of your homes to us. You saved me from something I don't even want to think about and will probably haunt me forever. And I'm not the only one. If there's anything I can ever help you with, just ask. You don't need to reply, I just wanted to let you know. Gratefully. Antioch Sue, age 16. Mr. Sue. I didn't do it for thanks. I did it because I had a shitty childhood and no one should ever be forced to stay in circumstances like that. You are welcome, but there is no debt between us. Please let the others know that as well. No child should ever have to feel indebted to an adult for simply being a decent human being. Sincerely, Harry Potter.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.